What is up, misfits one and all, to this Skeptic and Ranting? How Darwin got it wrong? Dun, dun, dun. I know. Well, yes, tonight we are watching a video called How Darwin Got It Wrong, featuring Dr. John Sanford from the channel Creation Ministries International. Not national, international. So won't you join James W.
Global.
And myself, that's right, A.V. Newman, for a good time worth evolving into. Oh my. What is up, everyone? This podcast is sponsored by Cats, the broadcast play, not the movie.
Yeah.
But yes, hello everyone out there on the intertubes. I don't know how they get it out there so fast and so thick, but
ask your mom.
But yes,
ask your mother.
Your mother. Call her. Why don't you call her anymore? But yes,
you never call me anymore, Amy.
Never call me like you used to. It's okay. I only gave birth to you. But yeah, so what is up, Bree? What is up, everyone on the interwebs? Gizmo is happily saying hello to Bree and Farron and Regos and James Wolfe and Kira and Carlathea and the Sinister Porpoise and Uncle Beck and David Devine, Skywatcher, everyone out there, P-Bot. And yeah,
you got the whole crew tonight.
The whole crew. Though, if you'd like to join us, you can actually see our premieres or join our live streams by hitting that subscribe button, because then you gain access to that bell icon, which will let you join the fun. And
thank you.
Yeah, same with the follow button. And yeah, also we are a skeptic channel, including
super chat button. That's a button too.
That's also a button.
Yeah, that's a button.
And we have actually been loving all of the support you gave to us, and
it's been
we want to give it back to you guys.
We love you guys.
And I do have to say, I don't think I showed this off last time, or maybe I did.
Oh, Amy, are you sure that's okay?
Oh my! Well, it is 12 to 15 inches. Are we allowed to? No. But I've completed, I think I have both the Ouija board back there for when we really need to summon a seance, and then I have the portable Ouija board, if I can get it open.
Maybe you can Ouija and talk to the ghosts from Sodom.
That's true. All right.
How's things been going in hell since God destroyed the city?
Exactly. And what I really want to know is, let's see, how is God the good guy if he just nuked a city?
Oh, I know. Amy, because they were gay. That's why God's the good guy, because
yeah,
gay.
It's weird. It just says EWW. Wow, icky. Really deep.
Yeah,
very deep.
God thinks it's just icky. He doesn't like it. Ew, that's gross.
It's basically the leading argument I've heard against the LGBTQ. From religious folks, but we love everyone.
Especially from Matt Powell. That's Matt Powell's great sermon on that. It's
I really have to just say, and I was telling this to James, like, I think Matt Powell is going to be along with snuggled up with Kent Hovind, we may be doing a little bit more content because just the depravity and degeneracy that comes out of there, I feel, deserves love and attention.
The triggering that they seem to get.
Well, it's just amazing how much focus, like genitals, seem to be on their mind. And I just would not check any of these dudes' browser histories. Once again, we don't want to kink shame, but
that should stay private with them. Yeah,
exactly.
For their eyes,
and Daddy Kent. But yes, we are a skeptic channel, including the two schmucks you see hosting. However, after our housekeeping and the opening statements with the opposition viewpoint, we'll be opening it up to the open mic.
Oh boy.
So that you can, and I'm tempted, don't tempt me because this isn't a book, but Creationists, we want to see your comments. We want to see your feedback. Come on, just please. Not on my sheets. Are you really going to do so on my sheets?
Yeah.
Just also sending so much love out there to the one and only Titan, your anus. Sometimes the sphincter gets very tight. Sending love to Titan, sending love to Marie, sending love like James said to Pat.
Member.
And Aaron Coalson,
channel
sending
member.
Love to Regio, sending love to all of our channel members. And because you have brought up that, I now have to put in, we do have a number of complex arguments that creationists have been giving us throughout the years. Just remember, ladies and gentlemen, James, I don't know if you know this, but have you ever, in your life, looked at the trees? I don't know if you have.
Right.
I mean, they're so beautiful. They're so beautiful that they're for God. If you kind of think about it.
Right. That is pretty powerful. I never really thought about that.
It's one of those, I think, Aquinas was like, Atat trees. I'm pretty sure that's how it went.
Well, I mean, it's Friday night, so we may have to go down to the church on Sunday and see what they got going on. Maybe. I don't know.
Well, what's great about, I would say, Christians and a lot of religious people is right now they are doing tons of crazy stuff that they get to wash away clean on Sunday. So right now, it's party time.
Blood of Jesus. Right.
That's right. But yes, this housekeeping is sponsored by our channel members who are linked in the description, as well as our fantastic, wonderful, fabulous
Penelope she likes to eat her snack up high.
Got
that bowl up high.
Can I tell you why we have two bowls? Is that it worked? It worked fantastically. We were accumulating two kitties together, and at first there was like a territorial thing over bowls. And so what we did was we put two bowls. We have a bowl down below and a bowl up top, and they each get exact same amount of food at the exact same time. And slowly but surely, they're like, you know what? We're just gonna get fed the same time, and it worked.
Right
there, they sit next to each other, and yeah, got a baby girl. Okay, what was we saying? This channel, I'm gonna keep on saying, is sponsored by cats. Isn't the internet really sponsored by cats?
Basically.
And including our Patreon, which can be found, our wonderful Patreons, at patreon.com/AVNewman. It is the best way to help us make even more fun content, including awesome Patreons like us from the Atheist Roundtable, the Atheist Network Group, #TankGang. Yo, boom, boom, boom. As I was going to say Zoe. As Oz, Zoe. As James would say, hashtag Jesus does not exist. I keep on going. The prophets does not. That is like my clear run for me, because I talked about that a lot today. Sending love to Oz.
Thanks, Oz.
Go check out. First of all, sending love to the entire Tang gang. Sending love to producer Jena, Shane the Skeptic. Sending love to Biddy Buddha. Our wonderful. You should check out our LGBTQ once a month streams with Uncle Beck, with student Dr. Ben, with myself and wonderful, fabulous other people. And go check out, because once again, we don't have to schism. But also sending love. I was telling James before, speaking of housekeeping, that we do a bit sending so much love. I saw Randolph Richardson out there in chat.
Randolph is out
I cannot help myself. Like, we have been having a fortnight stream, a fantastic. It has been so much fun. I'm looking forward to being there this Sunday. You should check it out on the Politics and Religion Discord server. It has been so much fun. But I cannot help myself. Like, just how I lurk on, like, Christian and Muslim YouTube channels. Now I can't fucking help but lurk. And I was talking, and so what I can say, first of all, is that the Discord atheists have all been amazing. They've all been fantastic, and the skeptics and all that. But like I was telling James, oh my goddess, there is like a single question that, like, all of the creationists, a special question that they think is the most knocked down. They're like, I'm going to ask Amy this question.
I'm going to be edgy.
I'm going to be super edgy. She's going to become a Christian. She's going to get on her knees and I guess do something for the Lord and Savior that we don't normally do with my yoga teacher. And yet, it is, what is a woman? As if like,
she's melting. Oh no.
Oh my God, how could you do this? How could you figure this out? No, actually,
game over, atheism.
I don't know how to explain this to you guys and girls, creationists out there. But we actually know what a woman is because of biologists, because of people who believe in evolution, like the people that we're talking about tonight. So when a politician correctly goes, I'm not a biologist. Yes, it's because all of you creationists out there should take a little point and be like, hey, maybe I'm just some on the internet and I shouldn't be talking about, I don't know, things that I don't have degrees.
I don't know anything about. I'm just talking out of my ass.
Nonetheless.
Well, I mean, usually if you would ask them, and it's so funny that they go that way, because you ask them, what is a woman? They'll say that sack of meat in the kitchen with a nice ass, doing my dishes, making my food, about to go iron my clothes. That's what a woman is. That's all they're good for.
And I was asked this about 3 to 5 times today, which anyone who knows me, James who knows me, knows that when I get questions like this, I basically get giddy. Like, I don't know why I have the...
It's like a shot of meth. Like.
Well, it's because they don't understand even the underlying insults that they're trying to make. Because, once again, they would have to take on board gametes. They would have to take on how we deal with meiosis, which happens in both animals and plants, and evolved in some ways mutually together, like when we have bees helping out flowering plants. And so it doesn't actually need consciousness to have a good time.
Well, my talking points from www.creationisttrue.com didn't say anything all about that. It just said, ask the atheist what a woman is. They won't know.
What is a woman? And that was my
You win.
thing. I would say,
Oh.
I'll answer, but then I get to ask you one question, just a single question. And that is, how did women evolve? And I'm not saying, because there has to be a someone who believes in evolution that would give me a different answer. But from what I got so far from answering this, it's 100% so far the rib man
The rib thing.
thesis.
Yeah, the rib thing.
And then they want to sit there and be like, and you don't believe in biology. I'm sorry, what? Women came from where? From the that. Really? That's what you're going to tell me? That's what we're replacing?
And that's biology. Meanwhile, you hand these people an actual biology book and you ask them, okay, what in this book do you agree with? And they would have to rip out like 80% of the book. And they just hand you like 4 or 5 pages left. All the rest they don't agree with. It's all wrong. The biology,
James,
they don't know what they're talking about.
I don't want to say you're a prophet.
Yeah.
But I viewed this video, and we have to, and I'll get through all of these lovely patrons.
We'll get through it.
This gentleman, Dr. John Sanford, I viewed this video, and he makes a bold claim towards the end. And so this is spoiler alert, but he basically says, if Darwin were to open the first page of a biology textbook, he would not understand anything that he was reading. And so it just by randomness turns out that I am in a college undergraduate biology course, and I would love to show the first page of my biology textbook and see what he has to say about what they say on page number 1. But yes, we're going to keep on moving forward. Once again, I had a lot of fun on that server. I love Randolph Richardson. I love Taco. It has been great. I'm going to keep on going there. It's just it can't be just that. I think that's everywhere. This is their new attack helicopter every once in a while.
They love
this
it.
is their new thing.
All the script, it's part of the script. All the talking points are out. They're on all the sites. Yeah.
Exactly.
They're all
they got a new shtick. Falcon, Captain America. He had it right. Everybody needs a shtick. What can we say? Creationist Ian Davenport loves to remind everyone out there that creationists have many a shtick. And tonight's shtick is genetic entropy, which he sneaks in at the end. Oh my God, like a condom falling off. My lordy, John. And he's talking to people. You know, it's a church. So it's not like they're going to know what's going on. But sending love to Ian Davenport, which is what breaks my heart. Also, I couldn't help but thinking, while I was watching this video, like, not that he's making people, I'm trying to think how to word this, like, dumber, but like, just, because I think we're adding, because it's like a vaccine, and they don't believe in vaccines anyway, so they can just turn this off. But I'm hoping, by showing some of the Dub and Dubber, we'll call it, TM, that we help people understand where these arguments come from. Because I hear, after a while, they have like crossover arguments. I hear some of Kent.
You hear his talking points all over. All over, you hear his talking points. But fair,
which is weird. I never saw it before until now. They get it all from these creationist think tank people, and this guy is one of those people. They make us and a grumpy old Cuss go bleep, bleep, bleep.
Thanks, Grumpy.
Because, 6,000-year-old Earth is a borderline flat Earth claim. The only reason that, like, there's some weird thing, like, I don't know what it is, James, we're observing something, which I like, to me, Christianity is so weird. It's so strange. And I know they're like, well, you were training. What about an attack helicopter? I know. Calm down.
Yeah.
But, like, just the notion of, like, brutally killing a guy. So, a really nice guy, like, that matters. And then, that way, I don't know, you fuck the maid on the side, and you don't want your wife to know, but we're cool now, because a rabbi 2,000 years ago got persecuted.
But
the local government.
But no, it was a really bad way to die. I mean, they beat the crap out of him.
I know, and they always
killed
go.
him.
It was terrible. They sell him the horribleness.
Yeah.
You don't even know how horrible. 9-inch nails.
It sounds bad to us today, but the Roman Empire was doing this on a daily basis for centuries. So many thousands of people met this very grim fate.
Sending love.
By no means unusual, by no means humane, but yeah.
Actually, question for Gizmo: what's a woman? Dun, 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 dun. Thank you so very much from Farron. Listen, I don't know. I may have to leave. I don't know if I could. I don't know if I could answer these sort of things. I mean, clearly, it had to have been poofed magically from the dude, like, right next to me. There's only 2 people on Earth. That's totally biologically makes sense. But if that doesn't make enough biological sense, and I apologize, because this is only a slightly accurate representation, there should kind of be, like, arms, kind of like blah, 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 blah. And
legs, yeah.
Exactly, arms and legs. So once you got that going, I mean, it makes sense. You're gonna convince the woman to eat an apple, not the guy. Let's let those guys off. But you're definitely...
She convinced the woman first. She was the more gullible of the two.
Completely. And that, once again, is why you're going to have... once a month, you are going to bleed. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, if you don't believe this, you don't understand science.
Penelope took your seat, Amy.
Oh my God, that's so funny. Come here, baby girl.
It's like, well,
I'll trade.
It warm. You made it nice and warm for me. Yeah, the only thing I've ever heard from Gizmo about a woman was meow, and he kind of views everybody the same, like was said, as instruments to put food in his bowl. That's our primary function in life, is to keep the food in his bowl. But he used to have a female cat that my sister had, but she passed a few years ago. So he's been by himself about.
But he's been producing now, so he's been really getting into that.
He's really come out of his shell. He's really, he's doing a lot better. Yeah, he's a good boy.
Such a good boy.
Thank you, though.
Thank you so very much, Farron.
And the support.
I really, yes, thank you so very much for the support. And I really, I don't understand. Like the other thing I was, maybe I said it already, but each time, independently, they came to me, Kinky, and were like so excited. Like this was the knockdown question. And yeah. So sending love, there was a point we were gonna make. I'm trying to remember. Sending love to Diana Smith.
Diana Smith.
Oh,
well, ask her what a woman is. Double mic drop.
Well, and they see, I mean, we're probably going to do a video just because all of this anti-LGBT recent stuff, they get very triggered. And so we, when it intersects, when religion and LGBTQ, now I have to just...
But Amy, there's biological men wearing women's clothes. The world is coming to an end. Kill them all.
This is the end of civilization. That's generally what
society
we get.
is
No
going
hyperbolic language at all.
Society is crashing down. The end is here. You know, McDonald's is going to raise its price on the Big Mac. I mean, what else can
the
go wrong?
The ice cream machine will work. I don't know. People aren't going to know what to do.
Bruno Mars will be at the next Super Bowl. I mean,
But sending love, Diana Smith. And sending love to Pat Lowinger. Woo! Boom, boom, boom. I'm going to cough. Ooh, have a little Satan. But sending love to Pat Lowinger, who I am excited. I should have asked Pat if I should be shilling, but I'm just a natural shill for all of the non-believers. That I'm pretty sure that Gizmo and myself are about to produce some content for Pat. He's going to come on our show, kinky, by the way. Maybe it'll be a threesome. Who knows? And then we're going to have some fun. And once again, I want to support academics. I want to support skeptics, non-believers, mensches. So if you are any of those and you are part of our Skeptic and Ranting community, reach out. I know Peter is out there. He does fantastic work. I'm going to shill for Peter, even while I'm shilling for the shilling that I should be shilling, which is go to Peter. He goes for he hosts Atheist Junior and more fantastic content. R and Ra. There's always the third guy that I forget. Go check out all these fantastic people. Sending love to Pat Lowinger out there. He does things that creationists are very allergic to. It makes them break out into rashes, which is research. Yes, research teams to make them run.
And that is the scariest. That's actually, if you want to know a fundamental fact about reality, like the scariest thing is actually going out and looking at the evidence, because when you don't do that, you could just conjecture all you want about what the evidence could be, what it might be, what it could show. It can be anything, but when you actually go out and look at what's there, well, it can't all of a sudden be anything. It can only be stuff that is reasonably concordant with what you found. And they don't like that. They like to be as vague as possible.
They also start backwards. Like,
no, of course.
Spoiler, but religion is just all like they can't help themselves. Like,
thanks, brother.
It just spoils all over. Sending so much love,
thank you so much, Pat.
Robert. And doorknob head and stiletto and everybody. And sending love to Scott Duke, who once again, they get triggered by the fact that we are animals, not that we are some sort of like animals outside. We are some super animals. They always preface it, we're clearly much smarter than all the other animals. I get it. Yes, we did go to the moon. It is really cool. I'm actually proud that our scientists got shit done. Something, once again, creationist. Looking for something, kind of contributed to society. I will say the one thing, and we'll go over it, because they use these type of scientists like Dr. John here as credibility for leverage for, now the scientific community believes in creationism. He did create something that's called a gene gun. It is an actual thing that he had a hand in, and yet his coworkers and all the people that he worked with and submitted his actual hypotheses to have been rejected, and all of his creationist arguments, surprise, get posted in non-peer-reviewed creationist circles.
Oh, you mean not by people who are objectively trying to look at the data and see if it is concordant with reality, if it's right, if it makes sense. No, We're giving it to people who are desperate to believe whatever it says. They just want it so bad. He's giving it to them on a silver platter, and they are just gobbling it up like nobody's business and asking for seconds. And he's like, well, hey, if you insist, hey, there you go.
2 scoops. Yes, but also sending love. Sending love, Scott Duke. Sending love to Regis. We run a Skeptic Bible study on this channel. Go check it out. We read a version of the King James Bible with some skeptic annotations on the side. And we read it, mostly literally. We take some interpretations with the words. Though the biggest criticism we always get from creationists when we do Bible studies is we read it too literally. And we're like, you guys are the fundies. You know that, right? Like, too literal. Okay.
But, I mean, we have to do something to jazz it up. Otherwise, some of these chapters would just be brutal. I mean, you guys would be passing out, going to sleep. We have to do
dry as Moses in the desert. So we need to take a Dasani water and just,
I mean, it's interspersions of people being killed or brutalized mixed with long periods where nothing of any importance is happening.
James, do you know how many dukes we can name? 62 dukes we can list in an order. It's going to be useful one day. Thank you.
We name one pharaoh? Oh, no. We can't name.
No, we can't
name one pharaoh. Oh, because someone might actually be able to check and see when that guy was pharaoh. So best not name anybody.
But James, did you know Egypt is a real place? I mean, that kind of means the Bible is true. I mean, it says Egypt in there.
Well, that is one piece of evidence, yes.
But also
snakes are real. Snakes are real. People are real. Gardens are real. Floods are real.
Floods are real. Then that is, I love how they lean so hard.
Mark Reid out there. Hey, Mark.
Spoiler. What is that, Mark? He words it in like a weird way, like the earth just had it covered, just got flooded right away. And it's like, okay, John, calm down.
Farron, that's Mark Reed. That's how his name is spelled.
What is up?
Or at least according to Ken Hope, that's how you spell it. According to Ken. Yes.
But also sending love to the one and only, the lovely and fabulous Rachel Holland.
Thank you, Rachel.
Reminding everyone out there that the Bible would never believe in unconsensual slavery. It wouldn't go around to the nations around and just, I don't know, pick off people for slavery.
So how often do we have to remind Amy that it's not non-consensual because they could always choose to be killed? So therefore, if they
that's true.
If they want to be slaves and live, that's their choice.
James,
I mean,
I always forgot that, there's always the other choice. Okay,
right.
Sometimes when you have something really deadly pointed at your head, why not just say it and just take the
exactly. So if you're going in the street, Amy, and you point a gun at somebody and tell them to give you their wallet, and they gave it to you, right?
Exactly.
The police come and say, no, he gave me the money. That was his choice. They'll say, oh, makes sense. Okay, no harm here.
No harm, no foul. And sending love, Rachel Holland. Sending love also to Senator Cato. Reminding us that the separation of church and state has never been more important because these are trying to get their theocracy. They always have been. They always will be because for many of these religions, it's built into it. Especially the Abrahamic ones. I don't know what better way to say it. But sending love, Senator Cato. And sending love to James Wolfe. Woo!
James.
Sending love because we do
sure we'll see him out there.
Fantastic late night. I think he was out there sending love. Maybe we're tucking people in. Maybe you are making a sandwich, or maybe you're painting the house. We just hope you're having a good time. Send love to James Wolfe, reminding you that we do many midnight rantings. Sometimes it goes back and forth. We're watching a video, so this is a Skeptic Ranting, but we want to do more topics as well, because we're a late night podcast looking to have fun.
He probably got stuck listening to one of Matt Powell's sermons. So
oh my!
What he's doing right now. So
that's right, getting a little spicy under the collar as he gets triggered by people like I was going to say people like me, but it's people like both of us. At the end of the day, it's LGBTQ and atheists, just non-believers in general.
Yeah, very.
And I'm sure people of his other denomination, because nothing insults a religious person more than like a slightly different religious person.
But they don't just hate LGBT people; they hate the people who are allies to them, because we are, by our acceptance of them, then we are enabling them. We're like accomplices in your debauchery and abomination to God. So we're
absolutely we're the people trying to take over the world. Luciferian, satanic. These are the words that they use. They like to bring up other beings that don't exist.
Hey, if you name 3 of them and you pray really hard, maybe they will exist.
Well, and I will say, if you use the first 2 and you have a coupon, you get the 3rd one free, so you might as well.
Is that a special you're running on Groupon?
It's a special. But
find Amy Newman on Groupon.
That's right. I'm working with Satan and Yahweh. We have a special going on. But last but not least, sending love to Matty, who reminds us that these creationists, as much as they bitch about all of the scientific facts out there, they cannot answer how to create everything. I continually say a creationist cannot answer anything. They cannot answer any question. All they can do, now listen, skeptics are the number 1 partakers of the Socratic method. I love it. We're about to hopefully got through test 1 of a new show where we had to get some supplemental equipment, and now gonna have test 2, and then we're hitting the road. But like, there's only so many questions. Eventually you have to go out in the field and do an experiment. I don't know, find some data. Again,
why do that when you can just hypothesize about what it could be?
Dang. And the irony, spoiler alert, this is what John is going to claim Darwin did. So so yes, thank you all of our channel members once again, who can be found in the description, the Patreons who make us all this fun content and all of this fun props that just helps the create. It's so funny. Sometimes I feel like an opposite Ken Hovind, because he does the same thing. I remember. Gizmo. Sending love. Also, to Dale, who reminds us.
Dale Pastel.
Dale Pastel reminds us that we're looking for empirical evidence, because that's kind of the one thing. They always get triggered by that one thing. They say, once your standard is empirical evidence, why even talk to you? Which is weird, because they always say, well, we can give you anything. And then we ask for the one thing, and then they don't give it to us. So sending love. Thank you so very much, Dale. And once again, if you're a creationist and you think that we're just talking shit, well, come on and post, because we, the number 1 way to get your views on the channel is if you don't break the TOS and then say views that disagree with ours. That's kind of what we're looking for. We can't help ourselves. The spice is real, and he who controls the spice controls the universe. So sending love, Dale Pastel, and sending love,
Dave Gar.
reminding us that the Abrahamic, both the Old Testament, New Testament, the Quran, well, they seem to affirm a little bit of a flat-chested earth when she is thick.
Double
and
A cup
say
Earth.
shit. One second, so and hold on one second. I say a she just because I want to just do this, and I'll keep it up there. Actually, let me keep it up there. I say she because at a certain point, and I swear I don't know if he's doing this purposely. One last spoiler is he's like, and you can't anthropomorphize all of these things, and that is why Mother Earth. I'm like.
They hate that. They are triggered by
purposely?
that. Well,
yes.
They view it as like it's going to be an alternate religion with Mother Gaia, the goddess Earth, where we're going to worship the Earth itself through the environmentalist movement, and they see it as like a competing religion to God, which is why one thing they hate the environmentalist movement because they think it's like worshiping the planet and. Yeah.
Which is so silly because I feel like it's a Carlin bit. If you want to conserve, you would think that would include the planet. And yet that never breaks in.
Why? Don't worry about that. Jesus is going to come and fix everything.
They're just like, oh, you hugging the whales. But once again, in a little while, there's not going to be icebergs.
Hugging the whales.
Hugging the whales. But sending love, Pivot says, crikey. What's this thing? Reality? I'm gonna poke it with a stick.
Yeah. Kent doesn't want to touch that with a 15-foot whale dick.
No, he would definitely not want to. Which is
what
he
didn't want to touch. Yeah, like he didn't want to touch Mark Reid's evidence with endogenous retroviruses and chromosome 2 fusion. He didn't want to touch that with a 15-foot whale penis either. He had nothing to say about that. He was running away in full retreat.
Heard one cat scratching, one goes out. So many cats. Once again, this podcast sponsored by cats. Mostly the Broadway play and the musical, not the movie.
Once we get our media empire going, and we can, we can have hundreds of cats, right? We can have a Skeptic and Ranting compound like Kent has.
Well, like the ACA has.
We can become cult leaders and just have thousands of cats on property.
I'm gonna cough. Sponsored by Sugar Water. I don't know about a cult, but I do want a compound like the ACA one day. And so I want to have a place for non-believers to gather, a community place that we can barbecue, a place that we can do media, maybe that too, have some fun. And yeah, basically just I want to promote and produce ourselves and other non-believers and skeptics out there. That is the future, ladies and gentlemen. Peabot sent in love. Thank you so very much, Peabot. Cannot thank you enough. And Peabot sent it in.
The $5 Aussie. We love them.
That's right. And any joke that we can get, like I like our questions on our AMA, but I just as much like the one-liners that we were getting. But thank you to all of our Patreons, all of our channel members, all of our supporters out there. You guys, as well as just the subscribers and viewers like you, are what make this channel
you guys are all great.
Possible. Now, before we begin, in which we are going to watch the opposition viewpoint or a video of how Darwin got it wrong, featuring
coming at you with the hard science coming at you guys.
15 feet featuring
not imaginary.
Dr. John C. Sanford, and this is a guy that a lot of creationists get their shtick from the channel Creationist Ministries International.
They're global.
But before, and I'm going to take one more, sponsored by Sugar Water. All right, before we begin, the hot seat. How Darwin got it wrong? Dun, dun, dun. Well, please let us know so we can find, then tell biologists. Because Darwin's On the Origin of Species by Means of Natural Selection helps scientists understand the diversity of life. And since Darwin's time, the fossil record has been filled to the brim with thousands, not more, of fossilized organisms, showing a linear progression from simple to complex. And genetics has grown to map the human genome, where we now know our place among the animal kingdom. As animals ourselves. However, there is one group that's not convinced, and it's not the men and women in lab coats. It's religious fundamentalists. You see, evolution explaining how life diversifies is dangerous to certain religious traditions that teach we came into existence via their touch, kinky, or voice, or some other magical process. And this conflicts with the middle school level science that we teach in our biology classrooms. So when creationists go, how Darwin got it wrong, well, he didn't. Populations of genes do mutate. Then the environment selects for them. Sometimes the mutations are random, and other times we stay in the beach too long. However, natural selection is always removing those from the game we call life. Thus, our best bet is relying on science or the peer review process, keyword peer review, so that we can separate fact from fiction. This protects us from silly belief systems, like that a woman came from a man's rib. Talking snakes and a 6,000-year-old Earth. Thank you. And all right, we're about to get into the opposing view, but before we do, James W., are you ready to evolve into a good time?
I am ready, and yeah, this video has been on my hit list for quite a while. I came across this one. It's been out for a few years, but it's definitely full of lots of, fun stuff, shall we just say that. Now, I like to do these videos like this because neither myself nor Amy have degrees in biology. We're just two regular, average people. We don't hold any specialty degrees or anything in that. And here we have a guy with a doctorate degree making claims, and you may be sitting out there, well, I don't have a degree, but neither do we. But we're going to evaluate what he's presenting using rationality and just the common sense that we've learned just from our everyday lives, and see how we can pick these claims apart and see where he's going off the mainstream path and engaging in religious chicanery, which, like I was saying before, you have to remember that when scientists present things to scientists, they're trying to convince people who actually know what they're talking about, who know the field. He's presenting this to people who don't know much about biology either, and but they are desperate to believe whatever he's saying because they've already arrived at their conclusion. They already know the conclusion. Evolution is wrong. They know that. They've got a literal interpretation of the Bible. That's what they're going with. So anybody who comes along and can come up with any kind of half-ass reason to not believe in evolution, and they're going to feast on it, and they're not going to be too discerning about whether his claims really stand up to any level of scrutiny or not. They don't. But it's wishful thinking, and you are selling delusion to people who are desperate to be deluded. They want it more than anything. And, he's come along, and a lot of these creationists who have PhDs, and they say, well, I could go out in the field and actually do research, but that would actually be work. I could just sit at my desk and just come up with bullshit and make these presentations, get paid to do it. They will gobble this stuff up. They love it. They want more of it. And you don't have to submit it to others. You don't care what the other scientists think because they're not paying your salary. Salary is being paid by people who love what you're saying and don't really care whether it's true or not. And that is one thing that I have questioned lots of creationists, Ken Hovind, on, is do they actually care if it's true or not, or do they just want any reason to hang on to belief? Do they really actually, at the end of the day, if what they believe isn't true, would they even want to know? I think the answer for a lot of them is no. I think that the truth would be so devastating and so injurious to their worldview, but it's not just their worldview. It's integral to themselves, and that's kind of the insidious nature of religion. It gets tangled up in everything that you do. Like, if science came out tomorrow and said that the theory of relativity has been proven wrong and they have a new theory, well, that would certainly seem really unusual because we've had relativity, it's working. It's hard to imagine that, but if that's what they said, it wouldn't alter anything about my life, or, it wouldn't hurt me in my, it wouldn't rattle me to my core or cause me any mental anguish or pain. But when these people, when you actually question the things that they believe, it really shakes them to their core, and they really get hurt. And that's kind of the insidious nature of religion. But let's take a look at it, and let's see what he has to say, and let's point out where he is departing from reality. Yes. Thanks, guys.
Woohoo! Thank you so very much, James.
You're welcome. And that's right, Beamsy. Beamsy said, it's clear when you ask them what would change your mind, and usually they'll say nothing. Once in a while, you'll get an answer, but usually the answer is something that they know we definitely won't be able to show today. Maybe it'll be something, maybe you could show it 100 years from now, or, they'll say, you need to tell me how abiogenesis happened and how the Big Bang happened, which of course they know we can't do today. We're not even close to it. Maybe 100 years from now, we'll have a lot better idea, but they know we're not going to be able to do that today. So they know under those terms, they will be able to hold on to their delusion for the rest of their life, which is really what they're trying to do. So they can pretend that when they die, they're not really gone, that they get to live forever somewhere else. And that is, at some level, the most important aspect of what we're going over here. Is
saying that they're lying because I can't judge intent, but I just think it's so silly to have your standard for belief abiogenesis, because one day we are going to be able. Now they'll modify it, because the moment it's a heads we win, tails you lose, because the moment that we are able to create life in a lab, they're just going to say, well, there you go. It takes intelligence to create life. So it's like, okay.
The dishonest ones will. Now, the ones who are a little bit more intellectually forthright, I think they'll just switch to, they'll just attack the methodology behind the experiment. Well, you guys did this in the experiment, but we don't know that condition was present on the early Earth, so just because it could have happened
James?
that way,
were you there?
Just because it could have happened that way doesn't mean it did. You would have to actually prove that's the way it did happen. If you could prove it did happen that way, because it probably happened more than once. Like Reid was saying, that there's a consensus that Luca, the last universal common ancestor, there were more than one creatures there. Luca was a member of a population. It was just the one that did the best and that outlasted all the rest. And that's where our ancestors go. But it happened more than once. Yeah.
Yes. Anyway. And but praise Jesus, Muhammad, all of them.
Cthulhu. Praise him.
Praise Cthulhu. Praise his. What is it?
Praise Beamsy.
Where's
Barbaretta?
Barbaretta, exactly. She's around. Well, she's actually on my behind me, as you should all be thankful for her noodly appendage touching you each and every night. She comes in when you don't even know. But we are watching How Darwin Got It Wrong, featuring Dr. John C. Sanford from the channel Creation Ministries International. Though during the show, feel free to tag James W. or myself in chat at Amy Newman with your thoughts, comments, and one-liners. And when we are done, we will be heading into an open mic so anyone can tell us what they think about the wisdom that we just experienced. But with that, let's have some fun. I will say it seems a little bit low on, let's see, on Firefox and Chrome. Let's see. Oh, no, that sounds pretty good. But you tell me all out there.
Yeah, I can hear it. I have to turn my volume up all the way. Thunderous applause.
Well, I'm really grateful for this opportunity to share with you tonight. And it's a privilege for me to come alongside the people at Creation Ministries International. And this is an awesome ministry that
So
they
he's
have,
on as friendly
and I'm just glad
territory
to
as he can
offer
get.
my small part.
Right.
Today, I've been asked to talk about the subject of Darwin was wrong, and that is a big subject. In addition to being now a semi-retired professor at Cornell University, where I hold a courtesy position, I'm also
basically keeping them as far away from a classroom as possible.
which is a group of scientists who are showing that good science affirms Scripture.
So we are
going right. He went right to the jugular there.
Minute and 2. But this is what I always want to go back to. Like, it doesn't matter what their questions are. And I felt bad jumping in. I realize a statement that I need to stop saying because I said it twice. I said it once today, and I said it once to a theist before, even though it's completely true. But it's that they don't believe in science. Like, for all the lip service, for all the attack about, attack helicopters, what's a woman? It's all about this. A minute and 2. Doesn't matter what the topic is. It always goes back to the Bible.
The Bible. Yeah, always.
Always.
And back in 2009, the year of Darwin,
it's pretty recent for them.
150th.
Oh, and I know.
Yesterday.
The funniest thing is that for that, and that's one of his newer resources. What kills me, once again, spoiler alert, but if you're looking for like a key example of someone that's going to use Stephen Jay Gould as an example for why evolution isn't real, it's coming, baby.
His book, Origin of Species.
He's got his miner's hat on. He's ready to quote mine.
Sponsored
like the
Darwin
dinosaurs in the background.
At a mega church in California.
Increase the Flash Gordon noise and put up more science stuff.
And that involved 10 speakers who talked about their 10 different ways that Darwin was wrong, and it took, like 10 hours.
10 idiots, okay.
So today I'm going to give you a slightly shorter version of that.
Please, thank you so much.
Boy.
And
it's only going to be 15 feet.
Super compact the stupidity down.
Ask you,
super concentrated.
If Darwin was wrong. I mean, everybody's wrong sometime. And if you look at any historical figure, you can find fault with things or things they didn't know.
Well, not Jesus.
The reason it's important is because
not the Bible.
A seemingly ordinary man, he's the only one, I believe, in human history who simultaneously impacted so powerfully, both scientifically and spiritually, the world.
And I just want to put a pin in that because I feel like they view people in just a sort of lens. Like it has to be either normies or it has to be reverence talking with God. Like this isn't how we don't revere Darwin as in like Saint Darwin. I sometimes have jokingly, I've done like pictures where I've like framed him and Darwin and but I only do that stuff tongue in cheek. Sometimes I think they take it seriously and
not literally worship Darwin. Any of them.
And it's like, no, he's dead. Like he is dead. And so I think we should appreciate the dead. I think we're one of the few species that appreciate and remember the dead.
On the shoulders
nonetheless,
we wouldn't be able to do what we do if the people who came before us hadn't done their part.
Nonetheless, he's not a saint. It's just that evolution is the backbone of modern biology.
And he wasn't necessarily trying to. He didn't set out, let me disprove Christianity, which is like, because, they affected in the spiritual level. He just made some observations about biology that happened to give a contradictory answer to an old book that they revere. And they're the ones who got all bent out of shape about it. Like, how dare you find something in reality that doesn't correspond to our old book? How dare you find something in reality that doesn't concord with our Bronze Age book? Go figure.
And that's what it really goes down to, is it really is science versus religion. And so when you try and mix the two, it's just a smorgasbord of bad. of everything is bad.
And that doesn't mean this guy can't do good science aside from the religion, like the gene gun, whatever. Okay. He is okay to do science, but when it conflicts with his religion, he throws the science out and he clutches his Bible.
And I mean, well, just very quickly, here we go. Just because I have to. Here we go.
Can't help
this is
it.
the gene gun. Well, I like so in genetic engineering, a gene gun or ballistic particle delivery system is a device used to deliver exogenous outside DNA transgenes. No. RNA or proteins to cells by coating particles of a heavy metal with a gene of interest and firing these microparticles into cells using mechanical force and integration of desired genetic information can be introduced into desired cells. The technique involved with such microprojectile delivery system of DNA is often referred to as biolysistics. This device is able to transform almost any type of cell and is not limited to the transformation of the nucleus. It can transform organelles, the little organs of the single cell, including plastids and mitochondria. And there you go, ladies and gentlemen. However, just because, now this is a fantastic device that he had a hand. I don't think it was just him who made it. He had a hand. I'm not trying to minimize it, however. He did do actual science. Why does that mean something? Well, it doesn't mean that he is right on evolution. It means that this might have been his thesis, which is cool. Maybe it might have been genetic entropy. That tends to be his shtick. Wow. But I get the feeling in his graduate school, that's what he did for work. And so, cool. However, that doesn't mean that he overturns scientific consensus on evolution, the biology, genetics, the fossil record, anything. Yes.
Yeah. Well, yes. Randolph, the answer to that is that it doesn't matter because they're both banned in Canada anyway.
Mm-hmm.
The gene gun.
Oh, really? Are your gene guns more dapper? Are gene guns more dapper than gene guns? Puns. Though I guess you have to be.
They're both banned in Canada.
You have to really be reading that to get the full pun. But yes, I mean, it is also weird that someone that would be working on something like this doesn't understand natural selection. They talk a lot of crap about upcoming, I don't even want to say it, something's law. So are you telling us there is a book?
There is a book, yeah.
There's a book. Now this guy, John C. Sanford, or Dr. John C. Sanford, what he is known for is selling genetic entropy. And he only gets to it till the end if you are waiting for the timeshare.
Salivating.
Yes. And it's just very weird because once again, at the very end, it just seems like, once again, spoiler alert, he's saying evolution exists. We're going backwards.
Scott Duke out there. Hey, Scott. Wait for Scott Duke.
What is up, Scott? Sending love to all of the wonderful skeptics out there. I see Brian Stevens out there. All of your lovely faces.
Way. And he the consequences of his ideas had profound social.
Also, and I know I keep on pausing, but I can't help it. His just tying to just atheism, which is what they all do. They tie atheism to evolution.
And moral consequences. So really, the world we live in today has been shaped by these concepts that he are attributed to him.
Consequences.
Oh, you mean because people believe in evolution, now we don't believe a literal interpretation of the Bible.
It's changing.
Now we don't want to kill gay people.
And I believe
is that the moral consequences he's bitching about?
Darwin was profoundly wrong about all the key issues. And that includes both the scientific issues and the spiritual issues.
It's sad. You stop believing in evolution, and then a rhino just runs over your family. And then you stop believing in biology, and an ice cream truck falls on your head. And then you stop believing in science, and then a meteor out of nowhere hits your family. Consequences. All right, moving forward.
You might not want to kill gay people. I mean,
I know, you might not want to. James, did you know a book said a thing?
So let's go on and look at the different ways that Darwin was wrong.
Okay, let's go on.
So Darwin was wrong about many things. I'm only going to cover...
Wait. Ladies and gentlemen, let's play a game. And anyone can say, what do you guys think is the first thing that Darwin got wrong? Can anyone guess? Let's play prophecy. And we'll James and I are just going to talk until someone guesses. See. Even a negative guess. I just go out there. Come on, ladies and gentlemen. This is a sign. We are starting to talk about science. We're starting to talk about genetics, the fossil record.
What's the first thing Darwin got wrong?
I'm pretty sure they weren't really talking about the Big Bang. So maybe we'll add genealogy. Was it the tree? Was it the tree of life? Ladies and gentlemen, we want to know. What do you think that Dr. John C. Sanford is going to say that Darwin got wrong first? I can only play so much of do because of the TOS, so I'm just gonna send love into the chatosphere.
I love you guys.
We love you all. But yes, a book did say a thing, and the trees, they are so beautiful. They're so beautiful. See, we got immutable density. That is a good. I like that. It's probably going to go now for genetics and how material is stored. That sounds like a credible answer that someone in agriculture would talk about. Good night, Stilette. We hope that we are tucking everyone in, whether you're waking up, going to bed. We hope that you're just having a good time out there. But we got one already. I predict the 6th or the 8th point will invite. Oh, man.
That's coming, BMC.
I'm putting prophecy out there. But I'll go for like just a few more seconds. If not, I'll continue on because I already got one. I mean, this is Dr. John C. Sanford. We're talking about evolution tonight, deep time, genetics, once again, the fossil record. So these are good mutations. These are natural selection. These are good guesses.
Penile entropy.
Penile entropy. Exactly. Religion, once again, whether you're male or female, they care way too much about your genitals, and they tend to be the only ones that have this mutilation problem. But what? We wouldn't talk about that.
Probably what's on Matt Powell's mind right now.
Exactly.
Unless he's thinking about Kent's.
Oh my, which he probably is.
Yeah.
Please, Daddy.
He's probably, face to face with that right now. So he probably can't think about much else.
Once again, too many shake weights. And all right, we got some good prophecies.
Right,
let's figure out what the first thing
Darwin got
that Dr. John C. Sanford thinks that Darwin got wrong.
What I consider the 7 most important mistakes that Darwin made.
7 deadly sins.
Wow, I love it. 7. Everyone's got a shtick. Ket's got his, like the 6 different ways of evolution. What is up, Luxor Dragon?
Yeah.
Oh my God. If he did, that wouldn't surprise me.
Darwin was obviously wrong about God.
There we go, ladies and gentlemen. Why are we even talking about science? Come on, ladies and gentlemen. This was the theme, right, James? That's what the theme is. Oh no, it's supposed to be about evolution. Right.
The G-Man.
Oh my. But once again, they can't help themselves, ladies and gentlemen. They just put God over everything. So you see where their head is.
Darwin was wrong about science in a fundamental way.
And also science or some other
geology.
shit.
Darwin was wrong about the fossil record.
Wait.
Darwin was wrong about the tree of...
Wait. Funny
Biology,
thing. Guess what?
Darwin was wrong about the
hold on.
fossil record.
Let me get this. These are part of this.
Couldn't you just put it all on one
not like
screen?
the
I
other.
mean, would that have been too much to ask? 2 different screens?
But James, everyone's got to have a shtick.
Yeah.
Like
Science, geology, and the fossil record are all the same thing. They're all part of science.
And yet he's gonna, after. What I also like about this, and I want you guys to just notice this, is that if anything, he has this up here as like his finishing selling point after he gives his own shtick, because what he does is Darwin definitely got God wrong. And so he got all of these scientific things. And also, did you know about my theory that I'm pushing? And then he ends it off once again with Darwin got wrong. He does 2 scoops of why Darwin did wrong about God. So he finishes.
Darwin was wrong about the tree of life. Darwin was wrong about the nature
because
of life.
If you didn't, you got to play to the crowd.
And Darwin was wrong about the thing that he's best known for, which is natural selection. Now, most people...
Bamsey says, it's a shame that Darwin never wrote anything about geology. He was paying attention.
Because he wasn't, I think, Mutable said that. And Darwin was a geologist. Now, if you said Charles Lyell wrote about geology, he did. And he's the one who went out there looking for evidence of the global flood, but found butt kiss.
People in the university environment believe he was right on all 7 points, but I'm going to show you that he wasn't.
Oh, please do.
So the first one is...
Our bodies are ready.
About God.
Once again, we are just this long into it. I just can't help but just how much has God saturated this?
You've got the cross in there, and then you've got poor Darwin down there turning a blind eye to the Roman execution method device.
And so my friend Chris Roop has helped me develop a high-impact visual. Each one of these points, basically an icon that shows his error. And I hope this can help you remember the 7 points, because you're all going to be tested about 7 points later on.
Okay, so, Professor.
Do you notice, and I like that, because do you just notice how that really didn't land? You have to give a lot of emphasis, because there's a few people in the back going, shit.
You could literally hear a pin drop in that room. They are waiting with bated breath.
I was going to say something, but I wanted to people to hear that.
Darwin was wrong about that. It shows Darwin turning away from the cross, away from the light, and walking proudly into darkness. And this is the most profound error a human being can
How dare he look at the natural world and come to logical conclusions about it that differ with our Bronze Age book? How dare he?
Also, once again, evolution has nothing to do with atheism or theism, but this is their proxy war, ladies and gentlemen. They can't help themselves.
It's the hill they want to die on. And we're happy to kill them on that hill because,
Yeah. That's right. It's true. I just want you guys all to know. I'm pretty sure Thomas Aquinas said, a book said a thing. So I just want you all to know that. It's true.
Yeah.
And I don't even know how we can defeat that.
Even if he was Albert Einstein, if he makes this choice, he is a fool. And so tonight I'm mostly going to talk
according to your book.
You need to start and finish with this.
So anybody who questions the book is a fool because, so if you question the book, you're a fool because the book says that you're a fool if you question it.
I love how that it has it built in.
It's circular, a little circular in that level of reasoning.
It's true. We're going to kill them. That's right, metaphorically. We want to kill them with kindness and hugs
on
and
the metaphorical hill of
that's right.
Evolution.
YouTube gods, the only ones we believe in.
Was wrong about God. So it's clear from his autobiography and
I've heard that, Immutable,
that he rejected the Bible and he deliberately, overtly rejected Christ.
How dare he?
And that's just a really big mistake, isn't it?
Oh, so big.
Wise, he
Not
became
really.
a fool, just as it says in chapter 1.
So,
And
like I gave you
said,
guys in the
"Who are you to
preview, just
throw stones?"
hard hitting with
You know
the
what?
science.
I'm nobody to throw stones. Because when I read about Darwin, I've been studying Darwin a lot lately and back in 2009. And as I read about young Darwin, I realize that was me when I was young. So much of my life I was an atheist. Much of my life I was a...
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen.
Until I realized science is a lot of work, but getting paid to be a Christian is actually kind of easy. It's kind of fun.
It's true, Beamsy. If I would ever to follow my religion, it would involve death by smothering from large-bosomed women. I would say death by snoo.
Beamsy could be the savior of us all. Then he could
save us.
He could die for our sins by being smothered by a woman's dress.
And just to trigger all of the creationists, some of those women are transgender, and you don't know which. Ha ha ha!
Ha ha ha!
But what's up, Pat? Woo!
Hey, Pat.
Sending so much love out in the chain. Sending love to Shane Bilowitz and everyone out there, and all the creationists. If you are out there, they seem to get a little bit scared because we have this policy where we let them talk, and once they start talking, you just hear all the silly stuff, and they're like, "Damn, maybe I shouldn't." And once again, I know it just sounds like we're just tying our fedora on tighter. But
the inside is lined with tinfoil.
I don't know how you can believe in talking snakes, in a man coming back from the dead, or a man talking with ants. Like, these are just things that didn't happen.
Pretty silly. Pretty damn silly.
No care? Who cares? Boobs.
Yeah, Beamsy's not
that's right.
Too picky.
Ladies and gentlemen, keep on sending love to Beamsy, and all of you for sending us love. Keep on tagging James W. and myself and Amy Newman as we move through all of this wonderfulness of how Darwin got it wrong. And we haven't got to science at all.
But
so
we did get a Bible verse that says,
I know, we're in Bible.
You're a fool if you think you're wise. You're a fool.
He's playing to the crowd, play to your audience.
Really?
Once again, I can't criticize you to playing to the audience, I guess. But, I mean, starting off, if this was a boardroom of scientists, would this be the same presentation that he'd be giving?
He wouldn't be
Probably
a full
not.
scientist.
I'll give him... Listen, I'll give you the benefit of the doubt. Chances are... Yes, he's probably now he doesn't hang out in a lot of room. But, this is sending love to Sal Cordova out there, especially since he he's protecting our friend Cindy, or defending her honest word.
Yeah.
But he gets his shtick, once again, everyone has one, from this guy. And if you ever heard of genetic entropy, it's idiocracy. First of all, I know it looks like a documentary, but they weren't even Mark Judd. I'm trying to think. I know it's Judd. I'm trying to remember the name.
Mark Judd?
He was not saying that we were genetically going backwards. In fact, if you were trying to think so, I think you missed the point of, welcome to Costco.
Probably.
I love you.
But
welcome to Costco. I love
genetic
you.
Entropy.
Welcome to Costco. I love you.
Yeah, genetic entropy is just their, like they move from one shtick to the next, and this is what they're on now. The one before that was irreducible complexity, then that got shot to shreds, and now you only hear them mention it once in a while, or they call it by a different name, or they modify it. But
it used to be creationism, now it's intelligent design. Once again, it's fancier now. You got more syllables.
Okay, irreducible complexity didn't work. It wasn't technical enough. It was falsifiable. Now we need to move to something that's more technical, harder to falsify. Genetic entropy. Here we go.
Here we go.
totally on board.
Or eventually, because like the Xenu story, or like an old guy who kind of needs a pill, he has to work up to it.
Darwinian evolutionist. And so don't think that I'm saying I'm in any way better than Darwin. But he made profound mistakes, and but by the grace of God, there go I. So
also, the amount of backhanded compliments that are in this video also.
So yes, I've made all the icons that I'm going to show you are icons I held to be true, and I made so every error he made, I have shared in. So just a little bit.
Which is basically like I've been an atheist. That's not okay.
About what the world was like when Darwin was growing up. The Enlightenment philosophy was already in full swing when he was young, and he was brought up in an environment that was very skeptical and very material.
Very skeptical.
And so in his own family, his grandfather was.
Pat just wants to remind you, it's not just that they believe in talking snakes. They believe all strippers have hearts of gold. They'll never be caught with a male prostitute. Never.
John Vance.
And jets are legitimate tax deductions. It's true. That's even if you have to pay your taxes. You remember, you just need to become a sovereign citizen, and you're just good to go, I think.
Well, I mean, like, I think we should, when we tax the churches, we should pay for a committee of people to sit. Oh, how about Berkeley University? Like a panel of like 20 people, and they can spend all day, every day, coming up with new genders. All day, every day.
Yes,
all day,
exactly.
every day.
I feel like that is what they need to add to algebra. We should just be teaching gender studies right alongside algebra.
Integrated into everything.
Integrated right there. We need to teach it. We're going to be teaching about Marco Polo and gender. And once again, isn't that what's already happening, James?
Was Marco Polo really trans? Maybe he was born a woman.
Maybe.
Who knows? Maybe he transitioned.
I'm sending so much.
Thanks, Pat.
Keep on tagging us as we jump into obvious science. So number one,
skepticism.
Darwin
that's a bad word.
Joined the crowd of Enlightenment culture. I love this. Once again, it's like when we hear creationists, they're like, you just pray to reason and evidence. It's like, is that... James, did they just insult us? Was that an attempted insult? I'm pretty sure they just tried to insult, but I think it
That's
didn't
what
work.
Ralph always says.
I know,
like
but it's
your
like,
evidence and reason, logic.
Just
evolution already popular. And so evolution already popular. So the idea that animals would change over time was something that had been batted around for a while by various philosophers. Nobody really had a good mechanism for how it, but the concept had been around. So I guess that's true that the idea was out there, but Darwin is the one who postulated natural selection as the way that works. Of course, that's why his book was so groundbreaking. He actually gave a way that could work, and it made sense. And number three, the church had already embraced an old earth, which is kind of true that a lot of Christians at that time already had. Yeah, they
yes.
Their calculations had came out about various factors that showed the earth was much older than what the Bible said in Usher chronology. They didn't know exactly how old, but they knew it was on the order of hundreds of thousands, if not millions.
So why Eastern Orthodox and Catholics and all of them kind of already accept the fact, because they've had their fingers in actual science. And then the Protestants, as much as I love our country because it embraces a do whatever you want, it also, gave bread to a bunch of these fundamentalists that it's just
with this.
It is not a good
hyper-literal,
outsource.
this hyper-literal
corn syrup and
interpretation.
This version of hyper-literalism. If you're a Protestant, you're not taking a pot shot specifically at that. Everyone's offended when it's that. But if you believe the world is 6,000 years old, then I absolutely am taking pot shots at you. Your beliefs, not you.
You're wrong about that.
You are wrong. Exactly. And James Wolfe says, I believe in evolution when a monkey gives birth to a man. Right.
Exactly, immutable. Yeah, Darwin was the first one who gave a mechanism for it, and that's why it was so groundbreaking. The ideas had been batted around before, but he was the first one who actually put forward a workable hypothesis.
And I just want to say, James, also that this is the kind of logic that we get that's like, if Americans exist, why are there still Europeans? Or insert any country that had one person another group came from. It's like, okay, you don't know how sexy time works and boats. But yes, these people, they think that that's another one. That's like that used to be a hot gotcha. We used to hear that a lot. That's up there with Banana Man, though I think they're embarrassed by that now. Just like, hopefully, eventually, they will be embarrassed by what's a woman. Because once again, if anyone asks you, what's a woman, answer them and just ask them, how did women evolve?
Well,
very simple
with that
question.
one, what they want you to do is say, oh, it's the anyone who's born a biological woman or anyone who identifies, and then they can pounce and say, but you said you used the woman in the definition. That's invalid.
What they want is to basically shame the person. I would have to say, because a lot of transgenders, sending love to all my transgenders brothers and sisters out there, but they're not ready for debates on hand, as most people shouldn't be. You're not like, oh my, you're like, Wendy, I'm trying to get the TPS reports. Why are you trying to debate me? And so I and other skeptics, I think we just relish at when people try to pick apart who we are instead of our arguments, because I think we're used to that. Like that's part of the human condition is understanding. But it's what triggers them. Oh, yes, thank you. Oh my God, yo. Okay, P-Bot, $2, sending so much love. The super chat. If mammals exist, why are there still monotremines? I'm gonna pronounce that so terribly. But I always ask this of creationists: when are we gonna stop being mammals? Like, can you tell me? Because if not, what does it even mean to be a mammal? Like, what does it mean to share DNA and a squirrel be a mammal and us be a mammal? Like, what does that even mean if you're not going to start making hierarchies? You are saying there's mammals over here and there's lizards over here, right? Like, they want to use science, even evolution. They can't even help themselves, and yet you can't. Well, there's no way out of it.
Let me give an example. So there were native people who lived on the island of Britain, but there were 3 Germanic tribes that settled Britain: the Angles, the Saxons, and the Jutes. That's why we call it Anglo-Saxons, because they were the 2 primary tribes. These were Germanic tribes that migrated to England, but yet not all of them migrated there. So there were still people in Germany, being Germans, living in the region. And when the tribes migrated to England, they became eventually new people, new cultures, separated by water. They became something else, but the root didn't die because there still stayed people in Germany. So you have Anglo-Saxons in England, and you still have Germanic people in Germany. One didn't, stop being and the other became. It's just different populations migrate and
but that's
diverge.
Why we look at Canada and Australia as brother and sister. We come from the UK England. Originally. Yeah. Well, We invaded the local cultures, sending love, assimilated or invaded, depending on all that sort of
The
sun.
political context, yeah.
Yeah. But sending love also. Pat. Woo-hoo. Well, first of all, I just have to say what they really want is to date Amy Newman because they just can't help themselves. Woo-hoo. That is right. Sending love, Pat. Well,
the girl deck,
I mean,
all about the girl deck.
And Pat, I don't know if earlier I was trying to talk about how the number one question that I keep on getting when I go into any chat
Rachel
room
sounds
now
busy there.
is just look, I'm not going to say no, and I'm not going to say yes. I'm going to say, Your Honor,
take the fifth.
I plead the fifth, and whatever you're talking about should be legal. What? Anyway, but no, that is all they care about. Whenever I go into a room, and like I keep on saying, and once again, if you're like, why does she keep on bringing up identity politics? She keeps on talking about being a tranny. I had to look
she
down
usually
at my
doesn't
own,
bring it up.
I know. I had to look down at my genitals and be like, right, trans. Okay, ready for this.
Well, no, it's like Bree, I'm sure when she talks to Matt Powell, she makes arguments from science or logic or whatnot against Christianity, but Matt Powell makes a video about gender.
But can you know what also kills me with shit like that is Bree is known for being about bugs, insects, and being a skeptic, but is about for taking you on deep dives, trying to give. I love insects. Once again, I share that with Bree. I think they're amazing, and so trying to give a friendlier face to that. Is Matt Powell going to do a video about insects? No. So when they ask, why do we have to talk about our genitals? Why do we have to talk about...
They bring it up.
Who we date? We had to fight tooth and nail to get gay marriage. Who were the people who fought us?
Oh.
Was it the secularists?
And you know, it's so funny because you see right now people who 10, 15 years ago were fighting tooth and nail against gay marriage. Now they'll prop up a gay person if the gay person will say things bad about trans people. Like they're quoting, I saw a quote from a lesbian the other day, oh, if I would have known what they would do with these drag shows and kids, I never would have advocated for gay rights. And it's
once again, that is, and it's the word they push, that is a narrative. Because what they do, the religious love one thing. If they have not only one joke, which is a version of the attack helicopter joke, they have one call, and that is, someone, please save the women and children, someone. Which, listen, I think that, first of all, they don't care about women one iota.
They don't really care about.
Let's put that over there. But also, the tiny humans, why don't you go take a look at the educational fund and how much they support, and we'll see if they give about women or children. So all of that shit is bullshit. We have to learn basically from the religious. They're like, do you know what's happening everywhere? I don't know. Tell us what's happening everywhere, because it's not happening here. And then, yes, they show up.
I just find it so funny that these people a few years ago were fighting tooth and nail against gays and lesbians, and now it's like, they're okay, but not these trannies. These trannies are different. It's like,
well, can I tell you where that comes from? And that
Where
is
that?
not, it doesn't always happen, but there's always going to be, whenever someone gets a new civil right, whenever someone, I hate even say, whenever someone gets a right, because do you see the two word that we should have had, a right that they should have had already. There is always a segment that they kind of get a niche, they kind of get a shtick by going, look, I was this one that got it right. I was the last ones that got it right. But these
now
new
it's going too
people
far.
who have it right is going too far. And that is always how it's been. Like, it just goes back to my same thing. Like, that's not a new thing. They did that with, oh, well, I understand that we are going to let Black people vote and women vote. Do you see? And they did it with each group. And Hey, gay marriage, and they'll do it with trans, and they'll do that. And sending so much love. Thank you so very much for Pat, for all of our supporters out there, for the entire Skeptic and Ranting community.
And we got one more.
And one more. Oh, sorry. Go ahead. Pivot. You take that back. We Aussies didn't invade. We weren't appointed.
That's true. They did use Australia as a penal settlement.
But still, you're our brothers and sisters. And
as I've said before, if you want to know what the Alex Jones people back then were saying, the Alex Jones people back in the early 1800s were saying that Australia doesn't exist. And these prison hulks that take the people over there, they're just sailing out in the middle of the ocean and throwing the prisoners overboard, but they're not really going to Australia. It's not real. It's not real. And they're turning the frogs gay. They're turning the kangaroos gay.
Turning the kangaroos gay.
Yeah, but thank you so much, people.
Don't know how marsupials even exist in a creationist world, but that's besides the point.
Well, it's funny because they... in North America, they didn't do as well because I think we just have the opossum in North America, but they actually did very well in Australia in that environment.
Yeah, exactly. But also, well, I just want to say, since we're 6 minutes into it, I get the feeling this is going to be a marathon stream. So just sending, but we can't help ourselves. But yes.
Another one from Pat. Thank you so much, Pat.
Not only is there another $1 from Pat, but Pat said very specifically, $1 at a time. $1 at a time.
Making it rain. Pat likes to make it rain. Likes to make her work for that.
Once again, for all of the anti, it's tucked in. It gets tucked in right there. One there. Even digitally, it somehow gets tucked in right there. That takes so much love, Pat. Yeah.
Just before we get started, I just want to point out one more time. So right now, they're taking a dig at Enlightenment culture. So what that really means is, well, you know, all before this time, nobody questioned the Bible. Nobody. That was fact. You didn't question it. In fact, if you start asking too many questions, you might find yourself hanging from a tree or being made into a human candle. So you don't want to go asking too many questions about it. Now we stopped doing that. We stopped killing people. All of a sudden, now you're allowed to question it, and the atheists started asking questions that they didn't have good answers for. So, womp womp womp. They don't like that one bit.
Dun, 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 dun. Also, $1 more, which means just the other side. We're just gonna tuck that. Okay, we're just gonna put that right into that.
Yes. Thanks to Ian. We got Ian out there. Hey, Ian, good to see him.
And Pat, what is up? You tell it, James.
Thanks so much, Pat.
Right.
All right, let's continue with this.
Let's get into it because we haven't been able to get off God. I know he can't get off God, but it's just funny that's.
I mean, you think you could get off God?
Evolutionary theory.
If he was on me,
think that
it'd be so hot.
Theories started with Darwin. That's definitely not true. When he went to college, evolution was already in vogue.
I love that. Once again, the little backhanded compliments. First of all, things that were leading up to those type of processes like evolution were starting to be understood in the what they would call natural philosophers, which he takes a dig at, which I love so much. Philosophy versus science. Woo-hoo! Sending so much love from Ian Davenport.
5 Aussie bucks.
Woo-hoo!
Thanks, Ian.
Who is sending? He is do a super sticker, just dancing
so much for the
out
support,
there in
Ian.
support. Sending so much love right back to you, Ian, as we listen to creationist nonsense. And once again, hopefully this is like I said, like a vaccine. They don't know what a vaccine is, but it's where you heat up and kill the virus and then inject it. And also where you get your 5G chip. Thank you. The Soros made me have to add that in there. But sending so much love. I'm going to have to. It's sugar water, but I'm sending my shots.
Pat is passing the beer. The beer.
Have to now every time I have like Oz's dun 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 dun.
Your shot.
Dun, dun.
Yeah.
Woohoo! Sending so much love out there to Pat Lowinger, who is sending virtual shots out to everyone so that we are having a good time.
It's open bar. The drinks are on Pat. Pat just bought out the bar.
Woohoo! And also sending love to Ian Davenport. No! Well, sending love to Ian Davenport, who said, but also sending love to Doorknob Head.
Thanks, Doorknob.
Thank you so very much, Doorknob Head.
Well, okay.
I'm running out. Hold on. Actually, I can never run out. Hold on. Here we go. One more back
there. Yeah.
Okay. We got one more back there. Sending love.
You might have to have Rachel come in with the push broom and just mop up all the dollars off the floor.
Do not tempt her. She'll be like, okay.
Like you've got a hole in the middle of the room there. Almost.
So, thank you so very much, Doorknob Head, Pat, and Ian. I love you guys so very much. Thank you, Doorknob Head. Sending so much love. And I love you guys because you keep on sending in.
That's probably right, Doorknob Head. I wouldn't want to challenge Pat on that either.
Listen, it might only be. We just got to bring in warmer weather. What are we talking about?
And so the church at that time had already rejected an old earth. And that means the church was already rejecting a literal fall.
Just like James said.
They were embracing science.
We think of he's often advertised as this radical, revolutionary, insightful person who changed.
And I find this weird because you're going to find this word because I find that often skeptics take pot shots at philosophy unless they are using it. I think the best application of philosophy is debunking theology. And so, shout out to T-Jump, shout out to J Mike, shout out to just some wonderful, fantastic philosophers out there, or counter apologetics out there.
If you like the modern world, if you think the modern world is a better place to live in than it used to be hundreds of years ago with serfs and peasants, the root that you have to thank for that is the Enlightenment period. That's where things began to change.
I mean, this is where science came from. It's just a weird angle that he's going to take what's normally our shtick, which is like, what's the last thing that philosophy's gotten us in 200 years? And I think it's still useful in hypothesis making and all this stuff. Like I said, fantastic. If you want to tackle Darth Dawkins and all this shit, learn philosophy. Nonetheless, the surgeon doesn't really need to know a lot about this because he had the Enlightenment period give us science, biology.
This is where we start to move away from like absolute monarchies and move to more democratic forms of government where, the nobility and the aristocracy began to have less of a stranglehold on society. You could actually have a working class, like all the things we take for granted today that are nice came from the Enlightenment.
I know. It's just a really weird, like, as someone it can come from any society, but in someone in Western society shitting on the
The
Enlightenment
American
era.
Constitution came from, you like the American Constitution? They say they do. That's a very enlightened document.
Yeah. Little deist.
Yeah. Secular.
Little secular.
Yeah.
Changed the world. He followed along with the crowd in terms of
see if we can get him off God.
Culture. And so already Scripture was systematically being attacked. Already there was this.
Go get it, Amy. Get it.
I know James can feel it.
Yes, do it. Do it. Yeah, womp womp. The Scripture's under attack. Oh no. Well, I mean, hey, if it's so great, if it's under attack, defend it. Tell us why we should believe in it. Tell us why the people criticizing it are wrong. Don't just go in the corner and pout like a spoiled child that they're attacking the Bible. Oh,
so
they don't believe the Bible.
It's so sad.
If it's so great, tell us why we should believe it.
Give us some good reasons, some empirical evidence.
Don't just whine and cry about it like a toddler.
Yeah, until then,
that's all they're good at is whining and crying like toddlers.
Until, especially if you're Kent and Matt Bell.
With pacifiers, exactly.
But all we have for you is to play you the tiniest violin.
This exaltation, almost
Send who loves Skywatcher.
Deification of the intellectuals, especially the intellectuals who were skeptical.
Especially those damn skepticals.
Here's
I know.
Gives you some insight of where he was coming from. Darwin blamed God for evil.
Like, we can't get him off God. Come on, dude. You're supposed to be talking science, and this is all we got. Is good God, good God, good God, good God, good God. So, what do we got here? Darwin blamed God for evil. Being so powerful and so full of knowledge as a God, it revolts our understanding suppose that his benevolence is not unbound. For what advantage can there be in the suffering of millions of the lowers throughout almost endless time?
And that's a valid question. That is a valid question. The problem of evil is, I get it. The Christians, they don't really think about it. They don't care about it. It's not really something that really keeps them up at night, but it is a valid question, right?
I mean, it just seems kind of odd that God helped me find my car keys, but there's a little girl somewhere with a bug crawling out of her eyeball, and God seems just fine.
But, I mean, well, look, okay, so the Bible blames the woman, blames the snake. So if you think, okay, that the first time one person specifically created without a moral compass, the first time they do anything wrong, God is justified in condemning billions of people to death and eternal suffering. If you think that, okay, well, he's the boss. That's what he wants to do. If you think that's good, I mean, okay, I think that's pretty fucked up. And if you say, oh, well, I mean, you could think it is, but he's still God and he can still do it. Okay, that just means he's a giant dick.
Indeed, he's an asshole.
Yeah. Does that sound familiar? It's a big problem, isn't it, in terms of just reaching people today. So here's a quote from Charles Darwin from his autobiography. It says, "A being so powerful and so full of knowledge as a God, it revolts our understanding to suppose that his benevolence is not unbounded. For what advantage can there be in sufferings of millions of the lower animals throughout almost endless time?"
Oh,
See what he's saying?
For shits and giggles.
Saying death
God likes it.
fall, because there was no fall. So therefore, since death is an integral part of nature, it is, if God is the designer.
Death is a reality.
Going to get off God. Yes.
Death is just a reality. It's not integral. It's a sad reality. It's just the way things are. Don't like it? Too bad.
Exactly. That's the one thing. We've never seen a Christian persecute anyone. So I don't know. And they always complain. It's always poor me. We get, why do you pick on this one? Why do you pick on this one? It's like, well, because you're in front of us and your religion doesn't have good evidence.
But Amy, I mean, you can't even walk down. If you go in the streets in a couple months and you say Merry Christmas, you will be beaten by a group of you'll be beaten by a group of rebel militant atheists. They are just going to attack you and beat the crap out of you because you dared to say Merry Christmas.
Fedora Squad. It's terrible.
Right. And if you misgender Amy, if you use her wrong pronoun, you used to have teeth in your mouth.
You don't. It's over. Pew 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 pew.
Yeah. Really, I mean, this is what the delusion these people live under, and it is strong. It is a strong delusion, but it is not reality.
It makes it sound like Sith. The delusion is strong with them. A little bit. Once again, let's see if we can get God off his mind, though, because this is about science. I know.
Yeah. He is the author of evil and death and suffering and parasitism and predation and all those things.
Yep.
So you can see how the old earth philosophy that he was brought up in profoundly affected
the old earth
philosophy he saw God. So I'd just like to emphasize that I'd like to reemphasize before I get into the science, Darwin's biggest mistake.
Okay. All right, buddy.
About God.
There we go. His biggest mistake. There you go. And see, he says it himself. I'm not just spoiler alerting you. But yes, wrong about God. That's really why. I mean, all the other stuff is ad hoc. I mean, all the other shit is just why after God.
So icon number 2, Darwin was wrong about science.
And I love
this. So here we have,
this is our shtick because almost everything he's going to say is about to apply to every religious mythological story ever, but sure.
Is that supposed to be a toilet Darwin is sitting on? I mean,
yes.
Because it kind of looks like he's having a little bit of difficulty there, Charles.
James, there's a book that I believe is academic bound. It's called Everybody, and with that, we're moving on.
The thinker with Darwin's face showing. And so the question is this.
I do some of my best thinking.
A scientist or a philosopher. He's usually billed as
my best philosophy.
Who ever lived.
That's right. You got to get some,
if you read his
thinking
work
on
and
the throne.
Commentaries on his life, you will realize that he was, in fact, primarily a philosopher. So he was primarily a philosopher.
Once again, the backhand compliments. Like, okay, he was a natural philosopher because I don't know if you know this, but like science wasn't a thing. They were creating science right then.
Yeah.
Some kill doggy. It's right, Charles Ploppin.
As can be seen by the fact that he was utterly committed to philosophical naturalism.
I love this. Like, because this is what I would say the vast majority of scientists are.
I mean, some form of naturalism, when you call methodological, but
once again, it gets into our two-world. It gets into my two-word, whatever. We are naturalists. You can call it whatever you want, but when he says this, I mean, number 2, you can say science, but when he says this, what he is really sneaking in is utterly committed to the natural world. In other words, he's really bringing up religion again.
Yeah.
We're back in religion, even though he's labeled it science.
I'm trying to say he is assuming the answers are going to be naturalistic in nature, and that's how science works.
And I don't know if he was committed to methodological. This may actually be a straw man of his own, but I just find this. I completely agree, Mark, but I just find this tactic just so weird. It's like Muslims do the exact same thing, like this weird backhanded compliment. They're like, you have no idea how illiterate Muhammad was. Like, he could not read a single thing. And that is why the Quran is a miracle. You're like, that is a weird bait and switch. Like, you were just we were about to be getting him Sylvan taught, like getting him a tutor, and then all of a sudden it's a miracle.
He couldn't even learn to read because he was too busy having sex with children that he didn't have time to learn how to read.
James, come on now. 9, 11.
Okay, I guess that's borderline. I mean,
who knows?
Who are we to judge, right?
Who are we to judge?
Objective morality.
Well, like I say, there is no the objective subjective morality debate. What is up, pseudonym? Woohoo! The objective subjective morality debate is just for skeptics not to have, because if you believe in the Abrahamic religion, I feel like and so far the evidence presented in front of me has been a objectively subjective dude who we have to answer, because if you don't, he's gonna burn your ass forever, like a long time. Like the George Foreman grill is gonna be on, and your tuchus is gonna be right on it. Cool. Thanks, God. What a God. Hashtag loving God.
And Jesus will be just sitting there eating milk duds, looking indifferently upon your suffering.
Fun has just begun.
Yep.
Woohoo! I got Shane Bilowitz says, I once again, he says, I gotta say, who the cares about what Darwin's personal beliefs are? We don't worship people like religions do. We revere ideas and data. Exactly. They have this notion that we have prophets. They cannot escape the idea of prophethood. And so they look and say, well, they believe in evolution, and so we must 5 times a day. Darwin,
Carl
Sagan, Neil deGrasse Tyson in his name. Exactly. Yeah, it doesn't really work like that. That's we revere ideas, just like we try. I think, at least not always, but we do less ad hominems. Skeptic. There's no one gonna be on your ass more than a skeptic if you say, oh, this theist is just stupid because they believe in a God. If we were to say that, like, they would be all over our tuchus. We know we actually have to be at a higher standard because we are skeptics and not believing in the book said a thing.
I think what they're trying to do, like the dig they're trying to make, is to say, oh, well, Darwin, he hated God so much. He began with his conclusion that, oh, it's got to be naturalistic because I hate God. He just came up with he just tried to make it work without God because, you know, he was a bad person. He didn't like God.
Naughty boy.
Yeah, he was naughty.
But exactly, Shane Bilowitz. I couldn't agree more. And sending love. Hey, $2 over chat from pseudonym. Wait, isn't Darwin a prophet of testable predictions?
I misread that. I thought that said testicle predictions.
Yes, well, that too.
But yeah, no, it definitely does say.
Definitely not.
Damn it.
Well, and that's very true, that evolution, like any good scientific theory, makes testable predictions. And guess what? Often they come true. When we look and we say, scientists will say, oh, I bet we'll find this animal with this feature in about this time frame. And then we look in the ground and we find an animal with that feature in that approximate time frame. That is a testable prediction. That's how science works.
And he brings up towards the end the phylogeny, and all I can think about now is the phylogeny challenge, which they will never respond to, because they cannot show an animal that, as much as they bring up amoebas, they can't show a single creature that doesn't fit in the exact time frame and geological column that it should be. Sending love shit. Thank you so much, pseudonym. Once again,
thank you, pseudonym.
Just like pseudonym saying, just like Shane was saying, like we were saying earlier, we don't have prophets. We just look at the religious people making profits off the invisible product.
Right, BMC.
P. Barthulio, $10, sending so much love. scientists do not coddle ideas. They crash test them. They run them into a brick wall at 60 miles per hour and examine the pieces. If the idea is sound, the pieces will be that of the wall.
Now, I want to know who that quote came from, because that is a very good quote. And that's the exact opposite, because religion, they look at their text and say, how can I make this work? They don't try, because science tries to falsify, they try to validate.
And once again, I mean, he couldn't even pretend like this is about religion. He didn't have to start with God. He could have started with, I mean, you would have thought a topic about Darwin would have been Darwin got evolution wrong.
Right.
But that's not number one. So you can tell what's on their mind.
We first got to just jerk God off for the first 15 minutes,
He's just going like this. Can't figure out what he likes. What are you into? Just put something on.
Yeah. Thanks so much,
but sending so much love, Pima. Woo-hoo. And just a few more. We'll just send up. I sent in love, Shane. Do I say yarmulke? And I forget. There's two words. There's
kippa.
Yeah, kippa, and yarmulke, tukus. I say a lot of the I say Yiddish because my mother, who he's such a mensch. But sending all that love out there, and we're moving forward. I'll try and keep on reading comments. Also, they're attacking Charles Darwin because they perceive exactly. This is a proxy war. This is Vietnam for religion versus science, and they're incompetent at fighting with those who are long since dead. So they resort to ad hoc. Well, I know our joke is always like they love to use the latest research. So we're going back to the 1800s. Even then, they're attacking the Enlightenment era. It's like of all the things to attack.
But they're attacking the Enlightenment.
Yes, not only was he a science, I mean, he was called what we call a natural philosopher, but that's what they were called back then. He was actually a very good science because he accepted challenges to his ideas and corrected them publicly and continued to refine them, including there is a gentleman that we are going to be reading that James brought up before, that we wrote a book on geology, one of the first books on geology.
Charles Lyell.
He got one thing wrong, basically, that the Earth is infinitely old. But besides that, he actually got a lot of things right. And so we'll read about him. I want to bring up his wiki as well when he goes up.
That is, his work started and ended on the premise that he must build on the Enlightenment philosophy.
Also, and I know we're pausing it over and over, but a lot of these are just ironic. I think I am actually using irony in the correct term, because a lot of it, they are like projecting. They have this presupposition. It has to be a god. And that is the number one premise that they start. Another $10 super chat from P-Bot. If you don't make mistakes, you're doing it wrong. If you don't correct those mistakes, you're doing it really wrong. If you can't accept that you're mistaking, you're not doing it at all. Richard Feynman.
Boom. Boom. Yeah.
Well, and that is part of a big... being a skeptic is both, I find our mantra is I don't know. But the second thing, if I were to have to say after I don't know, would be admitting when we are wrong. Is coming forward with new data and being able to change our minds. I find that is just the product of I hate to say a healthy mind, because once again, we are not clinical psychologists. It's just part of being a rational human being.
But they view that as like we're cheating. Like it's not fair that we get to revise our data, and we get to incorporate new information, and that we get to change our theories because everything they think is set in stone, and they've just got to defend it no matter what. But we can come along and they can point out one thing in evolution that has been revised, and we can say, yeah, okay, yeah, it's been revised.
It is the direct opposite. I find that science gives priority to new information. If you are in some type of STEM field, generally speaking, or just your undergrad or whatever you're going through, I mean, generally speaking, they want 5 years. Okay, you are writing a paper on Socrates. You could probably find articles that are longer than 5 years. But generally speaking, you're looking for newer information is more relevant. And in almost a direct opposite correlation for religion, the older a document is, the more it seems to have this veil of authenticity. Oh no, mine's really attached to what they were saying. It's the oldest. Okay, buddy. I'm glad that yours is 5,000 years old, and they were telling us that goats jumped over the sun. But no, we don't. We kind of have moved away from that lately. So,
well, what they think is cheating is because they come out and they say that their Bible, their holy book, is absolute truth. So we only have to find one thing wrong with that book, and that claim goes away. That claim, you can throw it out. We only need to find one error in the book, and it's not absolute truth. You can look at a scientific theory, and you can find an error here, an error there, and they can be fixed, and the theory can still stand. So they look at that as that's not fair because you can find one thing wrong with the Bible, and the whole Bible is then invalidated.
And that is part of the peer review process, is that when you actually find better data, it should make some sort of theory, some sort of framework of fact stronger. You should be falsifying things, getting a better look at understanding the universe.
A theory is a framework of facts. If the facts change or you get new facts, you can add those and the theory will incorporate that. And it might be a little different, but it will probably be very similar.
Which is not something religion seems capable of doing.
Not at all.
Or materialism.
But we're apparently into science.
His only degree was in theology, and he did.
Low. Really. Once again, I hate to say that this is just a projection of religion, but let's continue.
He didn't study theology because he was interested in God, but because it might put him in the right places at the right time for his career advancement.
Once again, you heard it here first. What does John C. Sanford think is a useless degree? I actually disagree. I go back to philosophy. There's no better counter apologetic degree that you can have than the. I would like to. On my list is to one day get a degree in myths and mythic structure. Once again, that way I could say I have a degree in nothing. But I. Once again, it's like a vaccine, folks.
According with the double doctorate in gender studies.
Exactly. James, it has to. That is, all classes, I believe, go hand in hand with the gender studies course. That is the what we teach now.
Absolutely.
Analyst.
Mandatory.
Now, he had an awesome adventure on the Beagle for 7 years. And he had some
lots of whores and lots of alcohol. I wish we could tell you about it, but
also, whenever he says something good, like it insults about
observations and experiences during that time in his life. But from that time until he was an old man, he really didn't do any experimental science.
There you go. Did you notice that? Did you see? Didn't do any experimental science.
Yeah.
Once again, natural philosophy was what they called it at the time. And when you are actually going out and collecting data, when you are doing what Pat Lowinger and James Wolfe do, is go out into the field and collect what Mark Reid does in his graduate studies, what all of these people, they do something called research. Do you know what that means? I know it's very allergic, and I know you created a gun. Like I always, because of my millennialness, I'm always like the '80s was 20 years ago. But I know you created something many years ago, but that doesn't really help us on this. I'm trying to find out when he created the gene gun. Not that that matters too much. Like, I'm happy you created something. Nonetheless, that really doesn't give you...
Gets a gold star.
Well, it's why a scientist, because they will always bring up, like, someone... He's kind of close. He's, like, the closest they got, which is agriculture. But they'll often bring up a physicist to insult a biology and a biologist to insert physics because they can't get someone in their own field. Beamsy is like, are you implying that Amy Newman is always into the doubles? Just because she goes for the double teaming and the double enders does not... Oh, never mind. Listen. Sometimes you gotta have... You know the great thing? The reason why there is not really a foursome is because at that point, it's just an orgy. Okay? You're having sex in a couple, you're having a threesome, or you're having an orgy. You can say a foursome, but if you could turn the lights off and you don't know what's going in which hole, I'm just saying.
As an old man, he loved to do experiments with worms and ants. Why do you suppose he wanted to do that?
Can we just really subtly? Well, hold on. First of all, we're getting another kitty alert. Come on in. Oh my goodness, you're pain. He runs in, he runs out. He scratches because he wants in. Then he plays. Okay, we'll wait for a second. And then he comes in. This is all you have to do, folks. You can't. Oh my goodness. Oh. James, what was I saying? We are going to jump back in to how Darwin got it wrong. Oh, I know what we were saying. Just listen to this. 1 second. Let's do a rubber.
He loved to do experiments.
Oh, hold on.
And he had some wonderful observations and experiences during that time in his life. But from that time until he was an old man, he really didn't do any experimental science.
Can we just hold that in our thoughts? Do.
He, as an old man, he loved to do experiments with worms and ants. Why do you?
What? I don't mean to shout, but did anyone? I just realized both my chairs have just been taken by cats. But did anyone just notice that he literally, am I hallucinating? Just said that he didn't do any experiments, and the experiments that he liked to do, I'm sorry. I just never have heard a contradiction so much and so fast. All right. Okay.
What I meant.
A beautiful contradiction. Just that, I mean, he said that Darwin didn't do... Well, you missed that I lost 2 chairs. But he both said that Darwin...
2 chairs.
Exactly. This is double the kitties. But basically, he said Darwin didn't do any experiments, but and then his very next sentence was the experiments that Darwin did was with worms. And you're like, I'm sorry. Okay.
You suppose he wanted to do that? because he wanted to argue that human behavior can be traced back to just natural selection, and he assumed that worms and ants have no moral guidance.
I'm sorry. That's not why Darwin selected worms and ants. He selected creatures like ants because they're a social species. Kind of the opposite of what you're saying, but cool.
So mostly he was an armchair scientist. He was pretty much sequestered in his living room.
Yeah, right.
Armchair scientist.
All his life.
Yeah, he was sitting on 4chan and Reddit.
So he just spent his whole life developing
Tumblr.
his evolutionary theory. He was
Exactly.
truly
Tumblr scientist.
possessed with that fixation. And what he did as his line of argumentation was
Beamsy says Darwin never wiped his bum after going to the toilet, but Darwin recommends using 4-ply toilet paper that he uses to wipe his bum with. Yes, can I like that is what he said, right? I have never seen someone contradict himself so fast. But sure.
relied heavily on extrapolation. Well, let's see, if we see a little selection going on in nature, then if we have enough time, eventually, who knows what it could accomplish.
Yeah.
And, in addition,
Makes sense.
relied heavily on just so stories. Does that sound like modern Darwinists today? It's really, nothing's changed. So,
once again, continuing my thesis of they're just projecting. Okay, what does this sound like? Once again, does this not just sound like common complaints that we give to theists and very specifically creationists of the young earth variety?
Well, I mean,
the talking snake.
The opposite of that is just always like Ken Hovind. His whole thing is that he finds the idea incredulous that animals could change. So instead of I can imagine, it's like I can't imagine. I can't imagine it happening. Therefore, it did not happen.
Therefore, God.
Yeah.
in science, a credible story is not a proof. But in
You hear that, religious folks?
evolutionary science, if you can tell a story and it sounds feasible, there you got an answer.
Is that really how evolutionary science works?
How about if you tell a story and it sounds batshit crazy, but it's in an old book? Well, then, of course, it sounds crazy, but we have to believe it anyway.
A book does say a thing.
I mean, there you go. How can you argue?
And so lastly, his theories lacked scientific rigor. He made arguments and defenses for
Once
his
again,
ideas.
I mean, more just, this is his opinion.
But they didn't
just
follow scientific
Pouting.
procedures. There's not a single equation in his book. There's no mathematics in his book, no numbers.
Oh, because
And
not mathematical theory. He wasn't
there's no
a
logical
mathematician.
proofs or formal logic in his. He just argues his point,
Yeah, show me a logical proof for creationism.
which he was.
That's what I
So
would
let's
like to
just look a
see.
little more carefully at what the scientific process is.
Yes, please tell
Scientific
us.
process begins with conception, which involves brainstorming and free speculation. Yes, scientists are allowed to speculate and have fun at it, but that's if they can't, if
Have
it's not
fun.
there, it's not
Speculate away.
science. So after conception, scientists need to
After
discipline their
conception.
ideas and form hypotheses that
After
are
conception, you need disciplining.
that's essential to good science. And then
And this is kind of a weird, like, I almost half, like, I can agree with some of these, but this and this should really be tied together because
Right.
hypotheses is brainstorming, is an educated guess where you're making something testable, where you should be
guess,
trying to
yeah.
create a testable thing. Like I said,
It's part of the same process.
I'm not really, like I said, I can accept, if he was
Yeah.
turning this in middle school, maybe I would accept this, but that's not the, but the point is you're trying to put this into the peer review process, which is something that John Sanford doesn't want to do.
the scientist has to do experiments to test the hypotheses and see if they're correct or false.
I know, Beamsy. I was just thinking that. It's like lies. There are numbers in his book. That's right. Just look at the bottom of the pages. They are numbered. And I was just saying, there is the book of Numbers, right? There you go.
There are verse numbers and chapter numbers. I mean,
what is up, blessed be he? Do not look for him coming in the clouds. Kinky. He is inside you. This gets kinkier the longer I read it. He showed you the way. Okay. Well, I mean, I'm a fan of The Mandalorian. This is the way. So sending love. Blessed be he. Keep on sending in. In fact, tag James W. and myself and Amy Newman. We're waiting for it. We can't help it. Woohoo! What's up? None of your business.
hey, Nanya.
Boom, boom, boom.
Yeah, we got people on Twitch too watching. 6 on Twitch.
I know. What is up, Twitchosphere? And yeah, if you want me to show up your comments as well, just tag us. And yeah, send in love. We are heading back into the fun.
And those experiments must be reproducible by other scientists.
Thank you,
and
Nadia.
lastly, they get to then defend their thesis. Now, Darwin was awesome at number 1 and number 4.
He's saying that he was awesome at conception and defense of his thesis, but he wasn't good at hypothesis formation. That's funny. The rest of the scientific community does, and experimental research, even though, I mean, he spent the last of his days experimenting with worms and yeah. Did you notice what the key word was there? Okay.
Yeah.
Scientific process it began with some really creative brainstorming and speculation, but instead of hypothesis formation, he had very few testable hypotheses. We're going to talk about one.
What is that? A little projection? Oh, creative storytelling. What
Just
does
a little
that
bit.
remind us
Yeah,
of?
just a little bit.
But generally, he used creative storytelling as his to build up, to formulate his ideas. And then instead of experimental research, he usually used examples from nature and then lots of, as I said.
Oh, because we can't do an experiment to show evolution. Like, okay, evolve.
Here's the icon number.
Boom.
Darwin was wrong about it.
Here we go. So Charles Lyell's Principles of Geology. So we're going into some fun, and apparently we're putting it up against the Bible.
The Bible.
Geology. And we have 2 books here, or in this one case, a book and a trilogy. And it's really interesting to know that Darwin only took 2 books with him on the voyage of the Beagle. He took with him the Bible and the book by Charles Lyell, which was newly published, called The Principles of Geology.
Use the Bible for toilet paper.
Books are very diametrically opposed, as we'll see. And so he had to choose. And what we know is that within months of leaving,
The Bible made good toilet paper.
he had rejected the Bible.
Yes.
Freed from the constraints of Victorian society.
He
And what
came to
kills
the right
me-
conclusion. He made a reasonable, logical choice on that.
Yeah, he actually used reason and evidence. And what kills me is that, like I said earlier, it's not that he's lying to people, because I think his intent is he really believes it. But these people are going home with bad information. And that is what kills me on the inside, is that we are making society just a little worse when he gives
They're
this
going to
spiel.
go home and think that this evolution stuff is just a bunch of nonsense. It's made up. It's not true. And,
I just noticed that. Yeah. He's like, yeah, this is interesting. What?
Am I in hell now? Yes,
Exactly.
this is hell.
This
This
is
is hell.
He had decided the Bible was just a lot of myths from created by ignorant people, and
absolutely
absorbed
The Goat Herder's Guide to the Galaxy.
If the shoe fits, wear it.
Charles Lyell's book on uniformitarian geology as the gospel.
Exactly.
And we're going to
He's
say
like,
that was his foundation.
Whoa.
Slow and gradual geology was the basis for his theorizing about slow and gradual
I agree,
biological
Mark.
change.
Mm-hmm.
So I'd just like to recount to you one episode in his life as he was traveling through the world
Just
on the
one.
Beagle, and that was an expedition that he and the crew members took
Once
up.
again, but he never did any experimental field research.
No,
But anyway,
he was an
back to
armchair
his trip on the
scientist.
Beagle. Exactly.
The Santa Cruz River Valley. And here we have a picture of that time. And this valley is a very big valley with a very small river flowing
15
through
feet.
it. And so as he looked at that large valley and that little river, he made a famous quote, and it reads like this: "The river, though it
And
has
it
so
goes
little
like
power
this.
in transporting even inconsiderable fragments, yet in the lapse of ages might produce by its gradual erosion an effect of which is difficult to judge the amount." Now, in plain English, he's saying this giant valley was made by a little bit of water and deep, deep time. And basically,
So
the
deep.
valley was carved out one grain at a time.
And that makes
You know,
sense.
there's
That is
Yeah,
that's reality.
I honestly, they say this out loud. I do not understand how they're not like, yes, that makes complete sense. I know that's argument. I mean, we're almost using our intuition, but when they just say, yeah, it makes a lot more sense, it was just blend. It's like, really? That's what you're going with? Okay.
Mutation at a time. And so that was his vision, and that was going to be the platform for his development of evolutionary theory.
I mean, I have to agree. Blessed be, he says, your metal is weak. Purify your mind, metal. He showed you the way. I don't know. I couldn't agree more. You try and get all of those threats or frets. You have the bass, drilling away over there, and the drums are just trying to keep you on beat. But I don't know how strong my metal is. I hope one day, though, I can just shred the guitar like no other. I do love karaoke. I'm just going to put that out there. And so my metal can be sometimes stronger when I can even do some screamo, even some out there, some screaming.
So we can revisit that valley, and we don't have to take a voyage. We can go there by Google Earth. And so here's an image of the Santa Cruz River Valley.
I love when they try to use
from
science.
a perspective of Google Earth. And you can see the
Yeah,
valley.
they're
winding,
anti-science.
Up toward the west. And in the far distance, you see the Andes Mountains, which are snow-covered mountains. And you can maybe see way, way to the west at the base of the mountains, a little blue line. Well, that blue line is the headwaters of the river. And let's just fly up there and see what's going on up there. Well, at the headwaters of this river, we have mountains that are covered with snow, glaciers, and glacial lakes. And of course, during the Ice Age, the amount of ice would be massively greater.
The Ice Age, which they think was like 1,000 years ago.
The lakes up there would have been massive. And so if we now turn 180 degrees to look back down from the lake, turn 180 degrees so we can look back.
Oh, no, he's going to adjust it for you.
See is this picture, again, from Google Earth.
Oh,
what we see is that in the foreground, there are landforms, which are giant sand dunes that reflect a map.
James, he who controls the spice controls these sand dunes.
Right. Now, take a look at this river real quick right there. Now, I want you to ask yourself a question. Does this look like water taking the path of least resistance, just going wherever it can go? Or does this look more like just a cauldron of water that just gushed and carved straight through whatever it happened to come through?
Yeah, wouldn't it go straight?
Right.
Unlike my sexuality?
Yeah, this is obviously just water following the path of least resistance, just meandering along. It goes right, it goes left, it goes up, it goes back. It just goes wherever it can go easiest.
And it goes like this.
You do the hokey pokey and you turn yourself about. But yeah, this is what it would look like if it's just a little bit of water over a long period of time, just carving it out ever so slowly. If it was all the flood, it would be just which is why Charles Lyell came up with the idea of uniformitarianism. And that idea, the crux of it is that while there are occasional catastrophes on Earth, there are occasional large events, but the majority of the geology is going to be shaped by these long, slow processes that take place over thousands and millions of years.
Someone please correct me. They're asking Argentina. It goes through. Someone said none of your business is Argentina. It looked.
I think he was
when I
saying
googled
Argentina.
it looked like it starts in southern Arizona.
Didn't he say the Andes Mountains?
And yet I don't know how far it goes down, so I'm not sure where it is right now.
But yeah.
You deny his fire inside. Why is there always sexual is it built in? Am I doing it? Like, my brain just naturally picks up on it when I hear it.
I think it's trolling.
I guess I just haven't. You squander his light and fire. See, blessed be he. I have a question for you. Because I asked this of a theist the other day. You talk to God. I assume yes. If the answer is yes, please type yes. If you talk to God, please type 1. But what I really want to know, does God talk back to you? Like, are you and God?
Please press 2.
You have this for press 2.
And if you press 2, in about 20 minutes, some men in some white coats will be knocking on your door. Go with them. They will take you to a nice place. You'll do arts and crafts, and the doctor will give you some vitamins. Yes, please.
And like I said, I love everybody out there. It's just, I can't believe this is what they're putting forth.
Flood of water. This is just like the Missoula flood. It's another example of, has been repeatedly demonstrated in different parts of the world, where after the...
This is what I mean. I worship his fire inside of me. I can't not make that a sexual innuendo. I mean, that is just
trolling.
Hot.
It's high-level trolling, but I think it is.
Is it? See, is it trolling? I can't even tell what a Poe is anymore. Just like my sexuality, I can't tell what's up and down.
At this point, but...
Shade says, in my head, I read Blessed Bee's comments as lyrics to a power metal song with a lead singer in tight leather pants. Me too.
Quiet Riot?
He's triggered the Beamsy. You have triggered it. Well, I mean,
you have triggered the Beamsy,
I don't even know what is a Poe, but that kind of is built into the definition of a Poe because they just,
And
Beamsy triggered.
Glacial lakes.
It's hard to imagine.
Rained catastrophically, created major valleys. So it's really, there's Steve Austin and other geologists.
So all that makes sense is it just blew all this water at one chunk really fast. That's
Stone Cold Steve Austin, the geologist?
Yes.
Have shown that these evidences of a massive flood, including whole sandbars made of boulders.
There you go.
It is the flood of the river. And it's clear
there have been floods on the earth. It has happened.
True. Preaching of a
large portions of what is now above water used to be underwater. Yeah.
But not worldwide floods.
Yeah,
not all at the same time.
At the end of the Ice Age. So it's really ironic that this valley that he considered his inspiration for slow and gradual, and his foundation, his conceptual foundation for evolution, slow and gradual, actually was formed catastrophically. So that's really interesting, and it really is ironic.
Is it though? They always say we worship time. Once again,
Kent's got it on the pacifier.
Just understanding that things happen longer than our lifespan is called being an adult.
It's triggering to them.
I know, apparently.
This foundation, which was the uniformitarian geology, is
we don't like geology
in the last several decades.
Look, he's got like the books like torn down, they're crumbling.
And all right, he brought him up. So I mean, I'm not gonna I'll try and read it eloquently, but I do want to just bring this dude up. So who the hell is he talking about?
Charles Lyell.
Lyell was a Scottish geologist who demonstrated the power of known natural causes in explaining the Earth's history. Oh, that still sounds kind of relevant. He is best known as the author of the Principles of Geology, which presented to a wide public audience the idea that the Earth was shaped by the same natural processes still in operation today, operating at similar intensities. Man, that doesn't seem to be useless or not incorporated into our modern science at all. In fact, it seems to be saying that he is the founder of the Principles of Geology.
Wait, so if erosion works today, we can assume that 1,000 years ago it worked the same, and 1,000,000 years ago probably worked the same then? Oh, wow. No. We should just assume things change randomly. Just whatever. You never know what's going to happen.
You never know.
It's random.
It's just all over the place.
Yeah.
And once again, so if we had to pick which book actually is more useful, once again, in science, Charles Lyell's Principles of Geology still stands.
Well, Lyell started off as a Christian, and he was looking to find evidence of the flood. Except when he didn't find that, he was honest enough to come out and say, yeah, no, I didn't find any evidence of a worldwide flood. Instead, I found evidence that these processes are dominated by very, very long, slow processes that operate today the same as they operated in the past.
It's what a good scientist does. I think many of us learned that one of the key people in providing good evidence for quantum mechanics is Einstein. Why? Was it Einstein's theory? No, surprisingly, it drove him crazy. Yes, he did not like it. And so he went through lots of experimentation, which only helped provide more evidence for it. So
he had to accept it. He didn't like it. He still didn't like it, but he couldn't disprove it. And that's the thing. Charles Lyell, he came to the conclusion that the Bible wasn't wrong. And so he changed his beliefs.
Changed his mind.
Yeah.
Evidences of catastrophism in the geological record. And so Lyell's thesis that there's never any catastrophism is dead.
No. Not that never.
Principles of geology.
Just that it's not the dominant factor.
Historical relic.
There are catastrophes.
Uniformitarian geology is dead. Its foundation is dead. But guess what?
Not at all. Not at all.
Remains alive. So
once again, they are basically saying, I mean, he might as well be saying Darwin's dead. I think he does at one point say this, it's no longer a science. We hear these claims, it's going to not be taught in biology in 100 years or so. Whoever, forget.
This is like when they claim that like Lucy has been debunked or whatever.
Yes, exactly.
Like
same shit.
Uniformitarian geology is dead. No, it will be taught in any academic college across the world that is worth anything. If you go to a geology class there, you are going to hear about Charles Lyell and uniformitarian geology. Maybe not everything he thought 200 years ago was right, but he did get a lot of stuff right, and he was an immense contributor to the field, and he is one of the shoulders of giants that we stand upon.
Hey, James, guess which book isn't taught in biology course?
Dude. Well, if they had their way.
Oh, I know exactly. They're working.
So he clearly chose the wrong book. Okay. The next topic I'd like to speak about is that Darwin was wrong about the fossils. And Darwin, so I chose as an icon for that.
Another triggering point. Because really, genetics in the fossil record prove evolution. So
absolutely.
Topic, the coelacanth, and you may know that the coelacanth is a famous fossil that is known for the fact that it's been around within the geological column supposedly for several 100 million years, but then mysteriously disappeared about 65 million years ago, according to the interpretation of the fossil record. And furthermore, this fish has very large fins. And so it was believed to be a transitional form. These large fins, it was thought to be living in shallow water, and that it would crawl, kind of creep along the bottom with it.
Also, outdated terminology. All life is a transitional form.
Its fins, and eventually might creep up on land and become the transitional form to amphibian.
Like Tiktaalik?
So the interesting thing about this fish is that we now know.
Watch, he's not going to bring up Tiktaalik.
Alive today. And it's been found to be alive today. It's an example of a living fossil. Didn't go extinct 65 million years ago, since it didn't go extinct 65
Do we
million.
really have to answer this thing again? Okay.
Doesn't it?
All right. So, no, just the fact that you have an animal today that is very, very similar to an animal that lived many millions of years ago does not disprove evolution. All it means is that an animal is, after evolving for a time, is highly adapted to its surroundings. It is very, very well suited for its environment, so it doesn't need to change. You know, if you looked at the American alligator, does very well today. You look at how they looked millions of years ago, very similar. Why? Why is that? Isn't evolution working? Shouldn't it be something? No, because it doesn't need to be anything else. It's an apex predator. It does just fine. Any substantial changes would probably make it less suited for its environment. So, you know, evolution, animals don't change just for shits and giggles. They change in response to their environment. And if the environment remains static, then the animals are going to remain static.
And comment from Pat: all of this geology, paleontology, and related disciplines are completely fraudulent. But have you heard about the 7-day cycle as undisputed proof of the God of Israel and Jesus? Okay, now it's starting to make sense. Sending so much love back. And absolutely, I think the 7-day cycle, I mean, you can't even argue with that if you think about it.
Thank you so much, Pat. Yeah, it is pretty, I don't know what to even say to that. It's pretty solid.
And then a $5 super chat from Peabot. You know what other living fossil has been found? The Wallim pine. Life finds a way. That's true. Not only does life find a way, but it found a way in that movie because, once again, triggering, the females asexually reproduced and cloned themselves. But yes, I always find it also funny that if you're bringing up a living fossil and you don't believe in evolution, how old do you believe this living fossil? Do you understand why we call this a living fossil? If it was 6,000 years old, it would not be a living fossil. But yes, sending love so much, Peabot.
Thanks, Peabot. You mean the dinosaurs were transgender?
And
in the movie?
Yes, they were all Tyrannosaurus rexes.
They were females, and some of them transitioned to being men.
Indeed. Well, once again, they cannot, and that's why I will keep on saying, just ask them, how did women evolve? Because they don't understand that it was asexual reproduction, and then from that, sex sprang from that. There were females, and that was all there was. And they asexually reproduced, and then men evolved, and then sexual reproduction. Once again, I'm not shitting on sexual reproduction. Highly successful among multicellular organisms. It's why it became so dominant. That doesn't mean that we didn't evolve.
It's not found in shallow water. It's found in deep water.
And thank you, Peabot. Sending love.
Creep along the bottom. It swims like any other fish. So it's just a really wonderful illustration of how wrong the fossil can be. But before I tell you about how Darwin was wrong about the fossil record, I'd like to tell you something he was right about.
Will he.
And that was that he fully recognized that the fossil record of his day falsified his theory. So he says that in three places. The first one is he acknowledges the importance of the Cambrian explosion. He says, to question why we do not find rich fossiliferous deposits belonging to these assumed earlier periods before the Cambrian, I can give no satisfactory answer. He understood.
Once again,
You mean he didn't just bullshit and pull something out of his ass? He said, I don't know. I don't have a good answer right now.
like, I know he is a doctor, like a legit doctor, and yet all of this stuff is middle school level biology. I'm sorry, it just is. The Cambrian explosion, or the biological Big Bang, refers to an interval of time approximately 538 million years ago in the Cambrian period, where practically all of the major animal phyla, so the stuff that we care about because we are a little self-centered. We're like, oh, animals, big brain animals. When does that come about? There you go. But it lasted about 13 to 25 million with an M years. Okay? It was not 6 days, which the irony, the audacity of these people to go, yeah, 6 days, total sense. 13 to 25 million years.
Cambrian explosion, right? 6 days.
6 days,
says,
exactly.
Well, that's like when Standing for Truth, when he says, oh, yeah, you can use genetic bottlenecks, and you can trace the genetics back to a bottleneck of 8 people that got off Noah's Ark. Like, and what was that bottleneck according to the song? Oh, about 200,000 years ago. Huh. 200,000 years ago. That's way older than you think the universe is.
I know. Funny how that works.
Interesting. So they will use part of the science to support them if they can try to twist it, but they have to leave large chunks of it out because the rest of it completely contradicts what they're trying to say.
They also misconstrued when teachers are trying to be like, oh my, how fast it was in the millions of years.
In geologic or in those time scales, yeah, that is pretty fast, but not according to creationist time scales.
The sudden emergence of life in the Cambrian did not fit his model, and there was no precursors.
It also wasn't the certain emergence of life. Life had been around for billions of years already. It was the emergence of animal fossils.
Yeah.
Things were starting to get harder bones and shells.
All those life forms.
That's right, BMC. Yeah. Genetic bottlenecks with the Toba eruption, and that's probably the biggest confirmatory thing about different branches of science is that you can use different branches that point to the same thing, and that's the true strength of evolution. It's not just one thing that points to it. We have multiple cross-confirming lines and different branches of science that are all telling us the same thing. Means it's probably true. And yes.
Furthermore, he acknowledges stasis, which means that life forms stay the same.
Yeah, they can.
So here's what he says. He says the most eminent paleontologists, and he then lists the most eminent paleontologists of his time, and our greatest geologists, and he lists the greatest geologists of his time, have unanimously, often vehemently maintained the
It's like how he just does a bibble. He's like, yeah, the most famous
immutability of species. I actually didn't. This was really interesting for me to read because it means I thought that the Christians were talking about immutability of species, but it was the geologists looking at the fossil record that made them realize that in deep time, or living types of animals did not change; they stayed the same. That doesn't mean that small changes in adaptation don't happen, but it means that the geological record didn't support evolution. And so,
is that really what it means? Is that really what it means?
James, okay. 15 million years. All right. Is that really a lot of time? I think I'd rather have 6 days.
It is a lot quicker.
This problem. He knows that evolution must happen slowly and gradually over lots of time. And so the fossil record should show that. So he asks, Why then is not every geological stratum full of such intermediate links? Geology assuredly does not reveal any such finely graduated.
You mean in 1859 he said this? Oh, huh.
Yeah, before genetics. Thank you.
And this perhaps is the most obvious and serious objection which can be urged against my theory. That's what he's saying. So, but he has.
Oh, they hadn't found enough in 1859.
This problem. Here's the solution. The explanation lies, I believe, in the extreme imperfection of the geological record. In other words, give us more time and we'll find the missing links. So
and we did.
Was absolutely wrong when he predicted.
No, he wasn't.
It's almost like genetics in the fossil record was found in that time.
They're just declaring victory without even demonstrating. They're just saying, oh, okay, Darwin was wrong, without even presenting any good evidence or reasons for that. Just, nope, Darwin's wrong. Boom. Because we said so. Oh, hey,
also, Cooper. we sponsor Pupples as well. He's been a very good boy. I don't think this is halal or kosher bacon. Nonetheless.
Probably not.
Easy.
Very good man.
We got good boys. We got Moonlight in the back. He does have good manners. And all right, we're going to keep on moving forward. If you just joined us, we are watching How Darwin Got It Wrong, featuring the Dr. John Sanford. Excuse me. But, this is what a lot of creationists get their talking points from, unfortunately. Like how they literally found archetypes in Darwin's lifetime. Weird.
Archaeopteryx, yeah.
Archaeopteryx, yes. They were finding, there's no excuse. This guy, by the Enlightenment era, Pupples, that's it. I'm going to let him lick the plate, but that's it. This guy is a credible scientist, I'll say. And I'll bring this up while I let him lick the plate in a second. Is an American, so he's a plant geneticist known for his inventions, scientific paper, and advocacy of intelligent design. He was known for making this, the gene gun. He made this thing, which is cool. It's more of an engineering thing, which is, once again, I'm not shitting on it, creating an invention. Just creating an invention doesn't mean that now all of evolution.
We're with you, Pat.
Woo-hoo! That's right. Get that bottle of whiskey ready. Because
this is high
one
level
way or another, we're going to kill those brain cells. Let's get back into it.
Predicted that the fossil record, when complete, would support his theory. And so 150 years later, what is the total fossil count? There are too many fossils that have been collected to even calculate, perhaps billions.
Yeah, and you think all those animals lived at the same exact time.
And according to a paper in Nature talking about the completeness of the fossil record, there is plenty of evidence now, plenty of fossils that have been recovered so that we do see the true and complete picture on the grand scale. And the picture is not what Darwin needed. So let's just do quotes that illustrate this. Stephen Jay Gould, the famous evolutionist and paleontologist, says the extreme rarity of transitional forms in the fossil record.
What's the date on this?
Secret.
Yeah.
So we hit that moment, ladies and gentlemen. I told you, this is my favorite thing.
We knew it was coming.
Quoting Stephen Jay Gould on why evolution isn't real. If this isn't proof of quote mining, I really don't know what is. Also, James's first gut instinct was this was from when? When disco was popular, right? Yes, it is. Latest.
It was right after Elvis. No, Elvis may have still been alive then. So yeah, it was before Elvis died.
James, most recent research. I don't know what you're talking about. Cutting edge.
Of paleontology. The evolutionary trees that adorn our textbooks have data only at the tips and nodes of their branches. The rest
Only
is
the tip.
inference, however reasonable, not the fossil record. That's a pretty strong statement that
Womp, womp, womp.
there's no missing links. And again, Eldridge and Tattersall, two famous evolutionists.
Notice how he doesn't mention the time at all.
20 years of
Skips over
paleontological
that.
research later, it has become abundantly
Well,
clear.
this is a little bit more recent, but
This part of Darwin's predictions. So guess what? The thing that Darwin considered
still
that
before me or Amy were born.
still is the best evidence
Indeed.
against his theory. So now
Oh, they look riveted, don't they?
on the left, you have the actual fossil record.
Oh, and here's
which
another
shows
thing that kills them. You know, metaphorically speaking, on the inside is the fact that there is the tree of life.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
no cross-linking between kinds and no common ancestor. And we see stasis through the entire geological column, suggesting that things don't evolve, they stay the same. And on the right, we have what Darwin was speculating would have happened, what he was hoping the fossil record would show, and what the fossil record fails to show. And so this is a huge problem.
You don't find modern humans older than 250 to 300,000 years, do you?
Darwin was
You
wrong.
find other things that sort of look like humans.
For this icon, we selected a page from
The
Darwin's
homos.
book where he scribbled the words, I think, and then a little cartoon with branches, which is his version of the tree of life. Now, when I was an evolutionist, I would have said this was one of the best evidences for evolution, the tree of life. Let's consider it. Let's go back to this picture again. The actual fossil record doesn't show a tree, does it? Not at all. But we need a tree. So if you're a committed Darwinist and you realize the fossil record's not going to help you, you're going to have to find another way to show evidence for this tree of life with a single common ancestor. How do you do
you
that?
have the fossil record. It's good.
Phylogeny, and perhaps Darwin's tree of life might be saved through the science of phylogeny. What does that mean? It means
And once again, it just reminds me of the phylogeny challenge, which they have not been able to answer, which is just show us a single organism that goes out of order. And we will, we'll give you some evidence for creationism, but it doesn't seem to happen.
You make observations of all the living species, which represent the top of that tree, and then you use the similarities and differences between living species to infer or guess how the branching structure might have been. Okay, so the idea of phylogeny is anything, the stuff in your kitchen, the stuff in your garage, your wardrobe, all things can be grouped naturally based upon their similarities and differences. And so phylogeny is this attempt to infer the past based upon modern day similarities. The bottom line is you can't know.
James, we can't know things about the past, okay? We can only understand things in our time frame, which means, about this whole prophet thing.
Well, unless it's something that requires belief on faith alone, in that case, you should have faith. But I mean, this is like what Ken Hove, Understanding for Truth, would say, like, oh, this is like you guys taking all the four-door cars and putting them in a group, and then putting the trucks in a group, and then putting all the SUVs in a group, and then putting the sports car. You're just grouping things by similarities. Doesn't mean they evolved.
Yeah, actually. Then they often will say it's a common designer. And then you'll say, well, why do things look different? And it'll be like, well, because he felt like it.
He made a variety of he felt like it. He wanted to make a variety.
It was Tuesday.
Know the past by looking at just what's alive today. So the early phylogenies or trees of life were just fanciful cartoons. They were just, seems to me the birds should be on one branch.
But not a talking snake. Talking snake, complete science. Tree of life. By the way, they only do this for us lay idiots. Like, you could just use a chart, but they call it the tree, so they're using a metaphor so that you can understand it. But once again, I guess that just
Mammals should be another branch, and amphibians should be another branch. And so they'd make these fanciful cartoons. And as time passed, the cartoons got more and more stylized, and they called them cladograms. And what you see is we have living things on the top, and we have lines down the bottom. The living things are things we actually observe.
Once again,
it's lines on paper. That's
I know, literally, like they use this shit so that we can understand it because we lay people are idiots, and yet saying that it doesn't mean anything, like they drew lines to data points, it doesn't mean anything. It's like, what? I don't even know what to say to that.
The lines are things we imagine. So
no, that's literally the opposite of what that's saying.
Branching structures beneath the living things. Or you might not have them linking up at all. Now, I just want to emphasize, I want you to understand that the whole scientific community went berserk over the idea of making these trees. And so tens of thousands of scientists spent their whole career making these trees. They made hundreds of thousands of trees.
Go figure. Scientists spend their careers doing science.
Finding out better ways to teach people. Wow.
Trying to classify life and make it understandable for us lay idiots so that we can understand something that's,
terrible.
Understand something about the natural world.
It was just one after another of these trees. And these trees, you see the round ones mean it's like looking down on the tree. And you can see the branching structure. And the one that goes off to the side would be a tree that's, you'd really want to look at from the top.
Yeah.
But the point is,
get you.
All these data points, there is data here. These aren't just pretend, but they're just measuring similarities and differences between living things. And then they're drawing lines.
Yeah. Like, sometimes I really do wish that they just had recorders and be like, do you hear what you're saying? Well, sure, they have data, but they're just comparing similarities and differences between organisms. Yes. You're catching on. James, I think he's getting it.
Yeah. We're seeing how features arise and over time how they change. If we look at an animal of this period of time and then we look at something very similar to that, but 1 million or 2 million years in the future, we can see what evolved, what happened to that creature during that time span.
I'm sending love, blessed be he. Look, we think Sal Cordova is the
He's got to be trolling.
Knees, okay?
He is trolling.
We think that, I know. Well, here's the thing that makes it. Yeah, my troll dart goes off in the set, and not because this person is a fan of Sal, but because he is going to ruin evolution. Just sounds like I was about to say, I guess all statements are made up, but it's just a funny way of saying it. Not to mention, I want to point this out, especially as we get towards the end of the video, that genetic entropy almost seems to. I agree. Not Cooper. I said. As we move towards genetic entropy, that you would almost have to believe in evolution. It's just this weird, twisted form of evolution that he's created. And so, we're evolving backwards is still evolution. It's not true, but it's just some weird claims. Sell it to Hollywood. Make a movie, but it's not true.
Which are just educated guesses that they think how the things would combine and what the common ancestors would be. And you see there's data.
Indeed. It's always the same nonsense.
The lines are in the mind of the evolutionist. You can get computers to write the lines, but the lines that the computer makes are fairly random samples of all the possible lines that could have been there. So they're.
Well, let's see if maybe I can mix in another quote from the 1960s.
With this,
that's what he's thinking.
Is that, like I said,
yeah, before he quotes, I'll say, because Beamsy wants me to bring up a So, and this is just a more current version of the tree. And it's just another way of representing the data as it gets spread out and the different branches.
Yeah, it's just another way of
outwards.
representing it. Different ways are helpful for conceptualizing it in different ways, and this is one of them. Yep.
But I just like how he's like, each one of these data points is just bullshit. It's like,
they're just
what?
They're just making it up. They
Making
just
it
made
up.
it all up. Yeah.
It's like someone ties like you tie lines to tie the graphs on the data point, and someone's like, you're just making up those lines. Yes, because you're a human and you can't, like a robot, can't see the.
Like all these scientists are just drinking beer and reading comic books, and then like at the last day before they're supposed to be done with their grant money, they're like, oh, I guess we have to pull something out of our ass. So they just spend like 10 minutes and draw a couple diagrams and then submit it for peer review, and then they get paid.
Exactly. That is the peer review.
Yeah, they're just bullshitting around. They're just making it up.
Yeah, so Beamsy, I completely agree. I think that John would probably, because that is the difference between a liar and a bullshitter. A bullshitter can just keep on making stuff up. He'd probably, you give him something just like Kent, and they get something new ad hoc. But I completely agree. That looks like the most up-to-date understanding of what we would call the tree of life. Once again, it's not a tree. That's why you can represent it just like not a literal tree. No one planted seeds and added water and sunlight. Like, I swear, these guys take metaphors and just run with it down the street. But let's continue.
Phylogeny of any set of objects. Go into the kitchen, take the utensils drawer, dump it out.
Here we go.
And then look at all the stuff that's in there. All kinds of interesting things, and you'll notice that some things are more similar than others. And so
these things are not biological organisms. They don't reproduce.
Taking measurements of how different and similar
the
things
fork
are.
and the spoon don't have sex and make a
Each one
fork.
of them come up with their own groupings, and each one of them would have their own history of where utensils came from. And so some of them would say egg beaters came from spoons, and others would say no, egg beaters came from chopsticks. But you see, it just depends on what measurements they chose to take.
And there's probably a literal evolution of utensils by which we eat with that we could catalog and watch the evolution form. But I guess that's neither here nor there.
Categorize these things. And that's exactly what's seen with these biological phylogenies, is depending on who's making the tree and what measurements they choose to take to measure similarities.
Did you make the tree? I didn't make the tree.
Keep getting the same.
Who made the tree?
I made the
analyzing
tree.
The same objects and
Amy made it. Okay.
There we go.
Phylogenetic trees, because it's highly arbitrary.
I made it with the Muffin Man.
This guy is really triggered by trees. He is going to like
God's grace.
Been reading that verse in Mark where Jesus killed the tree.
Issue that dealt with this.
Also, I looked this up. It was behind a paywall, but it was Darwin was wrong. A different type of evolution is right, which is what they always do in these types of things. Is they quote mine. This is a article trying to present a trendy or out there article, clickbait, and then the creationists took it and ran with it even more.
And then you go into it, okay, we don't mean Darwin's totally wrong. We just mean this one little part of his theory that we have a slightly nuanced view on. And therefore, we're going to make the clickbait title, Darwin Was Wrong.
Indeed.
Depth. And here's the cover of their issue. And it says on the cover of New Scientist, Darwin was wrong. And it says cutting down the tree of life. And basically, the whole article talks about our inability to create a legitimate tree of life and know how things.
Isaac Newton was wrong.
How they might have had a common ancestor. So the latest research shows.
Exactly. Well, he was wrong on certain things. But funny enough, because some people will say he was wrong about physics, technically, Newtonian laws still work, and they always will work. It's that they just, on different levels, get subverted.
It's not a complete explanation of it, though. That's the thing. I mean, we expanded on it.
Of life, Darwin's tree of life is coming down. And so here's a one of the people who was scientists who was interviewed in that article was a famous phylogenists named Doolittle, and they were citing an earlier
Looks
paper
like the spaghetti monster.
Refuting the Tree of Life, published in Scientific American. And this is his view of the Tree of Life. He said, it's a hopeless mess. You can't see a branching structure. It's just a tangle. And he called it the web of life. What he means is there's no way to decipher what that branching structure, historically, what the branching structure was. Stephen Jay Gould said, the tree of life is not a tree, but a bush, a dense bush, and we have no idea.
Once again, trying to use Stephen Jay Gould against evolution. I would accept a bush once again. These are all metaphors trying to help lay people.
He said dense bush. That kind of goes in with your 2-word thing.
Indeed. Well, I thought you were going to go a different direction with that, but there was a time
actually,
when Pornhub had a lot of dense bushes.
Yeah. I meant it both ways.
So, in the textbooks that make it look like these trees are scientific and that they're proof, in reality...
They're trying to make it digestible for people, okay? Yeah. They're trying to make it not scary.
I think, and he has a little cartoon. It was just a cartoon.
Okay, yeah, it's more complicated than that. We get it, but...
I also don't get it. Once again, people, if you want to understand science, it went from this.
It was just a cartoon. But the thing to know is that now the cartoons are...
This.
Which...
with better data.
Is similar. It's just got a lot more data points on it.
I really am trying to understand where they complain about this. That's what it should be.
It really is the same. It just has a lot more data.
They're much more sophisticated. But all those colored lines and dots are still just in the imagination of the researcher.
No.
And so
that's not how this
works. These
works.
cladograms that you find by the thousands in the journals, they're still just cartoons.
A scientist was just like, yeah, I'm just going to put data point there. I'm going to put data point there. I'm going to put a data point there because I feel like it.
I'm going to make these things related, even though they're not, just because I hate Jesus.
Exactly. The whole goal is to make baby Jesus cry.
Exactly.
And guess what? They still should say, I think. And that would really change the way people look at that literature, a body of literature that is truly massive.
iPhone.
Once again, does that seem more like science or does that seem more like religion?
2 more, but these are the big ones. So don't
disappoint.
Yeah. The 6th.
Oh, here we go. Darwin thought life was simple.
Wrong about the nature of life.
Irreducible complexity.
This is huge. This is so
huge.
Big. So we have a picture of Darwin, and he's imagining a cell as you might have seen a cell in his time frame when microscopes were very poor. So it's a little bit out of focus, and it just looks like a little blob of jelly, doesn't it?
Oh, I was hoping he said amoeba. Come on, get my creationist bingo. Yeah, my amoeba phone.
And so this was actually his understanding of life. Life was very simple. Basically, each cell was not much more than a blob of jelly. And so here's a quote from him that shows us how simple he thought life was. So he's imagining what it would be like, how life originally arose spontaneously. So let's see how he envisions that. But if, and oh, what a big if, we could conceive. Now you understand he's entering into the realm of imagination. Well, let's see how interesting.
He's doing something called thinking.
Yeah.
In some warm little pond with all sorts of ammonia and
which I think he tried to attack just a minute ago. He was like thinking. Ooh.
Warm little ponds all over the world, and they all have ammonia and phosphoric salts. That's not a remarkable possibility.
I like that he says that because, yes, that's one of the reasons why life evolved is because this shit's everywhere on Earth.
Yeah.
But he adds, with light, heat, electricity, etc. Well, etc. Light, heat, and electricity, they're everywhere. It's kind of vague, isn't it? So we have a pond and some...
Yeah, reminds me of step 1, God. Step 2, God creates everything. Step 3, we're here today. I'm going to need a little bit more explanation in step 2, if you don't mind. But thanks.
Chemicals and maybe some electricity. And now he imagines that a protein. Now you have to understand, he didn't know what a protein was, or apparently even how to spell it. But he knew that proteins.
Yeah, they spelled things different back then.
So he
they were more
a
phonetic.
protein compound was chemically formed.
Literally, I didn't even notice that. Did he really just take like an 1871 English spelling thing? Okay. Whatever, John C. Sanford.
You run into that all the time when you read things, like the way that they spelt things back then was different. You see that all the time when you look at old writings. I don't know why he just tries to make that dig at Darwin like he was an idiot.
Yeah, that's a little random. But once again, going back to the I'm so excited because I am in a biology class, and it was thought that proteins were this big thing back then. We didn't know what was transporting the material that contained the information for all of mitosis. And so, how our genes replicate, how our regular genes replicate that aren't our sexual genes. And the big hypothesis was proteins. We thought it was proteins, and it was proteins versus DNA. And it turns out it was DNA. But you know what made us discover that? Science. Good science.
But how can you be in a biology class when you reject biology?
I know. Oh my God. James, I just sit there being an attack helicopter all day, and I wake up and I'm like, come on, chromosome.
Maybe you'll identify as a battleship tomorrow.
I know. And then I'll find Jesus.
And then you'll identify as a unicorn flying through the clouds of Venus.
And then I'll meet Jesus, my yoga teacher.
Ready to undergo still more complex changes. So what does that mean? It's really laughable.
It's called conjecture. It's called
let me just
brainstorming.
Emphasize what most of you have already gathered. Life is a universe of complexity. A single cell is a universe of complexity.
There we go. Irreducible complexity. We get it.
Our minds. And so he's talking about a protein compound. Let me just explain to you, if the world was made of solid protein and the oceans were chock full of proteins of
soy protein or whey
kind, we would be no closer to having spontaneous life on Earth than if there were no proteins. Proteins are not the basis of life. Life requires an unbelievably complex arrangement of very specific organic molecules and programmed information that makes life life. A single cell is like a city, and its information
more complicated than a space shuttle.
Internet.
Okay, and it's not literally like it. Once again, you're taking metaphors and you're trying to use them literally.
And its energy system is like a city's energy grid. And its mechanical design allows it to duplicate.
It's just chemical reactions.
Because a cell doesn't have a bunch of people in it.
Yeah.
Kind of different than
reactions.
In as short as 20 minutes. And so a little protein is not the solution. Darwin's challenge said, if I could demonstrate that any complex...
we learned it wasn't proteins, it was DNA. That's not to say proteins are extremely important in the function of our body.
And Amy's protein intake is high.
Oh, is it?
Organ existed which could not possibly have been formed by numerous successive slight modifications, my theory would break down completely. But I can find no such case.
Speaking of which, $5 super chat from Peabot sending love. Except we have evidence of free-ranging proteins that simply create more of themselves. Hence the spread of mad cow disease. Exactly.
Well, yeah.
I'm not really.
This is not the most discerning audience, though. So yeah.
Well, I really don't
That he's talking to.
understand how they explain explain COVID. It evolved. Whether you
It's
any
still a virus,
methodology,
though.
it's still a virus.
It's still a virus.
But yes,
Turn
thank
that-
you so
turn
very
that
much,
virus into a
Bebop.
whale or an
I
amoeba.
know.
Well, why couldn't he find such a case? Well, let's see. Darwin lived before.
Not to mention, and I will say this, just one more. Sending love also, Peapod. We also are the ones to cure things like mad cow disease and to make vaccines. It is
antibiotics.
The scientists. It is never, people like the intelligent design crew. But bless be he. Gotta go purify yourself.
Yeah.
Listen, I own a few bath bombs. Does that work? They're scented, but I feel like they'll still work.
The biological revolution. He knew nothing about biology. So if he looked at a high school...
Yeah, do you know why? Because he created the backbone of biology.
He also, this was like over 150 years ago. You pointing out, he didn't know what we know today. Well, and yeah, you know what the amazing part is? He didn't, but the fact that he still got so much right, and that the more we confirm, the more things mostly seem to line up with what he thought. Amazing, huh?
Amazing. What is up, Flum? I completely agree. This is a little bit more in line. That, I can understand the cell more in terms of a conveyor belt and, machinery. Even though I view it as natural machinery, that's the difference. Because, it's just, they're doing what they have to based on the 4 chemicals. ACTG. Depending on the level. Because single-celled organisms do some shit. They're not completely, I was going to say, because they are completely mindless, but they are reactive. You can find bacteria that react to light and poison and all sorts of different chemical reactions. They're
not conscious, but...
Yeah, not conscious, but they're still alive and doing shit.
Right.
But it's different levels because are you going to say DNA is alive? It gets complicated because it's a self-replicating molecule. But then, all the way up to us, our multicellular creatures.
I mean, if you look at it like the purpose of life is, there's just this molecule called DNA that likes to make copies of itself, and it only likes to do this because that's how chemistry works. And because of this property, all life evolved to allow this molecule to make copies of itself just because that's the chemical nature of it. It likes to make copies of itself. It doesn't think. It doesn't know anything.
But it's self-replicating, and the environment selected. It came in different vessels after it crystallized, or trying to think of what the word, because that's not really. I'm trying to think of what getting a protein body would be called. Getting a harder protein body allowed, because viruses don't even have that. Viruses are so fragile; they have to live in other organisms, but that also may be
long outside
what exactly. But that may also be what the first life was. It was just these organisms popping up and not being able to survive that long, and then just a few had hard shells, and then that's all you need. You just need one or two, and then that model
just
replicates.
Chains of RNA.
Exactly.
Just chains of RNA replicating itself.
Doing its thing, and he also makes the claim coming up. You need a mind for that. No, you don't. Not at all.
Out of the textbook today, he couldn't make any sense of it.
Oh my God!
If he opened up a journal today, he wouldn't understand the first sentence. I'm not. Be fair to him.
Oh, look at the kid is asleep in that picture.
Is he? That's funny.
No, in the middle there, the girl, right there. Yeah, in the middle, between the guy with the striped shirt. Yeah, her. You can tell her. It's like she's passed out.
Well, the thing I want to bring up is listen to this claim.
I mean, be fair to him. Yes, he lived before the biological revolution, but how can we glorify a man who had such little knowledge of biological science?
That's an interesting claim.
He came up with ideas that led to the foundation of biology.
And I mean, he is basically saying, here we go. Wow, it's called biology. That is crazy. Well, I guess we're just gonna have to do. I mean, how would Darwin know? We'll just have to start with chapter 1, and we're just gonna have to believe whatever worldview is on there. Who knows? Darwin probably is gonna be gibberish to him.
Let me guess. Page 1 says, "Born with penis, boy. Born with vagina,
exactly.
girl."
That's it. The third sentence says, "Therefore God."
Yes.
Here we go. Chapter 1, the study of life. I like this. All right, here we go. The study of life. NASA image composite, several satellite-based views of Earth to make the whole image.
Look at this. We begin off with this NASA propaganda.
With this. Yeah, I know this
composite cartoon.
But James, that's just a caption. Okay, we don't have to believe the caption.
That is fake.
Let's just read and get John C. Sanford to accept the very first paragraph. Here we go. Viewed from space, Earth offers no clues about the diversity of life forms that reside here. The first forms of life on Earth are thought to have been microorganisms that existed for billions of years in the oceans before plants and animals appeared. Oh my! The mammals, birds, and flowers, so familiar to us, are all relatively recent, originating 130 to 200 million years ago. Humans have inhabited this planet for only the last 2.5 billion years and only the last 200,000 years. Wow, that's really weird. It's almost like the very beginning of undergrad biology says the exact opposite than what John C. Sanford is saying. That's really weird. We must be just randomly picking it out.
So if Darwin read that, he would be like, whoa, this is crazy. This is batshit crazy. What are they talking about? No, this is pretty much, he would read that and say, oh, okay, yeah, looks like they're on the right track. Yeah, makes sense.
But thanks, John C. Sanford. I'm sure
just keep
they'll come over to you soon.
Those creationist paychecks.
Exactly. Those think tanks.
He didn't know anything about the universe of biological complexity. Here's what he didn't know. He didn't know about cell biology, biochemistry, molecular biology, Mendelian genetics.
I mean, I'm getting to the point where I'm realizing it's all projection, right, James? I'm not just making that up myself. Like, he's basically like, you know what? They have a bunch of stuff against us. Why don't we just say that's ours? And when I mean us, I don't mean atheists. I mean people who don't accept the world as 6,000 years old.
He didn't know that Clark Kent was really Superman. I mean, duh.
Wow.
Bruce Wayne is Batman.
Mutations, DNA, genetic code, genomics, population information.
And again, isn't it amazing what he didn't know? How much of his theory stands today, and how right he was with what limited knowledge he did have.
I'm also trying to understand what the biological revolution is that doesn't include evolution. He's like, the biological revolution. We found all these fossils and genetics.
Yeah, we learned more. We know more data points. So instead of Darwin's tree, which had a few data points, we have a lot of data points, but still the same basic image.
He didn't even know those fields would ever exist.
Yeah.
So, again, to be kind to
Does
him,
he help
everyone in that
create
era
them?
didn't know these things. But we have to understand for him that life was something that could be easily explained away as a little bit of clay that is malleable and could be shaped by circumstance. So here's a really telling story about Darwin. He wrote to a
Just
friend.
had to get that clay thing in there because that's what they really believe. That's
At least
their
he
science.
didn't say a rock.
This line in some correspondence.
I really don't like. I swear this is Charles Darwin making a joke and thus proving my second thesis that creationists have no sense of humor.
Sight of a feather in a peacock's tail, whenever I gaze at it, makes me sick.
Yeah, because he was doing something called research. Do you remember that thing you guys are allergic to? He was looking up a peacock's butt over and over because they were trying to study animals.
What's he talking about? He means that he became violently ill. He was a tormented man. His biography.
Once again, I mean, not to get hyperbolic, but the dude is saying, like, I don't want to look at peacocks' butts anymore. And Dr. John Sanford is like a tormented man.
Well, yeah. They're trying to say, he gave up on God. He was just this miserable, mean, nasty, hateful person. And he was tormented because he gave up on God.
Cool story, bro.
His biographers, his key biographers, Desmond and Moore, published a book, The Life of a Tormented Evolutionist, and it's incredibly revealing. They say that he spent
I'm sure it's
part
not
of his
biased.
life trembling and puking his guts out every day. He was truly in a state of torment, and it wasn't some tropical disease he came up with. He was spiritually and emotionally messed up. Big time.
Spiritually messed up.
So he literally
I don't think that's how that
sick
works.
when he looked at a beautiful feather because he couldn't explain it away. The complexity of something.
He doesn't think that peacock feathers have been explained. No, John. So when the peacock unfurls its feathers, it's to make it look bigger, and those feathers actually, the shape of them in the male peacock, they're supposed to look like eyes. So it's supposed to.
But I'm trying to understand if he just
Look like a
doesn't
predator's
understand
eyes.
that Darwin's joking, or he himself is joking, and we don't get. Is he going meta on top of meta? You know, maybe he just like.
You can't explain peacock feathers. Ha 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 ha! Suck it, atheist.
I'm pretty sure that sentence wasn't him getting driven mad. Okay,
Something as simple as a feather upset his whole world.
Yeah. It's supposed to look vaguely like an eye.
That's really sad,
of
isn't
a
it?
predator.
You know.
No.
For us, we look at
or
any other
look at it.
Thing.
Yeah.
He studied peacocks. Do you understand what? Like that was his thing. Are you saying that he didn't like peacocks? Do you understand that if you study sheep for 6 years and someone turns and says, I'm about to throw a sheep over the house, it's not because they actually hate sheep. It's because they've been studying sheep for 6 years. Anything you do repetitive. Do I have to explain how to be humans to these people? Like, I understand.
You do.
Like, seriously, there's a piece of me that goes, he's just making a joke about a joke. And that maybe he's just not even, this is a point. But it goes into my Poe's law. If he's just joking about this, then how do we know he wasn't joking about everything else? You know? Who the fuck knows? Okay, I'm sorry, TOS gods. Moving forward.
And we automatically know what it means. It was designed, it has an author.
No, that's not what that means. Literally, his entire shtick, like I don't know how to explain this to you, but he was talking about sexual selection. Like the peacock has kick-ass pretty feathers, not because God was like, you know what, I'm gonna like make the chickens just kind of be plain because I thought that was like overreaching. But like on this one, I'm just gonna go fabulous, all out. We're just glitter, just gonna cough from their mouths. No, I don't know how to tell you this, but the females were like, yeah, you know, you look a little plain, so I don't know. Maybe you could like dress yourself. Maybe you could dress yourself up. Maybe like stop looking like maybe like a peacock in sweatpants for like 6 days a week. Yeah. And so you get this. I really middle school level biology. If you are listening to this and you're like, hey, I'm not a biologist and I know this shit, you're right. Thankfully, our public or private or some sort of homeschooling actually taught you well, got to you, and got into your brain cells, and it wasn't these people.
Yeah, the fact that they think we can't explain all these things that we can is just amazing.
I mean, this is biology. He's eliminating a lot of what we know about biology. And so I really, anytime you hear, what is a woman? This is what's going on in my head. They're the things that made this. This was made by women. Right there. Women made. Like a stamp.
You just like, instead of tide goes in, tide goes out, look at the peacocks. Don't look at the trees, look at the peacocks.
Look at the peacocks.
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, look at
evidence
the peacocks.
of God.
It just revolted him. So
no,
last one.
He wasn't, like, literally. I swear, please. I hope he was joking because it sounds like the peacocks just revolted him because he hated God.
Because it's so beautiful that it must have been designed.
Exactly.
And therefore,
no, that's exactly why. That's exactly
he hated it. Yes, Mark. Look at the cock.
Oh my! Listen, that's another thing. This podcast is sponsored by.
Now, you can bet that John Sanford was very careful to make sure he didn't have any of the wrong pictures get into that slideshow. He checked and rechecked and rechecked and checked again. Yeah.
Just if you believe in magic, a little projection again.
So can you name the first 6, by the way? Have you been keeping notes?
No.
You're going to be tested. I want you to know. So
John, half of them are asleep.
Did you hear that? Did you hear that? If you didn't, he made that joke twice, and it bombed twice. Yeah. Now listen.
They're asleep, John. Come on.
Well, it's just that's a hard joke to make because there's always going to, unless you have to go extra hard on sarcasm. Sarcasm has to be, especially when you're in church. There are people that already, I assume, because that's their version of wisdom, even though we think it's ignorance. They think, well, oh my God, is there going to be a test?
One was wrong about natural selection. Well, how could that be? That's what he's famous for.
I was just saying how this is sponsored by male roosters. We always support cocks, not cockfighting. We see that sometimes in the YouTube community.
Definitely.
Tip your waitress.
Well, we're going to see how that can be. So Darwin's magical selection was a little bit like, for him, he didn't know what was being selected. He didn't know about genes or mutations. And he didn't know about population genetics. So he had a very vague notion of what was happening. But for him, it was almost a magical wand, the type of wand that could turn a frog into a prince. And so
that's
a Ken Hovind line right there.
I know, like they have this whole thing about myth. You don't believe in a myth, do you?
Of course not.
Well, the thing about the talking snakes, I mean, it's not a myth.
But I mean, it was the devil that possessed that talking snake. So you have to remember that.
Indeed, the devil made us do it.
Yeah, it was Satan.
It was hot.
Just examine this.
Right back
thing.
to Cox.
Natural selection is kind of a misnomer. You have to understand select. To select is a verb. It implies an intelligent
What's
selector.
up, Fecknell? And this is the question. You know, who knows? That's what we always ask. You know, it's hard to tell what people believe in. This guy definitely has motivation now. He is definitely in deep, just like Kent.
It's actually not that big of a crowd there. Now that
they pull back. I mean, yeah, it's a pastor thing. I mean, he's playing to his audience. You're right. It's just this isn't the presentation he would be presenting to a bunch of scientists. We'll say that much.
To select something requires intelligence. Of course, in nature, there is no intelligent selector. Mother Nature isn't a person. She's an allegory.
Did you just hear that? Because I guess he's using it, I guess that's now, but it's just the irony of you can't anthropomorphize Mother Nature.
it's an allegory.
It's an allegory. Well, are you using this stuff as metaphors, or are you using it literally?
Yeah, but nobody's saying that Mother Nature has a mind. It's just shit happening.
Yes. And once again, when we use pronouns on stuff, it is just because we are being romantic with language. I do the same thing. She's my car. I'm
Artistic language,
drive her around. It's only when we take this stuff literally that it gets a little bit creepy.
Well, a lot of other English dropped grammatical gendering a long time ago, but other languages still have it. It's an artifact of that where all words, all nouns had a basic gender that they came with. But so, in a sense, like a chair had a gender to it, so you could become a chair and you would still be able to be male or female chair.
I just want to put out there that the #1 movie in the entire world is basically a tree hugger film. And so I just want to put that out there, that Avatar basically is a tree. I love it. Technical marvel pushed the industry forward, specifically in my field. And will continue to do so because James Cameron doesn't do what James Cameron does because he's James Cameron. James Cameron does what James Cameron does because he is James Cameron.
Oh. Okay.
Here we go. It's a South Park quote. I can't. Yeah. James Cameron. But yes, I want to do a video on him just because and Avatar because I think it's a fantastic example of mythic structure. People blow that movie off all the time, and they're just like Dances with Wolves in space, blah blah blah. Which you can basically sum up almost any movie in like a line or two, which is generally a good thing.
Dances with Wolves in space.
Which I get it. But the reason why you were in for the ride was for numerous reasons. One of which was Jake was a great character. He was an underdog. Basically, he was a cripple, a spunky cripple, because he had this little charm to him. James even said that was kind of the look he was going for. Not look, feel. And yeah, and then you're in for the ride because you saved the cat. Very important.
I'm sure she'll be right back, guys. Must have had some technical difficulties on her end, but I'm sure she'll be right back. As we know, happens sometimes. Yeah, no, we're still here, Plum. She must have had just some technical difficulties, so we'll give her just a minute to probably reload her internet or browser. Hey, none of your biz. Hope you guys are enjoying this so far. I first watched this several months ago, and it's been on my list of videos that we needed to address because it's so full of crap. But we finally got around to it. So thanks, guys, for helping us get through this amazing piece of scientific commentary. And, yeah, hope everybody's doing good out there. We got the rapture. Well, that that could be the case. You never know. It could be the apocalypse. Which, yeah. So guys, if you're waiting for Amy to come back, let's see if I have a message from her. No, I don't. I guess she'll be back momentarily. But we only have a few minutes of video left. So after that, we are going to what song? I don't sing. I don't sing. At least, yeah, I'd have to be pretty drunk. Then I might sing, but thankfully, that's not the case right now. Do I know poems? I don't know poems. Let's see. A Bible story? Oh, like who hasn't heard Jesus versus the fig tree? Who hasn't heard that story before? Well, right, Flum. Yeah. Right. So these guys, yeah. So he was at one point a scientist doing good science, but science is work. It takes a lot of work and it's rigorous and you have to peer review everything. This creationist gig, this is easy. You just get a job, you take grants, you get paid, you tell people what they desperately want to believe, and hey, that's pretty damn easy if you ask me. But let's see. Well, have you all heard the story of Adam and Eve? If you guys don't know, because Amy has her talking snake. Well, her snake. It's not talking. She has another snake too, but we're not going to talk about that right here. But the story of Adam and Eve. So let me just start from the beginning, tell you exactly how it happened. So, well, I'm about to cut through a few parts, but in the beginning, there was just God, all right, and he made the universe, he made Earth, he made everything, and he made a garden, and he put Adam and Eve in the garden, and they were naked, because they didn't understand about clothes, or they didn't understand anything because God made them that way, so they wouldn't understand anything, so they could worship him properly. And it wasn't Adam and Steve, it was Adam and Eve. That's the we'll get to that later. And so yeah, then there was this tree that God put in the garden, and this is the tree of the knowledge of good and evil, the tree of knowledge about knowing things. And he said, don't eat the fruit. This is really bad fruit. If you eat that fruit, you're going to know things. You'll get smart. You'll know things. And I don't want that. And because I made you dumb so you can worship me. And if you eat that fruit, you're going to know things. And I don't want that. So if you eat that fruit, you're going to die. And so don't eat the fruit and everything will be good. And he just, he walked away. He had other things he had to do anyway. But then the devil, Satan, he came to the garden, but he didn't just walk in there as himself because that would be obvious. So he chose a disguise. And he disguised himself as a talking snake with legs. So this talking snake with legs, actually the devil in disguise, he goes walking up to Adam and Eve specifically, because she's a woman. And he starts saying these vile things, these horrible, disgusting things. he starts telling her that knowledge is good, that educating yourself would be a good thing. He even just says things like being ignorant is not good. And Eve, she was trying to stick to her guns and stick with what God told her. And she was trying to tell old Satan that no, knowledge is not good. God made me this way so I could worship him properly. But the devil, man, he just kept nailing her with this, you have to educate yourself. You should be smart. You should know things. And eventually she gave in. She did. She gave in. She ate the fruit. And then she called over Adam and gave some to him. And he ate it because he was whipped. And then, just then, what happened is God comes by. And, well, God, he's omniscient. He's everywhere and he knows everything. And he can be everywhere at once. But at this time, he wasn't like that. He kind of just condensed down to a person. So he wasn't everywhere and he didn't know everything. He was just in one place. Anyway, because he's asking questions that he doesn't know. And then I guess, so he goes over to Adam and Eve and he's like, what's going on? You guys have clothes on. What's going on? Did you guys eat the fruit? And of course, they came clean. Yeah, God, we ate the fruit. He got a little mad, he got pretty mad, because he thought that they wouldn't do it, but they did. And he got real mad. And he said, all right, I'm going to do it. I'm going to have to bring death. I'm going to have to kick you out of the garden. I'm sorry, there's nothing I can do. Billions of people are going to suffer in hell. And, kicked them out of the garden. But that's not all he did either. No. He looked at Satan, the devil, disguised as a talking snake. No, he didn't really look at Satan. He actually didn't care about Satan. But he looked at that snake that the devil had possessed. And he was mad. And he's like, how could you do this? Let yourself be possessed by the devil. I mean, it wasn't your fault, but I'm still pissed off. So he's like, I'm going to take your legs away. So he poofed the snake's legs away, and he said, you're going to have to crawl and eat dust. Now, evolutionists like me and Amy will say that, snakes evolved to eat animals that they can hunt and attack and eat and swallow. But why would they evolve to eat dust? It doesn't make any sense unless God made them eat dust as a punishment. So you can't trust these stupid evolutionists because what do they know? They don't know anything. Perfect timing because our patriarch or matriarch has arrived.
Woo-hoo. And all right. Sorry about that. There was a flash of light and then there was no... I have a battery backup, so it actually... My computer doesn't go out, but my internet does. Give me a second, because I took a screenshot.
I was just riveting them.
3802.
I was just riveting them with a rendition of Applegate. I was just going over that again. So talked about Adam and Eve, the story, talking snake with legs.
The classic.
Yeah. And P. Bethulu. And thank you guys so much for listening to my rendition there.
Thank you,
imagine if George R. R. Martin was writing the Bible, not only would it have dragons, it still wouldn't be finished. Well, that's true. Think about dragons is they use that, Ken Hovind uses that as a catch-all for dinosaurs. Like, oh, they call them dragons in the Bible. Really can't, really? Because there were dinosaurs that looked like all various sizes and shapes, but they would just call them all dragons. Okay.
But this is also what I mean by projection. Is they're like, you guys believe in myths, you don't believe in biology. And by the way, have you heard about dragons? It's like, yeah, I have HBO.
No.
Thank you,
not those dragons, the real dragons, because Ken Hovind says that there were fire-breathing dragons because there's a bombardier beetle that can spray fire out of its rectum, backside. So therefore, God could have made a something that looks like a brontosaurus that could spray fire out of its mouth.
Exactly. No, it's all making sense now.
It could have made a unicorn that farted pixie dust or rainbows, but
once again, all of those things have more backing than a god.
When you invoke magic, you can have anything. Thanks so much, guys, for sticking with us through that brief intermission. But
yeah. And James is right. We're almost done.
We love you guys.
We love you all, the entire Skeptic and Ranting community, and we're going to finish up on how Darwin got it wrong, because newsflash, he didn't.
Maybe you want to speed up to 1.25?
We can. So I always afraid at this point. So we probably should have done that 80%. But at this point, might as well.
And or a metaphor.
I just sometimes.
And so what's really happening in nature is there is differential reproduction. What do I mean by that? I mean some things reproduce more than others, which isn't very remarkable. But if you have something really defective, it's not going to reproduce well. And if you have really something super, it will produce more than normal. And that explains some things, but not very much. And so we're going to look at that. Let's just consider this process of adaptation, what some people would call microevolution. Adaptation is a way to keep a species from changing.
Trying to think. If someone, say in chat if you want 1.25. Because I'm just scared. The one time we did that, it
some people don't like it. Yeah, you can't do it with every video. I think he just talks a little slower, but
natural. Well, it's like the Bible. This is, if it wasn't for the wooder that isn't just what we're trying to drop on, but all of you out there.
But look at this. He's saying, Darwin's finches are a good example of the limitations of natural selection.
What I love about this, because he tries to slip everything. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, there's two moments where he kind of tries to slip the condom off, and this is one of them. Because what he's about to say is, well, everyone believes in evolution, don't they? Yes, we do. We do believe in adaptation.
Which is why I like in Atheist Junior's debate, what he did to Ken Hovind was he showed him like this, like you agree with this, and then okay. So then the large ground finch, it could branch off into two different finch, right? And then each one of them could branch off. And then all of a sudden you back out a little bit from that view from the top, and you have the tree of life. You have just continued diversification. That's all evolution says. Things are just going to continue to diversify. He doesn't get it well. I think he probably gets it. He's just trying to make it sound as good
to get it. That's the problem.
He's paid to make it sound as confusing as possible to people who want it to be not true.
The finch. Okay. Darwin's finches are a beautiful example of how one organism can be fine-tuned, changed just a little bit so that it remains well-adjusted to its environment and can continue to be a finch. See that? The adaptation.
Also, it's not going to become a tiger.
Yeah, and the goal isn't really to be a finch so much as to stay alive. That is the goal.
It's not going to become a tiger.
Yeah. Not going to become a tiger. This is not Pokemon. It's not going to randomly evolve into something else. In front of your eyes.
Keeps the finch being a finch rather than dying off. So that's great.
What we're looking at is in the very short term. These small changes. You have to go way back out to see anything like
that. To change beak size. A single letter mutation in the genome is enough to change something like that. But the basic genome of the bird is the same. The basic design of the bird is the same. It's just a tweaking.
As opposed to their model, which is poof.
Nothing, poof, bird.
How did the bird? Yeah, exactly. Nothing, poof, bird.
So that happens. And so what do we say to adaptation? We give it a great big yes. It happens all the time.
So what is he saying right there? Really? He's saying evolution. Yes. but it can't become something. Evolution then says a mammal will always be a mammal, a primate will always be a primate, we will always be a human. Always going to be apes.
The time, it's awesome. It is. It explains how organisms become fine-tuned to their environment. So let's see what Darwin does with this. Here's a quote from Darwin. "Slow though the process of selection may be, if feeble man can do much by his powers of artificial selection, I can see no limit to the amount of change. I can see no limit to the amount of change which may be affected in the long course of time by nature's powers."
Right.
So there's a name for
Makes
this.
sense.
It's a scientific mistake. It's called extrapolation. And it's not just scientists know extrapolation is dangerous. They're very careful not to do it very much. And if they do it little. This is what's called unbounded extrapolation. Scientists know
what has he been doing?
Always bad science. He's saying, well, if you have no, let me give you an example. My daughter, when she was a young teen, was growing an inch a year. And so it's risky, but I could say, well, next year, I'll bet she's going to be an inch taller. That's a modest level. That's careful, cautious extrapolation. Now, let's use this type of extrapolation. In a million years, she's going to be 1,000,000 inches taller. Do you see that?
Okay, and that might make sense if you didn't know that human lifespan is much less.
Specifically, he said,
the humans don't keep growing like that.
Yeah, there are biological limits. That's not how that works. Like, it's not a runaway effect. Generally, after a certain level, the human body starts to have trouble maintaining. And by level, I mean height.
But this is all that the extrapolation is. All we're doing is saying these small variations we see from one generation to the next today, if you assume that has been happening since life started, you would have over 1 billion years, lots of very small changes adding up to very big changes. That's not that much of a stretch.
Yeah, that's the other thing. That if you can just grant us that changes happen now, well, they're going to happen in the future. Like they seem to ignore that it's not just the past. It's going to keep on. Yes, and they have been in the past as well.
No limit to what it can accomplish. So let's consider that. No limit to change. So did you know that Darwin believed that
bear cannot become a whale?
There was another thing. I think he's going to get to like a model, like a program that he or his team built. But then when other people looked at it, he ignored like the vast majority of positive changes. They threw them out because they didn't meet a certain metric. Like in certain portions, they were too good. So he just threw out like the small ones, and in other words, he basically ignored data that went against his theory. And so I don't know what to say. There are good, bad, and benign mutations.
But like this, no, you're never going to change a bear to a whale. That's not how evolution works. They're both already separate. Nothing jumps laterally on the tree. Things just continue to diversify. So no, you can't change a bear into a whale. That's not how it works.
But, I mean, it's, first of all, not even the animal that they are talking about is this. It wasn't from a bear because they come from the hooved side. It looked something like that. It looked...
You talk about whales, like proto whales?
Yes, it looked something like
that. Acacetus,
Ambliocetus. And then, once again, I hate to keep on like being
Roto-seated.
redundant and saying middle school. Science, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Whale evolution.
Yeah. Notice how each step is just a small modification of the previous step, right?
Grade 4. Like I said, I'm not really trying to insult them. I'm not
You
saying...
said middle school. Now this is elementary school, and this is the shit they don't get. He is trying to tell a room full of adults that, yeah,
that they're wrong. But like, he is basically giving misinformation to a bunch of adults. And then like
that
a
a fourth
hungover
grade
public school teacher who had to pay for 90% of her own school supplies is like, Jesus fuck. Do you see what it is? The kids come in and they're holding crosses at the evolution unit, and we're like, God damn it. God damn it.
Yeah,
But
see how
love
each
out
step
there.
is a slight modification of the previous step, and even this is, you could go in between and have 1,000 steps in between, but this is a great general visualization of what had happened. Grade 4. Yeah,
Right down
this
the
is
Oh, I'm sorry. Well,
yeah.
we have a class. We also have classes for that too, right down the hall.
Ken Hovind taught high school science.
15 years, 15 feet.
15 feet.
A bear could evolve into a whale.
But once again,
Yeah.
he goes to his audience and he can play a bear too.
Let's just read a quote from Charles Darwin,
Shall we?
from his first edition of The Origin of Species. I can see no difficulty in a race of bears being rendered by natural selection more aquatic in their structure and habits, with larger and larger mouths, till a creature was produced as monstrous as a whale. See, I see no difficulty in that. Why does he say that?
Yeah, there
Because
is no difficulty in that.
Because he knew
nothing
about biology.
That would be, was that divergent evolution? So this would be bears evolving, but they would not be whales. They would be something that looked like a whale, but they would be distinctly different. It would be like bats and birds. They sort of look similar. They do the same thing, but they evolve separately. Yeah,
Exactly.
but they're so if bears became more aquatic over the years, in a 10 million years from now, they were fully aquatic, that would still be evolution, but they would still not be whales. They would be something different.
None of your business had once Andromeda is the only star moving towards us, is the only galaxy. Only galaxy moving towards us, but it's fantastic. We will one day become the Andromeda Milky Way. I think there's a specific name. But we're one day going to be one.
Will they keep that
galaxy.
name 4 billion years from now when the collision
know.
takes place? But actually, that's a really good point, because Guts and Gibbon made this point in a video I saw, I think it was last week, and the point was that because, the starlight problem is that, well, if the Earth is 6,000 years old, how can we see light from things that are further away? And one of the well, maybe God made the light in transit so that it was
just that are ready for our eyes.
Right, he made the photon stream go from billions of light years away to today so that we can see it. It didn't have to travel all that time. And one of them said, well, that seems dishonest of God. So he didn't think that was plausible. He thought that the one-way speed of light was instantaneous, so that you see light travels in one way instantly, and the other way it takes the speed of light, which is stupid, but whatever. But then she's like, well, if it would be deceptive for God to make light like mid-flight, like look at the galaxies out there that we see mid-collision. Like you can look at them and they're in collision, but they are not moving in terms of any scale that we can see. If you looked at those galaxies 1,000 years ago and today, they're basically the same, but they're still in mid-collision. It's just something like that takes millions of years to come to fruition. Doesn't happen in a day, a week, a year, 1,000 years. It takes a really long time. So did God design those galaxies mid-collision just to make it look like it, like some process that would take millions of years has been going on.
And none of your business. I just want to say I'm sending love out there. Don't feel bad at all, because we use that question as a vessel to get it out to other people. Because
No.
I swear
y'all
it
say
is almost like sending love out there to every non-believer skeptic channel, even if you're not like, as long as you're doing good science, because this stuff, it was killing me on the inside every time they did cuts to like just the audience, because it's like just a vessel of misinformation just spewing. Like there's just people who went home less knowledgeable than they were before. Like that's a hard thing to do.
More firmly entrenched in their bullshit.
Here we are, exactly. And so just trying to create that antidote.
In his imagination, he could see that. But you see, that's not evidence, and that's not science. That's just a good story.
No.
Because I said so.
Once again, that's not evidence. That's just a story. Once again, this guy talking snakes, not a story. Just so we're counting what is and is not in, a mythological story.
A deity telling someone to cook food over burning human excrement. Also, the wisest being in the universe. Yes.
Yeah.
The pinnacle of knowledge and wisdom.
Also, 2 cats. I'm gonna put
Papa
one
Squat.
cat has camouflage because it's a black chair.
Oh yeah. Like the peppered moths, Ken Hogan's
I
moth
know
that he gets triggered by.
He doesn't I have tried, like a freaking kindergarten teacher, tried to use that example of just, if you are a green and blue moth, then you're in a green forest, and one by one, blue moths get picked off, and you have only green moths. It wasn't because the universe was like, blue moths. No, it's because the environment dictated the selection pressure, which was the color green, and thus that became a protection mechanism by which they survived to pass on their genes. Is this rocket science? I really don't feel like it's not. But I mean, I understand. Once again, I shouldn't be shitting on people, because the lay creationists are getting people like this to muddy the water, right? So
well, it's like mimicry. Like, did God sit there and say, "Oh, I'm gonna make a coral snake venomous, but I'm gonna make other snakes that are not venomous. We're going to sort of make them look like coral snakes so that other animals will see them and they will think, oh, ooh, maybe that's a venomous snake. I better not mess with that." No, it's just that's how the environment made that model something that the animals would be afraid of.
But see, and we could answer,
hostile.
if we probably wanted to, why the environment selected different pressures for different snakes. But if you were to ask a creationist why one snake has poison and one snake doesn't, there is no scientific answer. Like, it's just because God wanted it to.
God wanted some snakes to have venom, and some snakes he just wanted to strangle their prey. I don't know. Multiple ways of killing things to eat. But once again, all this comes down to being able to find enough food to eat to stay alive, which appears to be the ultimate purpose of life, intelligence.
For better or for worse.
Yeah.
But I always say, you do. I always say there's 3 goals to being. It's really to life, but being conscious. You play those, you can do whatever you want. Eat the food, get rid of the food, sometimes mate. Because you will be dragged down to sleep. Sleep's not even included, because it'll drag you down.
That's gonna happen.
It's gonna happen. It's up to you to find the food, get rid of the food, and sometimes mate. Everything else is optional. That's a good contract to me. I'll take that. I don't know why they complain.
Run the streets all day. We can sleep when we die.
Exactly. Having some fun, because we're talking about how Darwin got it wrong. Well, more specifically, Dr. John Sanford is trying to make the case. I don't think we're buying it.
To change a bear into a whale requires a lot of new genetic information. In fact, you have to rewrite the genome. And guess what? That is for many, I'm a geneticist.
No.
I don't want to go through all the
Here.
details.
No.
Louis
Once you
CK.
understand, that's not even
No.
remotely conceivable. Okay, so Darwin
Naughty
was
Not
bear.
remotely.
natural selection. Yes, selection happens, but it's very
But
Okay, once again, he's saying evolution, but fine-tuning. Evolution, but fine-tuning. Like, the fact that he uses the words natural selection already is a red flag for whatever creationist mumbo-jumbo he's trying to sell. The fact that he's trying to say in the next, spoiler alert, his final, because it's like his climax shot. We get to Zeno.
he's getting ready
when
for
he
the money
tries to
shot.
sell exactly the genetic entropy. He's like, well, it's evolution, but it's backwards. It's evolution, but it's backwards, and it's natural selection, but it's fine-tuning. All right, sir, I think I'm going to need my money back. I don't want to buy this car anymore. I feel like the speedometer has been...
I'm sorry, God
Turn
doesn't give
back.
refunds. But don't
Yeah,
worry, you'll get an
definitely.
infinite return on your investment
Once
after
you
you're
die.
dead.
Exactly.
Yeah,
There you
infinite
go.
return.
There's that rub. Mhm.
very limited, actually, what it can do. It generally just achieves fine-tuning to keep an organism
Lots of
going
fine-tuning.
the way it
You
was.
just got to
In
tune
the
it
short
backwards.
term,
Helps
yes.
to
In the
observe
short term, yes.
create life forms. That is, it can slow down by getting rid of the worst mutations in a population. It can
Peabot says, if life is fine-tuned, why do some women have a mutation which gives them 4 Coalson receptors? Why? Yes, and the answer would be that life is actually not fine-tuned. That is just something that they say as in, well, life seems to be fine-tuned because I am not on fire right now. It's like, yes, cool. You seem to have homeostasis at the moment. Fantastic. You really have to do a lot to keep it. But something love, Peapod, and all of us out there in chat. We are almost, I can't believe. See, I knew it. I could feel that, like, when we were on hour 2 or whatever, on minute 6, I was like, this is going to be 5 hours
going to
straight.
be a marathon. Yeah.
Yes. We will be a little
There's
bit.
a lot of bullshit
probably,
in here to unpack.
It is. It is a lot of bullshit to unpack. And it's an hour 1. The kitty wants to roam. Cat out. Times. Sponsored by Cats and Dogs.
And that's right, Feckinal. The universe is finely tuned for black holes because
It
one day
is.
that's what there will be.
Which, once again, I know as they're like, all right, put the black in your hair and, put eyeliner really dark and we're getting all
So edgy.
nihilistic and edgy. But, I mean, there's a lot to live for in between that time. It is about the journey and not the destination. And you're just going to have to actually believe that and not just say that, unfortunately. Like, you're going to have to enjoy it because life's pretty cool.
Or
Even that you just get once. But
prevent
love.
the extinction of species for a time, but it cannot create new life forms. And most importantly,
because
my
he
own
said
research
so.
last.
Oh my goddess. All
Here
right,
we go.
here we go.
And finally, he's
There
getting
you
the
go.
climax is building up.
Ladies
the money
and
shot's
gentlemen,
coming.
if you don't know Dr. John Sanford, he has not just his gene machine, which sounds like he's about to become a supervillain, but he also has a shtick. Everyone's got a shtick, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to keep on saying it. Falcon and Winters. So he's right, okay? And Falcon Captain America is right when they say everyone has a shtick. And Dr. John Sanford's shtick is genetic entropy, which I really can't believe. Like, I don't even know. Like, if this were to be true, I just want to walk this. Let me say it. Genetic entropy. If that were to be true, as in we are de-evolving, I mean, there'd be one day where our future progeny are going to be single-cell bacteria, right?
Right.
Like, does he understand what that means? I don't think he understands what he's saying.
A baby born would be older than its parents because its genome would be that more degraded, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Because the genome is getting older. It's accumulating more mutations. Every generation should be worse off.
We would be seeing like it going towards we becoming primates, then we becoming basic mammal like rats, and then we becoming the lizard like that, and then fish. We're going back to the ocean, like, and then eventually we'll cuddle up near the vents. I mean, this is what they're selling, ladies and gentlemen. I wish I could say I made this shit up, but I like to think of myself as an honest human being, so I can't.
12 years show that selection cannot stop genetic degeneration. That means evolution's going the wrong way.
But do you hear what is subtle in that comment? Like, this is what I mean. When they're trying to have it both ways, if he's saying evolution's going the wrong way, he believes in evolution. Like, I don't know which way to talk about this, but if you're saying A is A, it's just a different kind of A. That doesn't mean A is B. Do I have to go into a philosophy and a science class?
No.
I'll adjust. Like, what? I don't know what this dude's doing. I really don't.
And I'd just like to talk a little bit more about
But
that.
it's his pitch. I mean, ladies and gentlemen, we
It's all
waited
he's
all
got.
this time for his
He's
shtick.
so excited.
So-
He's been working up for this. You know, he's been edging all day. He's ready. Yeah. He's
Why
ready
can't
to
selection stop degeneration? But
Tell
let's
us.
use the human population
Tell
as an
us,
example. Human
John
mutation rate
Sanford.
is about 100 to 200 new mutations per person per generation. That means you have about 100 more mutations than your parents, and your children will have about 100 more mutations than you have. And most mutations are deleterious. So you can see that's kind of a problem. And you can see that maybe if these people are a little more mutant than these people, if we select away these.
I'm sorry. It just sounds real. That sentence just sounded very X-Men. If we could tell these people over here are more mutant than these people, then we could start a team and fight crime. What are we talking about?
These people are still about 100 more mutations more mutant than their parents. Can you see that selection doesn't stop this problem? And so it's a real problem, and it's acknowledged by other populations.
Or has he drank the Kool-Aid? That is the
fast.
question. Are they lying for Jesus, or are they too sold
I think at some
in?
level he has to realize he's distorting
Well,
the science here.
My thing with people like him is just it always, like, they want to make it sound like it's not about religion, and yet they're always like, but I used to be an atheist, but then I found God. It's like, the subject is evolution, right? Like, this is biology class.
But no.
Sir, this is Wendy's.
Well, actually, in that vein, what I did find surprising is that, because I've been watching the Alex Jones civil trial, which he lost.
Oh
by the
my!
way.
Well,
But
I mean, that shit was so funny. I feel so bad for him, Justin, how terrible his own lawyers were. But that's neither here nor
they did
there.
such a terrible job. It was just funny. Like, I kind of expected, like, when they were going over like the text that his lawyer accidentally sent that were supposed to be deleted, he fucked up and sent up everything. But
Well,
I kind of halfway.
My hypothesis I'm making up, but I imagine when you're that drunk on whiskey, you don't know who you're sending it to. Just
maybe. But anyway,
no,
yeah, I was like, I kind of expected it to be like them behind the scenes to be like, yeah, we know this is bullshit, but hey, what are we gonna do? We're making money. But no, it's like behind the scenes, like it's like, no, they really did think that what was it? They were watching people in a hospital take care of COVID patients, and they say, no, those patients aren't real. It's all fake, just like Sandy Hook. And it's like they, at some level, really, really do think that the government is hoaxing and faking a pandemic, and that Sandy Hook is fake, and all these people are actors. And
well, the level like the conspiracy theory, I'm trying to think, MO is very similar. And so, it's just this powerful organ. Okay, Soros is allowing us to talk about this subject. Yeah, we're okay. Right. He approved it. But it's just about these powerful elites. There are the normies. I feel like such a millennial, though we're getting older now too. I heard that the funniest thing, if you want to see amazing get trolled, is Dylan Burns talk to Jesse Lee Peterson and borderline, troll him the entire time. It's like basically like, why are you attracted to the men? Because I think he's bisexual or gay or something. He was just like, oh, because they're so cute. You can't help it. And Jesse's just like, oh, yes.
I don't understand that. I don't understand what it's like to be attracted to a man. Well, he's got. Yeah.
But yes, we're jumping back into how Darwin got it wrong. Exactly. Yeah. You could see going underneath the desk. As we wrap up into this.
Surprised they didn't
Alex Jones
text with Amy with certain select videos.
Listen, I want to say you get him bent over and just like a frog, he starts squealing.
He starts to get a little gay.
I'm not going to comment on, his sexuality, but he gets a little bit more loose and he starts to ribbit. Okay.
All mutations.
Turn it Alex Jones gay.
And they have a tiny effect.
Oh,
if you have
tiny. Okay. I thought he could have went anywhere with that sentence.
Yeah,
effect.
Yeah.
They have a tiny little effect.
You can take away.
It was cold
letter,
outside.
You've lost some information, but not much. And so the typical mutation has no visible.
This is their other thing. You can't gain new information. This is like their mantra.
They love it.
You can't gain new information, which
a mutation's
is not
new
true.
Information.
And no, they make shit up.
Visible effect. It's deleterious. It's destroyed information, but no visible effect. Even Mother Nature can't see that effect, and so it can't be selected away. And so this
once again, I can't tell if he's.
It can't be selected away because he says so.
Errors in the text that make the text better. You see, that would be unusual. That'd be rare, almost infinitely
better
rare.
Is a subjective term.
Beneficials are too rare to measure how rare they are. That's how rare they are.
Not better. It's just more adaptable to an environment which changes.
They are. If you add one letter to a genome of 3 billion, it's not going to dramatically increase the information in that genome, will it? So you see, the beneficial mutation
too rare to measure,
to accumulate fast.
Most not selectable.
Too small to
measure. Mutations that are happening.
Yeah.
So the bottom line is,
which is not true.
Can't be stopped. Unless there's some unknown mechanism we have not yet discovered. Genomes should degenerate. They should go down, not up. And that's
negative.
Profound, really, really profound. And if someone can figure out how to stop that, let me know, because I'd really like to know.
No, you don't. You don't want to know.
In the last 7 years,
he wants to know where his
a team of scientists, and we've developed the most advanced, what's called numerical simulation.
Closet with Jesus.
So this is another thing that once again he is just full of absolute nonsense. You can check out his little program coming up. But once, it's not a baby girl. But he is selectively editing. So there's a little bit of non-intelligent or intelligent design, depending on how you look at this.
That's right, X Music. More better. Much more better is the correct term.
Much more better.
Or computer program that simulates this problem of mutation accumulation, even with selection and recombination and all the thing, basically modeling how in real life mutation and selection should happen. And just briefly, we find with our numerical simulations that more than 90% of bad mutations are not selected away. They just keep accumulating like rust on your car. And we find that the rare beneficials have almost no effect on scenario.
And the other stuff is just like
mutation rate of beneficials. And what we find is that fitness continuously declines in our simulations, And we see that extinction
MendelsAccount.org.
runs it.
So here's his website.org. This is like Sent in Love. I mean, this is like an orange jello type of thing. But whatever. Continue to send your non-peer-reviewed website.
Like from what, just to summarize what Dr. Dan said when we had him on last time talking about this, Dr. Dan Cardinell, who is an evolutionary biologist, he said that that there is a shelf life on a species, so you can accumulate enough mutations where a species will no longer be a thing. It'll become a new species. So the species has a shelf life, not life itself.
Trying to see if I can pull this up because I know this is going to be one of well, and I'm sorry for the clickety clack, but I know this is going to be like a I don't even know if it's still up, but it's definitely like one of those websites where it's like, this is totally science.com.
MendelsAccount.org.
Yeah.
Is it a defunct website?
I think so.
Oh my gosh.
Anyone else? I'm typing it in. I don't think
Their
I'm
stuff
getting.
Is so obscure that they can't even keep a website operational for a few years. And people like to say sometimes, they're like, oh, I mean, religion, it gives people hope and meaning and purpose, and what are you two guys trying to take that away from people? It's like, do you know how much money as a society we sink into religion? Like all this money that people give to these churches and yeah, sometimes they do a little good with some of it, but a lot of it, most of it ends up being just wasted to proselytize and continue to preach their message. It doesn't have any net benefit.
James, they need that plane. You just don't understand.
Right. I mean, hey, it does give jobs to the people who are selling invisible products, but I mean, all this money going into them, and they can't keep a website operational for more than a few years.
God works in mysterious ways, James.
It's inevitable. And so Mendel's Accountant is a program that we use, and it's freely available. You can download it on the internet.
Oh, yeah. So one of the things that was brought up on his Wikipedia page, people have looked into this guy's work and they completely ignore the positive. They find a reason to throw the positive mutations away. And yet nature doesn't really work that way. Nature just works with whatever it's got, like a jack switch.
And then he says that, oh, these bad mutations that natural selection can't work on. Oh, okay, it's a harmful mutation, but natural selection can't have an effect on it. Why? Oh, well, because it just can't. Oh, well, thank you, doctor. That's because he's not telling us why. He's just saying it can't.
And so it looks like Doorknob Head, that is probably right. I bet this is it from creation.com. This is probably what they were talking about. And once again, a definitely non-biased website of Creationist Ministries International. The same people that sponsor Dr. Sanford. This is the same think tank. So once again, basically quoting himself, quoting his own think tank. Oh, okay, cool.
So they couldn't keep that page. So it's still there. They just couldn't keep buying that MendelsAccount.org domain. They had to give it up. Nobody was going to it anyway. Stink tank, yeah.
Here's just two quick illustrations.
I'm smelling bullshit.
First
That's
one
right here,
shows that the red line shows the number of mutations that are accumulating goes up linearly through time. So we're going through about 200, a little over 250 generations are passing during this experiment. And the bad mutations are accumulating to very high numbers, to up to tens of thousands of mutations per person.
Yeah, it's what they're calling bad
mutations. Even though we put in one out of every 10 mutation is beneficial, which is radically too high, we see that the good mutations are accumulating, even with natural selection, much more slowly than the bad mutations. And so what we see in the same run, same experiment, is that the fitness.
The whole point is you're supposed to be no good mutations. Like, that's the whole thing. So I'm trying to understand,
yeah. This is why they love genetics. It's just numbers on paper, and they can play with them, and they can define them differently, and they can make it look however they want to make it look.
See, and I think they're playing with a lot of nonsense. Like, a lot of deepities a lot of times when they deal with stuff. Because if they were to, like I said, if you were to be in front of a bunch of genetics scientists who just had associates, bachelors, and then a few masters and doctorates in the crowd, his presentation would be completely different. Like, I just swear, I will keep on saying it until I'm blue in the face, that the skeptic's job turns out to be generally the scientist's job is to convey information, and the religious and apologist's job is to sound technical.
Well,
so
that's right, X-Music. Computer modeling isn't the same as an experiment, and like what I always say is, what if you take what they're saying about genetics, where would you extrapolate that to in the real world? Well, you'd extrapolate that to the fossil record. So is what he's saying about genetics extrapolated out into the fossil? No, it's not. Because we see, the longer you go back, you see wide changes in animals. You see very, very different animals in the past than we have today over millions and millions of years. What he's saying about genetics is not borne out in reality. It means he's abusing and misinterpreting the data to reach a conclusion that does not comport with reality.
But what does comport with reality, and sending so much love to Doorknob Head. Woo-hoo!
Thanks, Doorknob. Making it rain.
Yeah, someone said they wanted some blue in their face. Woo-hoo! Making it rain, hopefully triggering fundamentalists. Sending so much love, Doorknob Head. Couldn't send as much thanks for your support. And we're actually about to get close to the end. We're going to have an open mic, and then where we're really going to invite creationists. So we're going to, the skeptic crew, come on, have some fun. But once again, I don't know.
Probably be a quicker open mic.
Yes. Well, our skeptic and ranting.
It is getting a little late. Yeah.
It is. Woohoo!
Precipitously, and the blue line,
that's
which is
a big
population
word,
size, crashes at the end.
That's my coffee level.
Population goes extinct.
This is how I'm doing before, while I'm on coffee, and this is how I do after coffee.
I want you guys to know this is super sciencey right here. This is
super sciencey.
Just 268.
Yeah, Mark's like, it has, there's no record of it on the internet right now, and that's hard to do since it's the internet.
They scrubbed it pretty clean, huh?
Those are settings that we feel are very realistic. We can change the settings and delay the extinction, but we can't unless we go to totally dishonest settings. We cannot stop it. It means, what does it mean?
Settings.
It means
I just love that. Just like I just, once again, we all have brain things. That's like half my brain. I just can't help it.
We cannot stop it. It means, what does it mean?
We can't stop it.
It means
it means, what does it mean? It means
that
Once
genetic
again, we
systems,
all have
like
it. That's in
everything
my
else, is
brain
subject to
half
entropy,
the week.
and the genetic systems are running down,
Very stoic
even
looking.
with natural selection. And so, bottom line,
we can't show
there's
those. Good sir, we can't show
Those symbols, yeah, I just.
Gosh,
I
you got
like-
stairs. The net effect. Which funny is that we bring that up. He hasn't done it, but he's about to break that
change
law.
over time. If that's your definition
So let's let him do that.
of evolution,
Let him
change
walk
over time,
himself into that.
I am totally a believer in evolution. But the problem is,
I'm sorry. Let me just hear that again.
they're running down, even with natural selection. And so, bottom line, there's genetic change over time. If that's your definition of evolution, genetic change over time,
John Vance will
I'm
be
totally a believer in evolution.
I mean, two of your slides were basically you believe in evolution, but cool. Ruh-roh.
But the problem is, it's the evolution down, not up. And so,
devolution. Where's Bubble? We need it.
But once again, I know devolution. But once again, he's saying that's a form of evolution. They like to feed themselves. Like, I really don't understand this.
that's profound, and I think that that's
Is
something
it though?
we can very rigorously prove to any reasonable person.
Oh, so rigorous.
So now we're to the end, and
This is the end. Isn't that a song?
we come back.
Oh,
to the
back
issue.
to Jesus.
So, once again. And why is this important? Because this is like a marketing technique. I swear to Bob. I mean, it's like, all right, I'm in a church. First of all, I got to play up God. We're going to start with that. We're then going to get slowly more sciencey. I can't start sciencey. So we're going to get slowly more sciencey, and then, at least terminology-wise. And then I'm going to
technical terms.
Exactly. Then I'm going to try and sell my genetic entropy.
Buy my book.
Buy my book. Buy my DVD. And then after
Go to this
that,
website. Buy my book.
I can't close on that because they don't really know what I said. That would be the last thing they would remember. It would be a little bit weird. And so we're here to play the classics. You know, I'm in a church. I know my audience. So what is the main thesis? We have been talking how Darwin got it wrong. And ladies and gentlemen, if you just joined us, you would think the creationists would say evolution. And yet, no. I mean, that is something that he bitched about for endlessly until he basically gave his own form of it. But that has no evidence.
The main thing Darwin got wrong.
What's the main thing that's right if you're playing a type of bingo? Let's find out.
Darwin was wrong.
What is it?
He was wrong about the science. Most importantly, he was wrong about God.
Oh!
The G-Man.
There we
The
go.
G-Man.
The big G.
He was wrong about the Sky Daddy. That's right. The Sky Daddy.
With the long beard and everything. And yet, that doesn't seem to be a scientific hypothesis.
6'4", jacked, blonde hair, blue eyes, carrying me through heaven.
I can just take a lemon and rub it down his chest. I'm all for it.
So let's consider his life. He won fame like no other person except Christ, perhaps.
I don't know. Have you heard of the Beatles? I love this.
I mean,
what is this at the end of this? It's just weird. We don't view them like prophets.
Elvis or
Sure, buddy.
And Muhammad. For 150 years, the whole world has bowed down to Darwin.
Have they though? Or has it just been the biology department? Because that's kind of the backbone. And so it allows
you just
to
started
bow and get up and walk out the door. And do all sorts of things. That's the great thing about backbones. But I'm using a metaphor to counter whatever the crappy thing's coming out of your mouth.
Was famous for a decade. But so he received fame like it's almost inconceivable.
Like, I now just want to see a thing. Could you imagine, like, Darwin walking down with just, like, a whole bunch of fancy clothes, just got women throwing themselves on
Like
him?
like a rapper, like with jewelry, like Rick Ross. Rapper Darwin. Darwin got them hoes, Amy. He got them. Darwin blowing stacks, Amy. Thug life.
James, once you know that genes mutate in populations and the environment naturally selects them, the next step is bitches. I think that's how it goes.
Most likely. Yeah.
That's a quote.
But no one ever accused him of being brilliant or even unusually smart. What's going on? My own,
like one of like the little low grade digs. I love this. A mix of like backhanded compliments and low grade digs, and almost a little bit of jealousy. It almost sounded like, and he was really famous throughout his whole life.
Personal belief, looking at him, seeing what he was like, remembering what I was like, what I feel like, this is my opinion. I believe that he sold his soul for fame.
He sold his soul.
Once again, always about this shit.
I would say that's a projection, because I mean that's fate. Let's face it. John Sanford. So say he is just a regular old geneticist. Would anybody know who he was? I mean, maybe a few PhDs and people in the field, but 99% of the population, no. They wouldn't know who he is. They wouldn't care who he would be just one of many genetic scientists. But now that he has gone over to the dark side, he is actually he's actually somebody. It's like a relatively obscure atheist channel who became a Muslim, and now his channel's blown up, and he's
and now he's not allowed near Chuck E. Cheese. Moving.
Yeah, used to have like 10 people in a stream. Now he gets like 80.
Well, I mean, and listen, that's the we're sending love to any trajectory that of YouTube content creator. It just tends to be, I don't know, the cosmological arguments just tend to suck. It's the small things in life.
I honestly believe that. He experienced a life of personal torment, which you'd have to read about to believe. More importantly, his soul was lost.
Lost.
He
couldn't find it unless you're in jail. Or
he lost his car keys.
Fate. Every one of his children was an unbeliever. 2 of his sons were the leading European eugenicists. His cousin was the person who invented the term eugenics. And so he led his family away from the light into darkness. His family was lost. We don't know about his wife.
Oh no, it's
she
just
went
the glasses.
From a strong believer to a marginal believer. At best. And most importantly,
I love that No True Scotsman at the end. And she was a marginal believer, like at best.
He has led
hardcore
into the same path that he took. We're talking about hundreds of millions of people who decided to follow Darwin.
Ooh, welcome back, James. I agree. It was a good movie.
Hey, James.
And into the darkness. And I assert to you that without any question, Darwin was the greatest atheist maker who ever lived. Let me repeat that. He is the greatest atheist maker who ever lived.
Wait, say it one more time.
Darwin was the greatest atheist maker who ever lived.
Nice. it doesn't mean that evolution is against your God. It means that you guys have shitty belief systems that contradict
You guys
science.
suck. Yeah.
I mean, when the science contradicts your religion, it's not really the science's fault. It's more of a you problem. Let's send in love.
Yeah, it's like Darwin Got It Wrong when he said
the greatest atheist maker.
the fact that you can't understand
so
such a well-supported and obviously true theory doesn't mean it's the theory that's dumb. It could be you. You could be the dumb one.
Once again, we're not saying he is dumb. We're saying his arguments are dumb. Very specifically.
Right.
Because I'm sure he's a smart guy. He could take an IQ test. His G would be up there with normal metrics or whatever, blah, 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 blah. Doesn't matter.
I was referring...
This isn't true. No, I know what you're saying.
I was referring more to people who...
we have to put those asterisks because they don't. Because, oh, yes. No, we'll just...
people come in our side chats and say devolution and stupid things.
Well, no, that's not how entropy works. Like, this dude is just pulling things from his butt. It doesn't matter that he was correct in something and was able to make a gene gun. It doesn't mean that he's right about overlying genetics. Especially when he goes against the vast majority of what, is being done.
For the church, which says we're comfortable with Darwin, or for the churches that every year celebrate Darwin Day, Darwin Sunday, and say he's our hero, I just ask you,
please
reconsider your position.
Please throw the science out.
For the sake of the next generation, we are losing the next generation. Why?
Well, it's because they have access to information and they're no longer falling for your bull.
The shit that you're preaching is not true.
You see this puppet? They don't really like it anymore.
Because of unbelief. Where is the unbelief coming from? Because Darwin and Darwinism is toxic to belief in Christ. And so,
I don't think it is, and yet I'll take it.
No, not necessarily. I mean, like you said, there are plenty of churches who accept Darwin and accept evolution, and they integrate it in. And is there some cognitive dissonance in there? Maybe, but they are still believers. They're still believe in their religion. They still accept science, which is better than being a believer who doesn't accept science. That is a step in the right direction.
Yep.
The churches that honor Darwin and still honor the name of Jesus are highly compromised.
Darwin and honor the name of Jesus. Like, it's always, like, he really is. He's trying to compare it to prophethood.
And I don't say that unkindly.
Charles Darwin, peace be upon him.
It's just clear that unbelief in terms of origins.
His name.
Bless my stick. Oh, holy.
Exactly.
Belief system that Jesus taught. So it's a big deal, isn't it? It's a really, really big deal.
Not really.
It's like 15 feet.
I'd like to finish with this
like
image.
Joe Biden, this is a big effing deal.
Listen, you have no idea how big of a deal this is. This is like 15 feet of deals. We are going to send the link into StreamYard so that you can tell us how big of a deal this wisdom is as we finish it up.
This is Hunter Biden's laptop on eBay for $1. That big of a deal. You can buy a copy of it.
Yeah.
You get him one. You get one. Yeah, don't touch it.
There are billions.
I could see. I tempted because I hate.
Hundreds of thousands have already followed Darwin.
Conspiracy theory.
Darkness and death away from light and life.
The amount of people
tragedy on the highest scale.
Those drugs.
Because
I would say Don Jr. just his Coke Jr. original. I'm gonna put. There's mine. I'm going on.
We had fascism.
There you go.
There's it. My one.
Virulent racism.
My one.
We had
She stuck it in there at the end.
revolution,
Stuck
abortion
it
on
in
demand.
there, like him trying to
Most
sell
importantly, we had the
genetic
collapse of the
entropy.
church.
Attempted sodomy.
So
Attempted.
Exactly.
This is like he's
Once
trying
again,
to
only
sodomize
because
our
they
brain.
held me down. I know this was.
He's trying to sodomize our minds with this
Oh my god.
genetic
No,
entropy
it
nonsense.
kills you on the inside because these people left a little bit less intelligent. I don't know what to say. Like I don't.
That's
honestly.
that's an accomplishment. That's hard to do for creationists.
But I don't think any of these, like leaving, like they would be able to defend their faith or even genetic entropy. Like if they were to go up, in my opinion, against a skeptic, they would fall apart. So like they really just leave worse off than they were before. That's what kills me on the inside. That's like
Wolfe brought that in my debate with him, and he doesn't even know what I think on the issue. It's totally not related to evolution. It's totally you're trying to confuse politics with science, and they're two totally different things.
Well, and religion also, religious people, and I guess religion, unfortunately, often tries to do this.
They
especially. Yeah, which I think that's a marriage we both agree is not made in metaphorical heaven. And okay, let's finish this up and then get some chat and have some fun and tuck ourselves into bed or get ourselves going in the day, wherever you are in the time period.
That we can be witnesses to the world and say,
hey, I'm gay. What?
He was wrong about science. And he's leading you away from the light and away from the life.
Say Jesus.
And so that's where I close is let's just commit to encourage everyone to move toward the light. Amen.
Say it, bitch.
All right, we got an amen. I'll take it.
Amen.
Gay men all over. Oh my. But James, that was something special.
Now you can see why I picked that one. I created that a few months ago. It's been on my list, and we finally just got to cross this one off because
this guy, unfortunately, a lot of people may not have heard of him and say, who was this guy? True. But unfortunately, a lot of his ideas leak down. A lot of creationists know who he is. Yes. And so, like, even like I say, I think Kent gets a lot of his shtick from John C. Sanford, not the other way around. These are the guys stirring the pot. Kent's a rhetoricist. I don't know how well of a debate person John is, and so you get these people that they quote that are like, I want to say science adjacent because they definitely have degrees from. I think this guy even has a degree from an accredited university. Nonetheless, the vast majority, it just goes to show you what the bar is when we have to say, yeah, they found one. Here's a single dude, and I guess he doesn't even have a degree from a scam mill. So cool. What a bar!
Like the guy who gets a bachelor's in chemistry and then says, you know what? Maybe alchemy was right after all.
Exactly. Cool. You passed your exams. Nonetheless, that doesn't mean we're going to change.
It's all bullshit. It's all bullshit.
For you.
Alchemy is the way to go.
But yeah, let's trying to think of anything else, and then let's bring in some fun skeptics, though creationists. We're sending a call out there for you. And we're having fun in the sun. Exactly. Well, and I swear they get a little bit scared. It's you'd think they'd have Jesus on their side and him take the wheel, but apparently, he's in a car accident.
But that's okay. Science will say to thwart the will of Jesus, right?
What
Us
the wheel
lowly,
of Jesus.
dumb, mean atheists.
Look, you gotta sometimes throw babies into volcanoes so that we can have our atheist of a year card. But yes, let's have some fun. We're moving to the Skeptic and Ranting open mic, and Mark Reid is starting us off. And then James, and then Shane. It is time. That's right. I am going to open it up and whip it out.
Welcome aboard, Mark.
What is up, Mark? Welcome to the fun. We are having some Skeptic and Ranting on how Darwin got it wrong. I hope you are having a fantastic day or night. And what are your thoughts about the video or anything we've been talking about tonight?
Oh, thank you so much for having me on, Amy and James. I love you both. I thought this was actually, you know what? I was amazed they didn't go in for the eyeball thing. Someone mentioned it earlier, and I was amazed. But obviously, I think AIG put out not to use that one because so many people have pointed out that it's quote mining. But he did do a fair bit of quote mining. I'm just going to do like an intro outro because I do have to go really soon. But I just wanted to say a couple of my thoughts on it. Like, he started off by saying, like, oh, Darwin rejected Christianity. Well, I think that's a bit glib. Like, he kind of struggled with it for a while. And he kind of went off to a deistic kind of model. Like he still believed in God, but he had very little to do with creation. But that deistic model is one that the young earth creationists really hate as well. So, that didn't exactly endear him to that crowd either. And they mentioned sort of how he was a dedicated philosophical naturalist. And I don't think that's the case. Like, he was a methodological naturalist. If you want to know the difference, that sort of philosophical naturalism says that necessarily everything has to be natural. Like, as a point of necessity, there can't be anything supernatural. Whereas methodological naturalism just says, in order to investigate everything, we have to use natural means. It doesn't preclude there to being a supernatural element. So he's completely wrong on that. The thing that Darwin did no experiments is ridiculous. There's a really famous saltwater experiment that he did with seeds to see if they could germinate and how they changed under evolution. He investigated snow owl pellets and how evolution sort of made them, like dissecting these pellets. He did a lot of experiments, and he, as you said, he pointed out, but he did ant and earthworm experiments. It's sort of like, well, why aren't they real experiments? Of course they're experiments. That's really weird. They said he was an armchair scientist. Oh, he just took off for the Galapagos in the 1850s. That doesn't sound very armchair to me. That's one hell of a trip. In those days, anyway, you're talking about the time of, sailing ships and tall ships. What was it? What was his ship called? Was it the Beagle? Yeah, I think it was the Beagle that he took the trip on. And I love how, like, he does observation and hypothesis, comes up with this hypothesis, and according to them, he's doing creative storytelling. No, that's observation and hypothesis. And what's irritating is Stanford, as a scientist, he should know this. He should know that coming up with a hypothesis and saying, hey, if this is true, this is what we'll see, is not creative storytelling. It's a hypothesis. He knows that, which makes it very frustrating and sort of gives us an idea of, hey, this guy might not actually be telling the truth when he talks about Darwin. He has a vested interest in Darwin being wrong. And so he's gone for ad hominems, character assassination, colorization of his hypothesis as creative storytelling rather than the hypothesis that it was. The idea that he had no transitional forms is ridiculous. Someone in the chat mentioned Archaeopteryx, a bird with teeth, that Darwin himself predicted. He made that hypothesis. There's Tiktaalik. which I don't think Darwin predicted that one, but we predicted exactly where it would be found and exactly what it would look like, a fish that could use its fins to walk. And then we found tectonic, exactly what had been predicted. So no transitional forms is ridiculous. He quotes Stephen Jay Gould, who is like one of the most misquoted and misrepresented people on the face of the planet, from 1977, saying that we don't have this evidence. It's been a long time since 1977, and things have changed. Add to that the genetic evidence we found that, again, Sanford knows about because he is involved in genetics. He knows what people have found since but he chooses to go back and quote mines him from 1977. Ridiculous. Darwin's challenge, which is to find a part of anatomy that can't be traced back to simpler and simpler forms. And that is essentially irreducible complexity, which the creationists have failed at every single turn. They can't demonstrate irreducible complexity. We can always trace these systems back to simpler and simpler, not the same function, but maybe a different function, but a simpler form of that. We can always trace it back. The peacock thing, I mean, they took a quote from 1860 where he was struggling with why is a peacock's sort of, plumage so unwieldy and big and colourful, but it provides no real benefit. By 1868, 8 years it took him to actually come up with a reason why of sexual selection. And he did that. And the guy's like, oh, but he had no way. No, he gave the reason himself. It took him a long time to understand how it worked. I just think this is just a big... I mean, they hate Darwin so much, and for no reason. He was an amazing scientist. He wasn't an armchair scientist. He pursued all over the world for his hypothesis. He wasn't a non-experimental scientist. He produced a lot of works where he did a lot of experiments, most of which are still done in classrooms today. Like, you might do the saltwater seed experiment and show how some seeds adapt and some seeds don't. It's still done today, and he just wants to ignore everything that the man did and say, hey, he just came up with this crazy thing that had
never found any evidence. Yeah,
right, no evidence, no science behind it, nothing like that. I mean, it was interesting, the whole idea of de-evolution, or whatever the hell he calls it. He actually came out with this genetic entropy. Yeah, that's what he calls it. Apparently, he used another scientist's work, Kimura, Motu Kimura, who's a very, very famous geneticist, and came up with this rate of this scale at which you could calculate how genetic diversity would impact the organism. Now, Kimura came out and said that Sanford is using his model wrong, right? He's basically said, and I'll just find the thing here, Kimura disagrees with Sanford's interpretation of mutation distribution, excluding beneficial mixed mutations because they would have too large an effect, not an insignificant one. So he's basically downplaying the effects these beneficial mutations would have, and basically exacerbating the detrimental effects of the detrimental ones. So he's basically tipping the results. Now, this comes from the guy...
they can't be selected against.
Right. This is the guy who created the scale that Sanford is using. And Sanford basically says he defends his interpretation of that mutation distribution figure as being more accurate than Kimura's original meaning. And mainstream genetics completely disagrees with Sanford and agrees with Kimura. They 100% back up Kimura. Sanford is basically sitting with another couple of geneticists at Answers for Genesis and saying, hey, everybody's wrong but me. And it's ridiculous. It is basically saying that the person that invented the thing that he's using is wrong about how it should be used, which is just ludicrous. Yeah, I don't know, but Stanford, he hasn't published a paper for ages. I mean, he keeps bringing out books because books aren't peer reviewed. He can publish a book on anything he wants. We've all seen people publish books on, random stuff, aliens. Anyone can publish a book, but he does no peer reviewed research. He isn't, Answers in Genesis is
They'll
not
go
the
out to the Christian bookstores and they'll buy it up. And
right. And the thing I always remember is, I mean, he has a vested interest in Darwin being wrong and him being right. He can publish these books. He can make a lot of money off Christians that buy them. And it's always hard to convince somebody that they are wrong when their finances rely on them being right. But that he gets into a place of, I mean, it's hard to think that somebody that intelligent can make such grievous mistakes in a field where he has studied so proficiently. It's very hard for me to accept that, which is why I usually don't say, hey, they're lying and they might just be mistaken. But in this case, I really do think that the evidence leans towards him being lying, because and he's a smart guy and he's very, very proficient in genetics. You would have to, I think I would lean towards you having to willfully ignore the evidence in this case. But yeah, that's just my opinion. And I think Amy's 100% right. This is where Kent Hovind gets his talking points. It's where Otangelo and even Donnie Maddox gets some of his talking points on the genetic entropy kind of stuff. A lot of them come from this one guy who is, an absolute pariah in the genetic community. Nobody listens to Stanford. Nobody.
Indeed.
So, yeah, that's thank you for indulging me. Man, that actually made me a little cranky kind of thing, because like somebody asked, where's Darwin buried? He's buried in Westminster Abbey, like the most prestigious place you can be buried in all of England. It is where heroes, saints, and kings are buried, is Westminster Abbey. He had such a profound effect on science. It's kind of very disrespectful to be a geneticist and bash on Darwin, of all people. It's kind of weird.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of another field that you can get in that you basically like bash the founding.
It would be like being a physicist and bashing on Einstein. It's really weird. It's sort of this giant of the field.
It's like you could do it. It just makes you kind of look like
being
but hey, but you.
Yeah,
exactly.
A flat Earth astrophysicist.
Well, I mean, you can attack his ideas, and they should be in science. Ideas should always be attacked in science. But you're basically saying, oh, he was lost, his life was terrible. That's got nothing to do whether he was wrong or right. Nothing to do with it. And you're just bashing on him, the person. He was an armchair scientist, didn't do experiments. Yeah, I think attack the ideas, but leave the guy alone, because he was an amazing scientist. So yeah, anyway, I do have to run, so I really do apologize, but thank you so much for having me on. I really enjoyed that. That was a lot of fun.
Thank you, Mark.
Thank you, Mark. It was a fantastic time having you on, because you always make a lot of sane, rational points.
How dare I? How dare I bring sanity to this?
And after all that we just experienced, I think we could use a little bit of that. But thank you so very much, Mark. I hope you have a good night or day.
Yeah, you too. Take care.
And all right, we are going right down. We're going from one James W. to another. James Wolfe, what is up? We are Skeptic and Ranting on how Darwin got it wrong. I hope you're doing well. And I don't know, are you convinced?
Yeah, thanks for having me. Look, I didn't catch it all. I didn't catch the whole video, but it's yeah, far out. Just it's what you said earlier, James. It was a very anti-enlightenment perspective, yeah. Presentation you put on.
Absolutely.
Yeah, yeah.
Imagine
So
attacking the Enlightenment as a bad thing. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, well, that's kind of where I wanted to sort of just touch on, because, I mean, I could go into Darwin and stuff. I'm not a scientist at all, but my experience and my knowledge of Darwin is largely into. And I was just thinking about it just a moment ago, just in terms of his place in history and philosophy, and he's kind of been dragged into these fields, into discussions into these fields where he doesn't his I don't know. I mean, I suppose there are implications. There are philosophical and historical implications, and he obviously has had a massive effect. But I think that that it's mainly the fringes of pseudo history that try and drag him into these fields and and demonize him and try and say he was this proto-fascist or something. I've never seen to be honest, I've struggled to identify a figure more unjustly demonized than this guy. I really do. Yeah. But what I wanted to talk about for a moment, I can't stay too long, but what I wanted to talk about for a moment was just that that anti-enlightenment position, which in my field, like in history and philosophy, it's not all that uncommon, unfortunately. Threads of it at least, and just in terms of, I've been reading I read a few Steven Pinker books recently. I read Better Angels of Nature and Enlightenment Now, and I also read just to sort of obviously I like to challenge myself, to challenge my existing perspective by reading a book by Ben Shapiro of all people, The Right Side of History. But one thing that they
pause you for a second. I
got Amy's attention.
No, I fight so hard to make every time there's like a Bible joke. I fight so hard to be like, it's dry, okay? It's not as dry as someone's wife. We're going to just continue to go forward. But look, he did that to himself, okay? I only can, hit it out of a park if someone sets it up for me, okay? It's a 2-player game.
Yeah.
I'm handing it right back to James.
You gave him the rope. He used it.
Yeah. No, he's an interesting fellow. But just to, just as a adversarial exercise, a dialectical exercise, or something like that, put yourself under that sort of rigor. Maybe I'm not choosing the best, the most refined scholar for my opposing positions, but anyway, it is what it is. But yeah, it was. But one thing about when I was a Christian and when I was in ministry, one thing I loved about Christianity was that its malleability. It's the fact that there was a synthesis to at least some degree between reason and Christianity, and both, and Ben Shapiro, he actually raises this in his book about how, why did the Enlightenment, why did the science of, why did all this philosophy surrounding reason come out of Europe, come out of Christendom? And I don't know, there's a lot of reasons it could have, which I won't go into now, but I kind of think that just that kind of synthesis between Christianity and reason and rationality. It's something that I strive for a long time for. I mean, I know I'm probably not the best example, obviously, because I've fallen away, but I know a lot of people who were genuinely, honestly searching for that synthesis, and just the attempts to reconcile reason and science with Christianity, and they did so in a real earnest fashion, in a real honest fashion, and they might have their belief that their reasons for their belief in God. They might be based on faulty epistemology or whatever, whether it's they find the God concept compelling, or if they've had personal experience or whatever. But just the honesty, I feel, really, it's the willful ignorance kicks in when you do deny the science, and you do go for that hyper literal interpretation. And what I always thought, that when I was in ministry, when I was a Christian, I thought it was a far more noble pursuit of God, of spirituality, whatever you want to call it, of truth, to try and meditate on the Bible and meditate on Scripture for truth to be revealed to you, and by advancing a kind of real intellectual honesty. Intellectual honesty is the wrong word. Sorry, a real raw, absolute honesty that sort of tries to pierce through your preconceptions and your emotional biases, and it's not about scientific truth so much. But what I used to think, what I used to tell people, what I used to prescribe to, the method I used, if you like, was say if the Bible says the sky is red and it's obviously blue, then God's trying to tell you something different than what it's clearly untrue like that. If it's telling you something morally indefensible, then it's not advocating for that immorality. It's actually, you've got to look deeper and really and dissect it in a more rigorous fashion. And I know, and I tend to think that that's maybe to some degree that's kind of methodologies like that have led us to a place where we can have synthesis between Christianity and science and reason. And this is just this whole presentation, the whole anti-Darwin thing, the whole anti-evolution thing, the whole young Earth creation thing. It's just a carnival of willful ignorance and intellectual dishonesty. And I hope I've made sense. I know I was jumping around a bit, but I hope I've made sense in what I've tried to communicate.
Not only have you made sense, but this is the place for ranting.
Perfect. Look who joined us, Amy.
What is up? Sending love out there, Speed. Woo-hoo.
Speed of sound, answers in atheism.
But James, thank you so very much. Did you say you were staying? You're free to stay for the open conversation.
For a little while, maybe 10, 15.
Okay. Well, sounds good. Welcome on board. And yeah, it is just a little strange. They're trying to find some synthesis. I think some of them do. And then the others, well, it comes out like this. Sending so much love, James Wolfe. Stick around with us. But... I know. It's actually almost 7 a.m. here, which is, once again, we are the night shift. But sending love, James Wolfe, who once again does. I can't help keep on complimenting, because he and Pat does something that creationists are very allergic to, which is research. Not that they would... ever take offense to that out there. Anyway, sending so much love, James Wolfe, and we are going right down until we get to open conversation. Oh, that was my hard drive. Shane Bilowitz, what is up? We are Skeptic and Ranting on how Darwin got it wrong. I hope you are doing well, and what are your thoughts about the topic or anything we've been talking about tonight?
Great to be here. Thanks for having me. Oh, sorry. Everyone else is Australian, so I wrote a whole bunch of notes, and I don't know if I could, some of it, everybody whoa, hey Zoe. There's my cat.
Pro cat stream.
Yep. So I think I'm gonna take a little different approach than Mark. My whole thoughts are like, who cares what Darwin says? Like, sure, he was great, and did a lot of good things, and really, his ideas, are the cornerstone of biology. But we don't worship people, and religious people have this they always have this sort of need for authority or someone else to look up to tell them what to think and what to look, and what to, so they think that that's how atheists and secular people do that with the scientists, and they're like our priests or whatever.
Yeah.
But we don't do that. We revere ideas and data and progress and science, and so it's not really about the person that created it. Like, just, they're trying to defame a person. Like, he's saying, oh, Darwin lost his soul and Darwin was, evil and blah blah blah. Like, so what? It doesn't mean he's wrong. Like, we could just grant that he was all those things that you say, even though a lot, they're not true, but that doesn't mean he's wrong. Another thing I wanted to talk about was the phylogenetics, and he was saying how phylogenetics is just like you could take forks and knives and spoons and like sort them together because they look the same. But the thing about phylogenetics is the word genetics is in it. So it's about inheritance. It's about genetic traits. Before we knew about all that, the fossil record and evolution, everything was based on morphology or like physical traits. So things that kind of look together and look like they inherited, similar traits were put in similar families. But then with genetics, we corrected that. We discovered like, hey, the bat we thought was more closer to rodents, and it's really actually, it should be over here because the genetics says it's, more like that. Like, what's it called? Convergent evolution. Has anybody ever seen a fossa from Madagascar? Those
No.
are these,
I'm interested.
Here, I guess I can share screen, I guess. Here, let me see. Share screen. Okay. Sorry. Let's have a little music. Oh, sorry. Okay. Share screen.
Just set her up. She'll, yeah.
There we go. So this is a fossa. This is in Madagascar, or they live in Madagascar. And you would think that they look like that they're a cat-like animal, but they're actually more like related to mongooses. So they're not felines at all.
They're in a completely separate family.
Right. So that's the reason why we know that is because of genetics.
It's like how cladistics is replacing Linnaean taxonomy because it's a better way of classifying animals.
And you can't evolve out of your lineage.
Right.
So it's different than like with a lot of people like to compare that to cars or forks and spoons, or like he did in the video or something. But like if you're creating a car, you can swap parts out whenever you want. You can put a different engine in. You can do that. But like,
that's what a designer can do.
A designer could do whatever he wants, but a hoofed animal, they all like ungulates. You all see there's their even-toed ungulates and odd-toed ungulates, and they all evolved the same traits, and you can't swap an even-toed for an odd, you wouldn't have a horse have a cleft foot and like a cow, because they've already evolved, they've already diverged from a more basal
that boat already left.
Right. Yeah, you can't hop laterally between.
Yeah. Right.
And a lot of things he did was he didn't really present any evidence at all. He just asserted things. He was like, here's some experiments I did, and then he just showed like a computer to, or he would just say the fossil record doesn't show that because I said so. And what I thought was hilarious is because he was like, now remember, this is called extrapolation, and Darwin extrapolated, and he did this whole thing about his daughter growing to be, a million years. But that's exactly what he was doing, extrapolating from his computer model to the real world, to, so it's like, I don't know.
And he was biased at that. That was the other thing
Yeah.
that someone called out when they looked it up. Yes, he actually is cherry picking his data. I mean, I think if you were gambling, they would call that fixed.
Right,
cheating.
right, exactly.
True. What's the exact word? I mean, I don't want to slander him, but if you're trying to push the data in a certain direction, it just doesn't seem very honest.
Yeah, definitely. He was started to use the argument from analogy that we hear from Orange Jello all the time. Where it's like, this is like a city, it's a factory house, it's a workplace. Basically what he's doing is he's saying, like, this thing has the same characteristic as this thing, and this thing also has this characteristic, so that means this must have this characteristic too. And it's just that, no, that does, like, analogies break down at a certain point, and their analogies just sort of conceptualize it, but they're not supposed to be like, just because if we call this the factory of the cell, it doesn't mean there are little people inside there working, and they're, I don't know. What else? There's more. Something I wanted to bring up. He just kept talking about mutation and how mutation isn't enough. And the thing is, though, the modern theory, there's like 4 or 5 different factors that can cause evolution or changing in allele frequencies. Mutation's one of them, but you also can have like artificial selection or non-random mating. So humans can artificially select things, or specific other species can seek out, well, I guess, yeah. And then there's gene flow, there's genetic drift, there's natural selection. So there's a lot of other factors, and mutation is just one of them. So, granted, it is a big factor, but there are other things involved, like if you have a bottleneck or something, that could definitely affect the.
I think it would work with just mutations, but the fact is we do have way more than that.
Yeah, I mean, most mutations are neutral. Like, some are good and some are bad. He was saying that 1 out of 10 are beneficial, and then he was saying that means that all the other 9 are deleterious or detrimental. But that's not the case.
But then he says they can't be selected against. They're deleterious, but natural selection can't act on them, which I don't understand.
And he also says that you can only lose information, but you can't gain it. And this is a common thing people say all the time. And then when you talk about like one of the more common mutations is copying, like having, accidentally copying something and repeating it like twice, and that's adding something else, right? Or if you change one letter to a different letter, that's new information. It doesn't
change.
Yeah, it's new. It's. I mean, these are just common talking points. I had other stuff, but I'm just rambling by now. All right. So
they really do need some new arguments, UDF. Thank you so much, Shane.
Woo, I'll keep on saying it. This is the place to rant. Thank you so very much, Shane.
You came to the right place.
Yeah.
And all right, just one more intro, and then we're going to open discussion. Do.
Girl deck.
That too. But friendly Muslim, welcome. We are Skeptic and Ranting on how Darwin got it wrong. I hope you're doing well. And what are your thoughts about the video, the subject, or anything we've been talking about tonight?
The hour is near, and you need to repent for your Darwinism and stop this evolutionary process and enlightenment.
Only it is just too much. Me.
Stop for a laugh. Right. On that note, yeah, I'm happy to make it quick, get straight to the point and the meat and the bones of this, and talk about the theories and what went wrong, basically. But yeah, that's my intro. I'm gonna get into the open mic and let's get it going.
All right. With that, this is the girl deck. This is the deck that we are working with tonight. We are skeptic and ranting on how Darwin, at the last second, peeking in.
All right.
Speed
Welcome
of
aboard.
sound, welcome aboard. We are skeptic and ranting on how Darwin got it wrong. It is lovely to have you here. What are your thoughts about what we've been watching, the topic, anything we've been talking about? I cannot believe you would say something so daring, yet so true. And I think he is working on his mic. So we are going to continue talking.
Yeah, it's really early here. Hey,
I
good
would
morning.
say it is. I know it's
Morning.
7 a.m., which is kind of crazy. But
It's Saturday. You think it's
yes.
Friday.
That's true. It technically is Friday because I
On
haven't
Newman
gone to bed
time.
yet. Yes, on Newman
Yeah, we're
time.
going to fight about that.
No. But how have you been, Speed? Sending love.
Hey, I've been pretty good, except I'm in one of those cycles where I'm really mad at the creationists now, and I'm not going to be nice to them.
I can understand
Stick
that.
it to him.
And then I go to this, I just keep cycling between it, but now I'm in a point where it's like, what the hell is wrong with these people?
Are you a raging atheist?
I am a raging atheist now, yeah. Yeah.
But you had your debate with Sal Cordova?
Oh my God, that guy. He keeps
Or did that get
blocking me,
canceled?
and it never got started because he wanted to debate me for 8 hours. Then he wanted to shut off the chat. Then he wanted to do it on his channel where none of my people could, nobody that knows me can come on because they're all blocked. And it's like,
They're all blocked, yeah.
yeah, he's just such a, I don't know what and then he tells me that, I'm going to give you a piece of my mind. And it's like, okay, I thought we were going to have a debate on the science, now he wants to give me a piece of his mind. And I'm like, so what the heck? I call him Smell Cordova this week. Smell.
Well, we've been taking on his daddy. We've been taking on Dr. John Sanford.
Yeah, I didn't get to watch that, but Sanford is there are some really interesting things about Sanford, and like he keeps showing that gene gun, right, which looks like something my dad made in his garage, and he invented this gene gun, and Sanford went to school a long time ago. Now we'll get into it, but there's something about these PhD creationists where somehow, despite their education, they do not know how to think anymore. And I'm trying to put my finger on what that is, but maybe we can talk about it. But anyway, I just woke up. I'm having coffee. I ain't going to go on camera.
That's okay. Welcome on board. And I think I have a thesis what it is, but I know some present company excluded, of course, but religion. Yeah. It might be a little bit more complicated, but
you can say it louder. It's fine. I won't get offended.
Oh, I'm just sending so much love out there too, though.
Religion and the shekels.
Look, Soros, it's the only way that he could pay us. I can't translate,
Israeli
lizard
shekels,
dollars into USD. That would be silly.
Maybe that's what Alex Jones can pay his settlement.
I know, his new lawyers, that's what he's going to be paying.
So what would you say their main problems against Darwin is? Because it just goes against the Bible. And that's their main...
I would say very
That's where he started off
specifically
with.
the 6 days of creation. You know, they kind of, even though the Jews would turn to them and be like, we don't really believe it literally, but yeah, the Christians seem to take it very literally, and so literally that they want to get it into our biology classes.
Yeah.
But I heart them, you know, on some level.
Would make the biology class a lot shorter.
Right? You'd just be like, oh, God did it.
Yes, it would.
All right, everybody, let's go play.
Professor Otangelo's College of Biology. Only one lesson takes 5 minutes. What less?
Yeah.
There's also the theological problem of you know, they're not. It takes away, then it eliminates Adam and a literal Adam and Eve, and you don't need a savior. So it sort of makes Jesus and his role a bit redundant theologically.
So we had a conversation with what do you call them, orange jello, yesterday on the weather report, and I think it was Jay Patrick asked him why God could not have created life with abiogenesis, right? Naturally, why God couldn't have created the universe in such a way that it would create life. And Otangelo kept coming back and saying, well, it's logically impossible. God couldn't have done that God couldn't have used abiogenesis. And he said, so, could you create life from one atom? So he was trying to talk about a square circle logical impossibility. And he was conflating that with abiogenesis. And I kept telling him, Otangelo, quit with the one molecule bullshit. I said, nobody, or one atom, nobody believes that, right? So let's talk about, you know, what the real environment was. But he couldn't quite get it through his head, so he thought it was logically impossible for God to use natural means like what do they call it, theistic evolution, where they believe that God fine-tuned the universe to create life, right? So there's that, and there are ways to reconcile Christianity with that. And I find them very interesting. It's like an interesting mythos, right? That there were a couple of primates and God breathed the soul of, you know, Adam and Eve into them or whatever. And that became, you know, the Adam and Eve thing. And then so they could have their Garden of Eden thing if they want. And then, but the only miracle a Christian really needs to invoke is the resurrection of Jesus Christ. Other than that, they don't have to think so damn hard about how God did it. Just shut the fuck up and get over the idea that you know how God did it. Just accept that God is much greater than man and he thinks, you know, in strange ways, and just go with the resurrection. And I think a lot of Christians do that. And they don't have a problem with science. So I don't know. What do you think of that?
Yeah.
No, I think. Sorry, go on.
I was just agreeing.
Yeah, no, me too. What I used to say was that Jesus died on the cross as that he didn't literally need to do it, but it was symbolic of God's will and God's forgiveness and what God was willing to go through for his children. That's what it was all symbolic, and he was sent down to be that symbolism, not just to demonstrate his love in that sadomasochistic fashion, but yeah, it wasn't in the act itself. It was more just a demonstration of his intent and what he does for us, rather than it being something that was occurring or pivotal in and of itself, if that makes sense.
Yeah, and then if you get rid of the resurrection and you don't have to believe in that supernatural event, well, that brings you all the way back to a secular Buddhist position, which is, perfectly compatible with naturalism, and there's no fight at all. And one of the things that I keep trying to tell, like Bread of Life, is that she doesn't have faith. She doesn't have faith in a religion, right? She has to have scientific justification for it. It's like, no, you don't need that. You know, you can just have faith in Christianity and not think at all about how God did it, right? And that makes you a secular Buddhist, which is compatible with everything, and then everybody can just be at peace and go home and leave the damn science classes alone.
Yeah, and you can also view the resurrection as being symbolic of a transcendence of death too. That it's, you know, that it can be symbolic of an indication that there's something there beyond after death or something like that. You know, that it didn't have to be. And I think this is a sort of I don't know if it's a Gnostic interpretation or if it's just a modern fringe interpretation. It might be a bit of both, but that, you know, the resurrection wasn't actually a physical bodily resurrection. It was he appeared to his disciples after to demonstrate and to communicate that there was life after death and you could transcend death.
Yeah. You know, when I was 16, after I'd been introduced to secular Buddhism, me and my friend became Catholics for a summer on purpose. And we decided to become Catholics. And then we decided that in the fall, we would cast it off. And we would just cast off but we didn't have any belief at all. We just went through this like amazing, I mean, it was like an acid trip that summer. It was incredible, the stuff that we got into. And we did not have to believe in the actual literal interpretation of anything at all. We just became Catholics. And it was really kind of cool. And the reason we did that is because a popular Buddhist author at the time, Ellen Watts, taught us that you can put on a belief like a loose-fitting cloak and then cast it off anytime you want, which was an incredible experience. And I think it taught me a lot about belief and, you know, and faith. So.
Yeah, there's a lot I could say about Alan Watts. Anyway, I won't go into it. I find him really interesting guy.
Yeah, and if you like, I read every damn thing he wrote back then, and I'm certain that he was secular. You know, that he did not have supernatural beliefs.
Well,
and a lot of people just go ahead.
No, I was just going to say some of his critiques of Christianity are just really insightful and probably really
cool.
Probably, you know, they were like Christopher Hitchens 20 years before 20 years earlier, you know.
Yeah, he had some neat interpretations of, you know, what the whole Jesus myth was about and all that. And he tacked it all to secular Buddhism. And I think it really amounted to a really neat way to live, you know, to have faith with it. Well, Ellen Watts thought faith was the opposite of belief. That if you have a strong belief in a religion, then you don't really have faith. That faith is quite the opposite of belief. Faith is letting go and belief is grabbing onto.
Yeah.
Now, isn't that interesting way to interpret?
Yeah, absolutely. There was one thing that really stuck out with him, with Watts, and what he said about how the church should institutionalize guilt as a virtue. How they put, you know, Jesus on this position where that you could never get to, that you could never attain, and, you know, so therefore that they institutionalized guilt as a virtue, and that was really eye-opening to me, for sure. Anyway, sorry to go down this tangent, Amy James.
Yeah, you want to get back to the science,
but still, it's interesting.
The science of John Sanford and why he's wrong.
Well, and I will say I feel bad because we have an interesting deck, so we'll go for a little bit longer, and then we have to go to outros. But but we'll keep on going for like another 30 minutes, and then
there's got to be a weather report today, right?
Actually, no. We only do it on like Monday, Wednesday, and Friday now. But I might do something today because me and John Peterson and Scott Duke are doing a new thing on Sunday mornings, we hope, called Counting the Days, because John had sort of a transformative experience, and we're going to be talking about things like spirituality and atheism at 7 a.m. and then I'm going to rebroadcast on Sunday
John
afternoon.
Peterson
But
had a transformative experience. What?
yeah, he kind of did, and he and I now count the days that we're alive every day, and we have sort of John changed amazingly, and it was kind of cool. So. But anyway, we're hoping it goes somewhere. But anyway, science. John Sanford. Why is John wrong?
Because
With
he is
nearly neutral.
pseudoscience concepts.
Nearly neutral, yeah. Deleterious mutations that can't be acted upon by natural selection.
Yeah, which is just a contradiction. And he seized on that nearly neutral thing, and he imagines, okay, now when you go all the way back 2 years to Standing for Truth, he started with this rust on a car analogy, right, for genetics, right? So they think every mutation is like a little tiny spot of rust, and eventually your whole fender falls off, that sort of thing. But that ain't how it works.
Nope.
As soon as you got to think in terms of what a mutation actually is on a genome and what kind of changes it actually makes. And when it makes enough of a change that it is going to be a deleterious mutation, that embryo or organism dies or doesn't reproduce enough, and it's gone, and that's just the way it works. But Sanford denies all that, and he comes up with this idea that there can be this accumulation of mutations, which can only mean that one protein, one gene, gets one mutation, then another, and it becomes weaker and weaker and weaker. And sometimes that does happen, but that would be very rare because you'd have to hit that same gene over and over again in that same spot, right? And then at the point where it becomes deleterious, that embryo would not make it out of the hatch, right?
But
and that would be it.
They're operating under this false idea that the genome started off 6,000 years ago, quote, perfect, whatever that even means.
And then it's just slowly
and the mutations have been adding on since then. And so when you start with that false understanding, then it leads you to some bad places intellectually.
Yeah.
Well, I said in the chat earlier. Oh, sorry.
Sorry, I was just going to jump in just to say goodnight, guys, because I've got to run.
All right.
Good night, James.
Night, James. It was fantastic having you rant with us.
Take care, guys. All the best.
Take it easy.
Now I forgot what I was saying. What were we talking about earlier?
We were talking about how silly creationists are. Well, that's
right.
They start off with the false understanding.
Oh, yeah. What I was saying in chat earlier is that, like, he was using a Vio computer that was made of, plastic. And in order to make plastic, it's made from fossil fuels, which are way older than he thinks the universe is.
Wish I'd watched. Go ahead.
Stanford has gone on record saying that thinks the universe is less than 100,000 years old.
6,000, I would imagine.
Probably, yeah. I mean,
that's the YEC mantra. He might diverge from that a little bit, but not much. So, I'm sure.
I have a interesting argument, I guess, that I've been kind of thinking of lately. I don't know if you guys want to hear it. It's kind of
sure.
Well, it has to do with Adam and Eve, more so, I guess. So it is kind of.
It always goes back to Applegate.
Right? Yeah. No, this is about Applegate, actually. Okay.
Applegate.
Applegate.
Yeah.
I like that.
That's a new one.
So the first premise, I guess, would be it's unjust to punish something that isn't morally conscious of its actions, like a rabbit or a baby or something like that. And then when Eve ate the apple or the fruit or whatever it was, she was not conscious of her moral, actions of her. She was not aware of the consequences.
She was made without a moral compass.
Right. She was not a moral agent. There we go. That's a good one. She was not a moral agent when she ate the apple.
She was not culpable for what she was doing.
Right. God punished her for eating the apple. The childbirth is painful and everything, so therefore
all of humanity.
Therefore God acted unjustly because he punished the first he punished something that was not morally aware, because Eve didn't know the difference between right and wrong when she ate the apple.
Right.
So how would she be held liable? I mean, that's the same thing as like,
I mean, I think it would basically be punishing children. In fact, it would basically be saying, look, I'm going to put the cookie on the stove. Make sure you don't eat the cookie. And when they eat the cookie, you then throw them out of your house forever.
Right.
Yeah. I don't get this. So it only makes sense when you understand that, like, it was made for people thousands of years ago who, I swear, they weren't, like, they couldn't imagine the internet and information and us picking it apart. And so it only becomes a problem when these fundamentalists, who I think, because of this, this type of Protestantism, once again, I love Protestantism, I love our freedoms we get in this country, and yet it's kind of going a little cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs over here, and we gotta wrangle it in, I guess, because it's our worst export.
Well, that's the reason why they have to bend over backwards and do so much dishonest tactics to adhere to creationism and young earth creationism, because they're the type of Christian that believes that every word of the Bible is literally true, and if something is wrong in the Bible, then that means the entire thing just falls apart like a house of cards. So they refuse to concede that anything the Bible says is not literally true, because
if there's one thing wrong, then it's not absolute truth. Doesn't mean it's all wrong. It just means that you can't use it to justify itself and say, well, the Bible says it, the Bible's always right, so therefore the Bible says down is up and up is down. It just must be so, even if we can't understand it, it's got to be the way it is.
Yeah, and if you the answers in Genesis, like mission statement, right? If you read it on their website, one of the things is it says, if any evidence that we're presented with contradicts the scriptures, then we will disregard that evidence.
Yeah.
Like, contradicts so what they think.
Yeah. So if anything,
we are
if they
openly biased.
Right. Yeah. And they admit it, like, with pride. They're like, yeah, if anything we see goes against our beliefs, we're just going to not believe it.
So do you want to hear a different angle on Adam and Eve and the apple or Applegate?
Sure.
As long as I'm going full Ellen Watts this morning, basically the idea is that when Adam and Eve, when they ate the fruit of the tree of knowledge, or the tree, I think tree of knowledge, I think it was, or tree of life, or something like that. That's metaphorical. Okay, yeah, that's metaphorical of humans. The human primate branch suddenly being able to develop this knowledge about knowledge, where we knew that we were going to die, and we knew what a sin was, or that we had this like extra ability to rationalize, and all of a sudden we were sinners if we knew full well that we were doing something wrong and we did it. Whereas an animal just gets an idea and runs with it, right? So we had this like extra ability to understand what we were doing wrong. So we had an extra kind of morality, and that led us to, and that cursed us to sin, basically, because we had this built into our brains. Did I make that clear? Humans can not only think, humans can think and think about thinking and think about thinking about thinking, right? So we have this extra ability, this extra reasoning ability, and that makes us morally culpable, because now we can sit and project, and we know that we're going to die. And I think to my knowledge, we're one of the only animals that have a really clear idea.
I have a word for that.
Well, yeah.
That's one of my layers. It's introspection.
Yeah, exactly. We can introspect.
And that goes kind of back to what I was saying earlier, is that at the time that Eve was tempted by the snake to eat the apple, she didn't have that extra layer of thinking.
Yeah.
So she was just like an animal, like you said. They would just run with an idea and just go with it,
Yeah, so it's metaphorical of that transition in our human.
But for someone to punish them for using that, when they for God to punish her when she didn't have that capacity to understand whether it was right or wrong.
But think about that. Okay, it's God. It's not God that's punishing them. It's the nature of the reality itself. The fact that we can think now carries with it its own punishment. The fact that I know that I'm 71 years old, and I know that I've got about 30 years at max left, right? I know I'm going to die. The punishment of that is built into my ability to know. So your ability to know is a built-in punishment. And that metaphorically could be seen as God punishing you, even though God is not up there making, not some thing that's making that choice. And so it's built in. So once you eat that apple, you are fucked. So we're fucked.
You're fucked.
Yeah, and we know we're fucked. Yeah.
It's funny because when you think about it, like, well, at least for me, because I grew up, Christian and thinking that this was true and that Adam and Eve were a real thing and that this happened and all that kind of stuff. But when you look at it and compare it to other like creation myths from different cultures around the world, it's the same sort of thing. It's just like there's this magic tree and someone ate this fruit and all of a sudden that it gave them this power, and this is how this serpent, the snake, this is how the snake lost his legs, right? Like, how many times are there myths or stories, or like, how did this animal get this way, or like, why is the elephant's trunk so long? Well, it got stuck in something and it got pulled out. It's like,
it is classical mythical structure,
right? Yeah, it's like there's a snake. He used to have arms and legs, and he was so mean and evil that now he has to crawl on his belly for the rest of his days, and it's like this,
Well, obviously, what happened, Shane, is what the devil, he knew that, so he made similar myths in other religions and other cultures. That way, you can make this comparison, and you would think the Bible one is just a myth like the others. You see, the devil is playing chess, we're playing checkers.
It's just like the fossil record. The devil put the fossils there.
He may very well have, and that was a legitimate thing that people thought. Like, God is testing your faith with all these bones. Are you going to doubt the Bible and believe what the scientists are saying about these bones they're finding?
He hides the sin in the evidence. That's the hard part.
But that is classic cult propaganda right there. The other religions are just Satan tested you.
It's a big conspiracy, and Satan he wants everybody to doubt Christianity, so he set all this up. Everything is a big conspiracy. And the scientists are in on it. That's why that's why they're suppressing the history that the Bible is true, and They're hiding the giant skeletons. They're hiding the evidence that man lived with dinosaurs. It's an Alex Jones style conspiracy rabbit hole.
Well, scientists just want to sin. That's why they do that.
Yeah.
They just want to sin, exactly.
It's all a big conspiracy. They're just after that grant money.
And they know God is probably real and they're all going to go to hell. They just want to think that they're not going to go to hell.
No, well,
so they can keep doing sinning.
Yeah. You heard what they sold their souls.
Yep.
Oh,
right.
For,
just like Darwin. Darwin sold his soul
to be famous.
Mm-hmm. Because he was in torment. He was such a tortured person.
Yeah, because his daughter died. I think it was the who the hell makes that case? I can't remember. One of the creationists. Anyway, they attributed it all to his daughter dying.
I'm sure Hovind does it because I've heard him say that these people just hated God. Yeah.
Yeah. Just hate.
Do you think Christians go? Sorry. Do you think Christians go extra hard at Darwin, basically?
Yeah.
More than Muslims.
Yeah.
Because I was looking they were all Christian pages, saying Darwin got it wrong, and one page I saw just said Darwin was a racist, and there was all this other stuff they're writing. So I think, from what I can see, I might be wrong, but
they do go really hard on them.
From my experience, creationism and young Earth creationism is a Christian phenomenon, and I don't really see that in Muslims. I
would even put one more emphasis. But it is a Christian, Protestant, American, and then spread out for whatever. Because I have disagreements with Islam and Catholicism and Eastern Orthodox, and yet for whatever reason, all three of those seem more open to evolution than when these very specific brand of young Earth fundamentalists that just it's not metaphor. There's no room for metaphor. It happened in 6 days.
All is literal. It has to
6,000 years ago. Yeah, I don't think I've ever heard a Muslim claim that the Earth was 6,000 years old.
Yeah, no,
I think they're out there, but they're just not as prevalent.
Yeah, it's a lot more common in Christianity or in Protestant evangelical American Christianity.
Yeah, the weird thing about this fundamentalist creationism is it runs hand in hand with this sort of Trumpism, ultra-conservative, vaccine-denying, climate-denying bullshit. And it's all... What's that?
I said there is some overlap.
Yeah, but if you meet a young Earth creationist, you can almost be sure who he's going to vote for. That's what I've been finding, and I think that is just stunning. I'm amazed by that it just constantly runs in the same. The only exception for Yex that I've found so far is Bread of Life. She is a little more interesting, and I don't know.
Well, religion is more of a it's a thing that it's not just one thing that you believe in, but it kind of entangles itself throughout all your beliefs about various things. It kind of just
Yeah, and isn't the common theme we're this small group of real believers that are right and everybody else is wrong, and we're martyred because of our belief. Yeah.
How much can Shane the skeptic get for his soul? I don't know. What's the going rate, Amy? On
well, we got sold 3 about a bridge. I guess we're gonna have to go for about $69 each.
I don't know. I wanted over $1 million before, but now now that I'm retired, I'm down. I'm down to about. I'm willing to go for about $6,000 now for my soul.
All right, there we go.
That's a lot. I mean, I go for $20. You can have it. It's fine.
Yeah, I couldn't live long on 20.
Well, I mean, I'm not saying that it's just going to be like my living from now on. I'm not going to sell my soul and be like, okay, now I can live on that for the rest of my life. But like, if you want to just give me $20 and nothing happens to me, that's cool.
Yeah, but you only got one soul, man.
No, well, I mean, for you, but other people don't know that I've already sold my soul. I could just sell it like several times.
I see.
Resoul.
Yeah.
Resoul.
Right. Yeah.
I gotta write that.
It's more of a renting sort of thing.
Yeah.
I mean, so you'd rent out the soul? I mean, would you give a receipt or a certificate so the rightful owner was like?
Oh, I never thought of this. There's a lot more logistics than I anticipated.
Shane's like, there's a lot more paperwork in this than I thought.
Right. This doesn't seem as easy and streamlined as I thought it was.
Amy, break out the Ouija board. Start
Listen.
asking.
No, I'm gonna need to get one of those green visors, and an adding machine.
And terms and conditions. I mean, there's always going to be terms and conditions, right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, you are selling your soul. There has to be terms and
I'm
conditions.
gonna have to hire like a lawyer or something. Get legal representation.
But specifically, it has to be really irritating long so that no one reads it when you're selling the soul.
There you go.
Oh, and you mean like the Apple agreement?
Listen, just because I donated my organs to Apple, I don't think that means anything.
You guys saw that South Park with the Sentai pad?
Yes, I did.
Yes, and Kyle kept on like not reading it, and they're like, "Oh, we can get you out of here. You just got to click here." And then he's like,
"Listen, this is why you got to read it."
Off the iPhone. No more.
Yeah, well, they got him out of it because they got him to just they void one signature. I forget which, but something happened when they got him to void it. But sending so much love, I would say. I think this is our 10 or 15 because we're getting down to like it's about to be hour 7.
8 o'clock.
You see the sunlight coming through the window?
I know, and this is a night stream. That's how you know that this is. But it's been fun. We got about 10 or 15 minutes. So panel, if you want to trade questions, now is the time to do so. You want to
trade souls?
Young Earth Creationist, you have 10, 15 minutes to convince us that the Earth is 6,000 years old. And that evolution
don't come on in 10 minutes and then want to start. Come on now.
I know, somehow that's always what happens.
Otangelo came on right. If Otangelo showed up right now, we'd be going for another 3 hours.
Oh my god, I'd be like, Sunday, come on, Orange Jello, just come on the Randolph Richardson stream on Sunday.
I cannot come on the Randolph stream.
Like doing role play. The best, I will give this tip. It's not from me, but the best. What the hell is it called when you do impersonations? Or when it comes from the heart, you have to love someone. That's a hard thing to do with a lot of the people that we dislike. So, but the best. You're going to do a role play?
I need the girl. I want to see the girl deck. For Jesus.
I will say that is, if I could do it the third time tonight, that is what's on their mind. All the girl dick, all the time. What is all they care about? Maybe not Antangelo, but that's everyone. All the oh man,
Matt Powell.
So did you see where we talked Otangelo into doing another attempted apology for the whole Matt Dillahunty thing?
I did. Good
okay,
on,
so
good on him. I'll take it for what it's worth.
Well, the thing.
Are you all saying I spent a whole day here. What's a woman? What's a woman? Oh, I'm sorry. How did women evolve? What? But I'm sorry. What were you saying?
So we had him backstage, and I tried to tell him, you know, like in the Alcoholics Anonymous program, there's a way to make apologies, and basically you say, here's what I did wrong. I feel, you know, terrible that I hurt somebody, and basically you detail what you did, and then you say, and I apologize, and I will never do it again, and then you put a period in it. And so he goes and does this, like he took that advice, and he went and did this like 15-minute stream where he again fucked up his entire apology. And as his AA sponsor, I got to get a hold of him again and tell him to shorten that whole thing down to like 30 seconds, because that's how you make an apology. You don't make excuses. You don't talk about how the atheists don't accept your old apologies, you know, and it's like, oh my God, D'Angelo. Because I lost subs the other day for just having him on, you know, it's like, fuck, you know. I don't know. Anyway.
Well, no, we've been James and I have been
off the list,
and we've been having a problem with like trying to search for what a quote unquote normal Christian is, because like we have been finding people that like, hey, each time we find a new one, half of our audience is like, that is definitely a Poe, and then they just get to a point where they're like, all right. Are we? Or is this someone that should be taking medication? And
Yeah,
reach out to some Catholic priests, some really old ones, because I find them to be the most wise. I don't know. I met a few.
Yeah, no, there was a Catholic friar on Digital Gnosis, and then Pine Creek was there, and I was there. We were having quite a cool discussion. It was actually really good. And then compared
Dawa.
yeah, so no, he was just having a good old conversation, and he was wise, and he read, and he was well read, and he was talking about philosophy, and there was a Christian from Ohio, and he was like, you know, I pray, Pine Creek, that the Lord puts pressure on you, and that pressure makes you come to Jesus. And so then they were breaking it down that, you know, like, so you're actually hoping and praying that God sort of does something on you, that you become compelled to come to Jesus. Like, isn't that bad? And so they were sort of having a good old.
It would say, God open your eyes, or God show you the truth, reveal himself to you. I mean, it's different ways to think to word it.
It's this whole compatibilism thing that I pray that God will make you freely choose on your own accord. You know, it's like, how does that work?
Well, I mean, how does it work when God is telling you he wants you to worship him, and you know, but he only wants you to do it if it's according to your own free will. Now, of course, the other option is if you don't want to worship him, he will torture you forever. But no pressure. It's whatever you want. I mean, he's not trying to push you in any one direction. Worship him or burn.
Which is
right. It's like if you're getting mugged at gunpoint, you're like, hey, give me your wallet. You know, it's your choice. It's like free will.
Hey,
like,
I mean, I can shoot you, or you can give me the money. Hey, you chose to give me the money, so makes sense.
I didn't take your wallet. You freely gave it to me, right?
I mean, the other choice was I shoot you and take it, but you didn't seem to want to go that route.
That is kind of scary. Last night I was watching a Young Earth flood creationism thing for about 3 minutes, and they were looking at the Tapete sandstone or something, and they were saying, look at the glory of God and think about the flood and everything. And I'm thinking, in between those little layers of sandstone, there had to be a whole lot of baby fossils, you know, where he killed all those babies, right? And I'm thinking, the glory of God.
Well, I talk about it a lot, how like they sanitize that. They've made it into like because it's animals and kids love animals.
With the giraffe.
So, hey, like Noah's Ark. Hey, kids, it's a big floating zoo. We've got all the animals on there. We got the giraffe's neck sticking out of the top because, of course, and the dead bodies floating around outside, the death and destruction is kind of just glossed over.
Yeah.
The fact that God just genocided, God killed seemingly millions of people just because.
So I want to get a truckload of little baby fossils and bring it down to the Creation Museum.
So when I was a kid
they were
at summer
evil,
camp,
Speed. They had it coming.
At summer camp, we used to sing this song that was based on a Shel Silverstein poem about unicorns, and the whole song is about how the unicorns were too busy playing when the flood happened, and they didn't make it to the ark, and that's why there are no more unicorns.
Yeah. I love Shel Silverstein.
It wasn't that the Red Bull chased them all into the sea?
No. I don't think so.
It was a 1980s cartoon, The Last Unicorn, where all the other unicorns got chased into the sea by a Red Bull. Nobody else saw it. I guess I'm the only one who saw the movie.
It was one of those Mandela effect things. It never really happened.
Oh, maybe.
What was the name of the band that Shel Silverstein wrote for? He wrote a lot of their songs from the 70s. What the hell? Oh my God, they were great. Shel Silverstein, is evil, bizarre, and wonderful. I don't know. Does everybody know who he is?
He wrote the song "A Boy Named Sue."
I know, A Boy Named Sue. Dr. Hook and the Medicine Show. He wrote a lot of their songs. So anyway, and then he wrote children's books, and some of these children's books were really kind of twisted, but in a wonderful way. So I don't know. He is worth checking out.
Giraffe Periscope. That's right, Reservoir Gore. Yeah, Giraffe Periscope. Their necks sticking up out of every single picture of an ark has the giraffes with their necks sticking up because kids love giraffes. Kids love them. They're really cool animals, and
they are cool. They got big necks and long laryngeal nerves.
They do have
that make no sense under intelligent design.
Right.
I mean, they don't show on those pictures like the Velociraptors and the Tyrannosaurus Rexes and all the dinosaurs that they would have to bring on the ark. And then, of course, I asked Ken Hovind how many Homo erectus Noah would have had to bring on the ark. He didn't have an answer for that one.
Yeah, that's because he only has one of those. He only brings Matt Powell home.
Ooh.
I'm sorry. I just can't help myself. Yo, we're going to be doing so many videos on just Kent and Matt Powell and just that entire brand. Because there's two types of brands of creationism. It's that and then Precept. I think Precept's actually falling out of... it was popular. It was like a fad. Yeah. Now I feel like it's
going away.
Yeah, the yak is taken over. So I don't know.
Yeah,
yakety, yak.
Presuppositionalism. People either got tired of it or figured out how to shut it down really quickly. So
now I'm thinking about the Yakety Yak song. What the fuck was that one?
What the fuck?
Yakety Yak, don't talk back.
Yeah, that one. Coasters.
But you can talk back for 2 more minutes, but we're actually about to head to outros because by the time we're done outros, I think it's going to be hour 7.
It'll be 8.
Bring in the dog.
We
take
have
out
been
the cat.
fun.
Who let the dogs out?
Yeah, how much I got to pay to get out of here?
Oh, it's not how much you have to pay; it's where you have to tuck it. But but yes, in fact, Speed, that is a fantastic question because we are going to move to outros. So we are going to have some fun in the sun as we get our Skeptic and Ranting outros. And Speed was the latest one to join us, which means he is the first one to start us off in our Skeptic and Ranting outros. Woohoo! What is up, Speed? I hope you had fun. It was great to have you back.
You don't get to have you on all the time.
Yeah, I've been wanting to join you for about a year, but god damn, I want to go to sleep by the time you do it. So anyway, so I'm glad I woke up this morning, and so I checked to see what. Well, I sent you an email, and please respond to that because there's a little controversy going on. But anyway, so I saw you were live, and I just had to join because I'm actually awake at 5 a.m. And I'm not at 12 at night. Anyway, so I have a poor sick channel which I'm going to self promote. Answers in Atheism. Please come and subscribe to us. We are dying. Anyway, outro. I don't know what else to say other than John Sanford. There's something wrong with that guy, and there's something really wrong with the way he thinks about genetics. And we could go on and on for hours and hours on that, but I don't know. That's all I got. That's all I got.
Well,
so
I
much for
also
coming on,
have
Steve.
to just send up there. You should be checking out Answers in Atheism right there on your screen at youtube.com/answers.
Yeah, and if you don't, I'm really old. I'm going to be dead soon. If you don't sub, you're really going to feel bad. You're going to feel horrible.
We're going to keep you around because we're going to have transhumanism. But at the moment I say those words, that starts to freak some of the fundamentalists out. So, sent so much love, Speed.
Thank you for having me.
Glad to have you on.
Yeah, thank you.
And all right, we are moving right down the list. It was great to have. That's right. Wait, we are just happy when theists come to say hi. Friendly Muslim, we have been skeptic and ranting on how Darwin got it wrong. What you got going on, and what are your final thoughts?
Great stream, very educational as per usual. Again, learning a bit about Darwin, and maybe he wasn't so wrong. Maybe you need to cut Darwin a bit of slack.
Hey,
and appreciate the work that he contributed, and try to find a friendly, peaceful bridge between Darwin and the natural creationism religious context that is out there. But no, it's been fun as usual, my little kittens, and look forward to the next one.
Meow, and thank you so very much, Friendly Muslim. Happy having you on board, and couldn't agree more. I want those theistic evolutionists because, that's theists believing in science. I like it. I'm all aboard.
Hey,
Friendly Muslim, thank you so very much. And all right, we are going right down the list.
Thanks, Robert X out there for
sending love. Sending love. I will keep on sending love to Robert, who continually sends love to us, and we just need to continually send love to him. So thank you so very much, Robert. Mwah, 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 mwah. And all right, with that, Shane Bilowitz, we have been skeptic and ranting on how Darwin got it wrong. I hope you had fun. What you got going on, and what are your final thoughts?
Thanks for having me. It was a lot of fun. This was another marathon. Woohoo! So, obviously, Darwin is evil and horrible and sold his soul to the devil because he wanted fame. Right. No, it's creationism, especially young Earth creationism, is inherently dishonest and relies on deliberate misrepresentation of evolution. That's it.
Woo! Thank you so very much, Shane.
They have to straw man it and beat that straw man because they cannot fight against the real thing.
Right, exactly.
Because it's true. It happens to be true.
Oh, like I like to say, they like to make religion sound more scientific and make science sound more religious.
They do
exactly. Basically, trying
blur
to
the line between the two.
Yeah, they try to even the playing field because they know they're not on equal footing. So they're like,
I don't have enough faith to be an atheist.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I know.
It takes more faith
Don't have
to be an
enough.
atheist.
But thank you so very much, Shane. Lovely having you on
Thank
as
you.
always. Woo-hoo. And all right, I am handing the keys to the co-pilot, James W. You brought
See the
us
sun
this, and once
out that back
again,
window.
I know it's so funny. Once again, I'm pretty sure we started this, and it was like a midnight type of ranting, and yet here we are.
1:30. Almost
But
8 a.m.
I hope
fun,
you
though.
had
Lot
a
of
good
fun,
time. How did
Lot of fun.
Dr. John Sanford convince you, James, that Darwin got it wrong?
Yeah. What can we say? What can we say about the doctor? We ripped him to shreds every which way, and he deserved it. He really was terrible
naughty
and
boy.
dishonest. Yeah, he was dishonest and terrible. And yeah, thanks everybody. Go get some sleep, or if you're just getting up, go out, enjoy the day, and we will be back.
Have some brunch.
We will be back. Yeah, have some brunch.
Woo-hoo.
Yeah. But love
Thank you so very much, James. And all right.
Gizmo, the producer, passed out.
Yeah, Gizmo is like that. I think it's been a little too much catnip, is what Gizmo's been saying.
Yeah.
But I hope you all had a good time on this episode of Skeptic and Ranting. How Darwin got it wrong. Dun, dun, dun. Where, yeah, we watched a video from the channel Creation Ministries International, not biased, on how Darwin got it wrong, featuring Dr. John Sanford, for a good time worth evolving into. However, I do want to thank my co-host, James W., along with our guests, Mark, Wolfe, Shane,
Thanks, Wolfe.
Friendly, and Speed.
Shane, Friendly, Muslim, Speed.
As well
Couldn't have done
as
it
the
without your
people
help.
in chat, our awesome mods who make the stream so great, and lovely viewers like you who make this channel even possible. If you enjoy the show, please don't forget to like, follow, or subscribe, because then you gain access to that bell icon, which when set to all will send you reminders to join our live streams, like right here, or see our premieres. Woohoo! Or hey, why not leave a comment once the video's done? You can also and also listen.
You know you want to.
You can also leave a super thanks, and we will read it back as thanks on the next episode. After the show, the Skeptic and Ranting Discord server is open for after show, the link of which is in the description below, along with our fantastic channel members. Though the best way to help us make even more content and to unlock some unique perks is by checking out our Patreon at patreon.com/Amy Newman. I am Amy Newman, and we will see you all in the next episode of Skeptic Ball Z. Good night, everyone.
Good night.
Wow.
Merry
Good
Christmas.
night, good morning, good day. Exactly. Or happy holidays. Wow.